Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Sunday, November 2nd, 2025. Thanks everyone for being here. I am expecting to have a call today. Unlike most shows, I don't have a planned call for most shows, but today I'm expecting someone to call in. Holden Mitrione, who has called the show before a few times. He's a new reader of Ayn Rand. He read the Fountainhead recently, and he also read Atlas Shrugged recently. And he got in touch with me through email and said he's going to try to come by today. So, oh, I see he has already entered the waiting room. Holden is on time. Yeah, he said he was going to call in early. So I'm going to get to his call very soon. Thanks for calling in. So I apologize, Holden. In the past, the last time you called in, I didn't get your call, but this time I am definitely going to. So let me just make sure my Zoom settings are correct. And the show might go, whoops, the show might go long today. I don't know how long. Last time I streamed for 7 hours. And I might have even gone longer than that, but the show was cut off abruptly at the end, unfortunately, because I had a power outage very briefly. And I think I found a way to get around that problem. So even if there is a power outage, I can just restart the at the same link the stream. But you all can help me make the show longer by calling in because one of the reasons I will stop a show is because my voice is starting to get strained and I can only talk for so long. But if I have other people calling in, like Holden, and they do some of the talking, then that will save my voice and I can go on for longer. But this is an interactive show, and I encourage all of you to participate in the chats or by calling in, and that will generate a lot of the content that I use. Let me just take a quick look at my list of topics to see if there's anything else I wanted to say at the beginning before I take Holden's call. Oh, I'll just mention I put out a new video recently um, commenting on one of my calls to David Pakman's show. Let me share my screen so you can see that. Okay, now you can see my screen. So this is the video that I'm talking about. Is Ayn Rand's voluntary free market system totally impractical? That's something David Pakman says in the video. That's my second call to his show. This is the largest show I've ever been on. He has over 3 million subscribers on YouTube. So I was pleased finally to get this video out. I wanted to have that call on my channel, but it took me a couple years to get around to making this commentary video. And there is one more in the works because I've called his show 3 times. So not sure when the next one will be out, but at least the first two calls, now you can see them both here. My first two calls to his show are on his channel. Okay, I think that might be the only other thing I wanted to mention at the start. So I got some other things I can get to later. Yeah, all right. Let me bring Holden in here and let me just make sure I've got my Zoom settings correct. And I'm going to set it up so that Holden has the power to mute and unmute himself as he wishes. I remember the first time he called in, he kept muting himself. He was in the habit of doing that, and then I had to ask him to unmute every time. So this time, he should be able to control it himself. But I will have to ask him to start the video. Um, I guess I can adjust that later if I need to, but after I let him in the call here. I will ask him to start his video if he wants to. All right, I have just admitted him. Hello, can you hear me? He's muted right now. Do I?
All right. Hey, sorry.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Now I hear
I
you.
can. It says unable to start video.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Let me change the setting there so you can start that. All right, now I think you should be able to start it.
Okay. Awesome.
There we
Yeah.
go.
I am overjoyed to be here with you, Dan. I really loved coming on here, and more importantly, I guess I mean, I'm so glad that I read Atlas Shrugged. Um, so yeah. I mean, um, I guess that's all. That's the first comments I have.
Okay. Well, it's great to have you back. Just for anyone who is new to the show, let me just give a little background. So, I first heard about Holden earlier this year, several months ago. I saw a clip of him debating Charlie Kirk, who tragically was murdered. Gosh, when was it? Like a month or two ago now. And but this was a few months before that. Holden debated Charlie Kirk in person at Florida, University of Florida campus. You know, Charlie Kirk would go around and do these debates with college students, and Holden did one of these debates, and he debated tariffs with Charlie Kirk. And there was a clip of this that went viral, or I don't know, it got a lot of exposure, and it came up on the David Pakman show, who I just mentioned I was on, and Yaron Brook also mentioned it on his show. And then eventually, Holden found out about my show and he called in. This was maybe a couple months or so ago, and he hadn't read any Ayn Rand yet, although he had been listening to the Yaron Brook show. But the first time he called in, he hadn't read Ayn Rand yet, and I gave him some recommendations on where he might start, and he eventually chose to start with the Fountainhead, which I thought was a great choice. And then he called in partway through his reading of the Fountainhead, and then again after he finished it. And those were our three calls. So yeah, so he's called in three times before. And then after he read the Fountainhead, and you can see all these on my channel. Just look up his name. Just do a search on his name on my channel. You can find all these discussions. And then after that, he read Atlas Shrugged, and I think he might have tried to call in once. While was it during when you were reading it that you last tried to call in?
Yeah, I mean, I may have been reading the Wealth of Nations at the time. I don't know. Um
Okay. Well, anyways, he was either reading Atlas or close to starting to read Atlas, but
yeah.
and he came on my chat and he tried to call in and he said he called in, but unfortunately I was dealing with some other chatters and I said I'm gonna get to your call. Let me know if you have to go soon, and he did let me know he had to go, but I didn't see his chat unfortunately, so he eventually had to leave before I got to his call. But anyways, he did finish. He read Atlas and he finished it, and now we're finally making contact again. So it's great to have him back to have some more discussion. So I mean, there's so much I'm
Yeah,
sure we could talk
so
about. I have
much.
no idea where to start.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. That's how I feel too. I could just I could go off my instant reaction whenever I first finished the book. I wrote in my Apple Notes like what my it was like a very, it was very concise, but relative to I have much more to say. But here is I could just read that out to you if you want.
sure, yeah.
This is right. So all right, so here it goes. I said, Atlas Shrugged, the novel and plot per se, was utterly engrossing for me. It was a pure work of art. It is my view that the most meaningful parts of The Fountainhead were the scenes of Howard interacting with peers such as Henry Cameron, Peter Keating, and his mother, um, Peter Keating's mother, Gail, and Ellsworth Toohey and Dominique. Atlas Shrugged surpasses The Fountainhead in plot complexity, and with both good and evil characters, each having numerous symbolic roles and scenes. One cannot reasonably view the world and himself the same after reading Atlas Shrugged. The principles and philosophy that each character has, or potentially their lack thereof, serve as the basis for their actions and the type of person that they are. The novel calls into question the morality of self-sacrifice, and it presents an ardent and unapologetic defense defense of egoism, reason, capitalism, freedom, and the unification of the mind and the flesh. And perhaps most of all, man as a heroic being. The moral clarity that the reader confronts as the words from the page wrestle with his mind and pre-existing beliefs and premises is made palpable. Um, Miss Rand convincingly argues for the inseparable nature of the body and mind. Seldom, if ever, have I seen anyone celebrate the virtue of sex and bodily pleasure with when with someone and something you love and as a value and shares value with with you, like Miss Rand. This is consummately shown in Francisco's speech to Reardon in the Wayne Falkland Hotel and Dagny's surprise speech in her interview with Bertram Scudder. The speech Dagny gave in the interview with Bertram Scudder was proudly divulging her affair with Henry, and how much she enjoyed it was perhaps most positive for none other than Henry himself. This was perhaps my favorite scene in the entire book. The change of mind on the issue of sex was desperately needed to complete his ethical transition to that of a complete rational egoist. Hank later learns, just as Prometheus and Gia do in Anthem, that there is no capability of loving someone else without the word I. Francisco and Dagny teach him and the reader the virtue that is satisfying bodily urges with those that share values. He also learns the inescapable nature of body and consciousness. Reardon's attack on the separation between the mind and body is pertinent to far more than sex, as this is merely just one of its numerous implications. The unjustified dichotomy is the basis of much of John Galt's speech. The morality of death, as Rand calls it, is a consequence of separating the soul from the body. This leads to two different schools: the mystics of the spirit, quote unquote, the mystics of the spirit, and the mystics of the muscle, end of quote. These schools, despite acting as opponents, lead to the destruction of the mind. The defense and the supremacy and necessity of reason and truth and is an enemy of the very basis of religion and any creed or cult based on faith, which necessarily subordinates reason. Um, and reason is necessary to employ to arrive at truth, which Rand celebrates as noble to seek. Um, So that those are just some thoughts. I wrote some more, but I think I'll just stop there.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing that. That was great. Maybe I should have mentioned at the outset, there will probably be spoilers in this episode. So if you haven't read Atlas Shrugged, then you might want to hear this later. But I think that's wonderful that you wrote that. I think it's important to write down your thoughts, especially when you encounter a work like Atlas Shrugged. It just stimulates so much thoughts. I think it's helpful to put your thoughts on paper or on screen, your own screen at least, and just make them objective instead of just having them kind of float around in your head. Actually make them concrete and real, put them on paper. So I think that's very good.
Yeah.
It made me think of the Atlas Shrugged essay contest. Actually, that was one thing. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
As you were reading, I was like, "Wait, this might maybe make a good essay. Maybe you could win some money off of this." I know there was a recent deadline for the Atlas Shrugged essay contest, which is run by the Ayn Rand Institute. They have contests on the Fountainhead as well as Anthem and Atlas Shrugged. So I don't know if the deadline has passed, but you might want to consider in the future, at least, if this deadline has passed, maybe entering that. But that's just
Mhm.
side notes.
Yeah, I would love
Uh,
to.
yeah, there's so much there we could talk about. I would actually be interested to see that. I don't know if you can if you'd be open to forwarding that to me, like a
Sure.
copy. Maybe you could email that to me, and then we could dig into parts of that more. Um, it's that's interesting that you're one of the things that stood out to me was the point about how sex was the attitude towards sex was prominent in your reading of it. You said that was the most interesting scene perhaps for you. Um, when Dagny talks to Reardon about her attitude towards sex. Uh,
Um, yeah. Yeah, because it's like sorry, I'm just like trying to send this email, um
okay.
but I guess like yeah, I mean the interesting part is like Henry at the start of the novel is he's not a full on he does he kind of takes society's view kind of like overtly that sex is like to be regretfully condoned, I guess, right? Is like the word or the words. And but you know, Dagny and Francisco mostly, I think, can like kind of teaches him um to not think that way and to like see it as a virtue itself. Like I think more than anyone, probably Francisco was like the biggest promoter of objectivism from the start. Um, or like the philosophy. Maybe you would disagree, but Francisco and like his speeches like on money in the wedding between Tagar and Cheryl and on sex, I think played a big role for Henry, even though he was like ostensibly a playboy at the time. Um, he still like, and he eventually was like, yeah, I actually have only slept with one girl in my life. He's like, oh, he's like, I don't, the most insane part about this conversation is I believe you when you say that. And then Henry can't help but take him seriously, um, despite his public image. And so, um, yeah, I guess like, and there's like so much more, I guess, when it comes to that topic in the novel.
hmm Okay, so I'm thinking here, I, I'm wondering if there's a like a table of contents we should try to structure. We don't have to be super strict about sticking to a certain
Sure.
order of topics, but there's just so much we could talk about, and I'm wondering if there's like a good way to structure our conversation. Like you gave me your general reaction, you read it out. By the way, did you finish sending that email, or were you in the middle of doing that?
Yeah, I just sent it like right now.
Oh, okay. Let me refresh and oh, here we go. All right, so I see three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine-ish paragraphs. Okay. So
Yeah, it's
you read
kind
this
of
on Kindle?
clumsy. So I didn't
Uh,
read it on Kindle. I have my copy of Atlas Shrugged right here.
okay.
But I have it on I don't know if you can see it. It's
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Um but yeah, this is where I read it. I kind of, the back's all kind of like torn up now. But
Uh-huh.
uh but yeah, no, that's where I mean Kindle I just was like going through like some of the scenes on Kindle, but like again after I read it,
hmm
but yeah.
Yeah, I actually just bought that myself, the Kindle edition, because I don't have my hard copy with me right now, but I thought it would be
Uh,
useful to have a searchable Atlas Shrugged copy, so I just got
exactly.
that.
That's what I was doing. I was searching like through it.
Right. So one way we could structure this, I mean, we don't have to, as I said, we don't have to be really strict about a structure, but I
Sure.
could just go through what you sent me and we could talk about elements of this. Or if you have in mind, if there are certain things you would like to focus on in a discussion, I'm definitely open to hearing what you
Yeah.
would like to talk about. Is there
I
anything in
mean,
particular?
I don't know if there's anything in there's just like so much that we could talk about that I mean like I think the biggest thing in the novel that maybe we could start with is this. I mean, maybe you would agree or disagree, but I think it's the celebration of creators and innovators. Um, so like and they're the ones that kind of hold everything together, and in their absence, like everything is like chaotic, or virtually so. Um, so I mean, we could talk about that, I guess. Like, I mean, I guess like yeah, and then we could go to that as well. I mean, either way works for me. Like,
Okay. Yeah, we can start with maybe the theme. We could put it that way. Like you put it as the biggest thing in the novel or something like that.
right.
The role of the celebration of creators. And Ayn Rand actually, she explicitly stated the theme of Atlas Shrugged in I think it was for the new intellectual,
Uh,
the preface to it. Actually, you reminded me of something. When you did you read Anthem?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, because you referenced Prometheus and Gaia in your little summary there, and I didn't know that you had also read Anthem. So that's
Yeah.
really cool. I mean, that's another, huge topic we could discuss. Did you read that after you read Atlas?
Yeah, I read it after.
Okay. And
Yeah.
any other Rand works, or was that the last one you read?
That so actually I was going to read We the Living in between our time, but Mr. Dr. Block sent me a few signed copies of some books. So I'm in the process of reading those now, but after I'm done with that, I got a copy of We the Living here. So
Uh-huh.
I'll get
Great.
to that afterward. Or I'll read anything you tell me to read. So
Okay, yeah,
just let
well,
me
that's
know.
actually, yeah, that's another topic we could get to, like next steps in terms of what you
Sure.
might want to read. Let me make a note about that. Um, okay, so you mean when you say Dr. Block, you mean Walter Block?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Walter Block, I guess we've been going back and forth on email for a while. Um,
okay.
yeah, I guess like he was nice enough to some nobody like me, just to talk to me and to and all that stuff. So, um,
Yeah, well, he's I don't know much about him, but he's some kind of libertarian and he's an economist, right?
yeah, he's a professor of economics. Um, yeah, Austrian economist, I guess. Um,
Okay.
yeah,
In Holden, for anyone who doesn't know, he's an economics major, so he's I
that's my
guess
passion.
yeah, that's his passion. All right, so let's uh let's talk about the theme. So Ayn Rand, she stated the theme as the role of the mind in man's existence, and then as a corollary, the presentation of a new morality of rational self-interest. I think that's how she formulated it, something like that. I don't know if I got it exactly right.
Mhm.
But certainly wrapped up in that, or very closely related to that, is a celebration of the creators. And she concede. Well, maybe I should just get your. I want to get your take. Like when you say she celebrates the creators, who are the creators, and what is it exactly that sets them apart? Do you have a take on that?
Well, I guess it's Henry Reardon for sure, John Galt, um, Dagny, of course, uh, Ellis Wyatt, um, Mutis Mulligan, all those guys are creators, and there are more, but I guess what sets them apart is that I guess what sets him apart is I guess I mean one you have to be I think like in contrast to like Eddie Willers you have to be like uh you have to be to some degree you have to be talented and all those people are extremely talented and Francisco of course I don't know if I said Francisco but Francisco perhaps is uh like the greatest of like all of them when it comes to just like sheer business. But I guess like in John Galt's speech, he said it was Henry Reardon, so I don't know how much I could argue with that. But um I believe. But I guess like you know, I guess all of them are extremely talented. They're very intelligent, but mostly perhaps like also they all love their work to a very extreme degree. Like Dagny, Dagny was she like she was in Mulligan's Valley, but she couldn't even help herself but to go back and try and save her railroad. And it's the same whenever she tried to quit, but then the Taggart disaster the disaster happened in the tunnel, and she just instinctively went back up and tried to save it. So all of them wanted to go back you know, almost as much as Dagny probably, but they just knew that, the looters were just going to steal the fruits of their labors. Um, so, but Dagny couldn't quite wrap her head around that fully, even if she, even if she could, she didn't want to believe it. So I guess like uh, you know, all of them, I guess like yeah, all of them are extremely talented and they all take pride in their work. I guess like one of the big themes of the novel is like I guess like in religion, like pride is a bad thing generally, like unless like that's like from what I've seen, like excessive like pride is to be condemned, and and of course like that's the opposite of how all these people uh operate. Like you could even see it in like biographies of even like the real world businessmen. Like Steve Jobs took immense pride in his work. Um, like in like really uh great innovators. So all of them certainly did that, and it's a celebrate. I guess like yeah. I mean that's what I have to say in a concise way. I guess somewhat. What would you say?
Hmm. Yeah, well, I agree with that. A lot of that for sure. I would emphasize the role of the mind, and I think that's implicit in what you said. But when you say what sets them apart is they're very talented versus Eddie Willers, and I think that's right. He's sort of his role is to play the average man, the common man. He doesn't have any extraordinary talent or ability, but
Right,
he's a moral man.
right,
He's doing the best he can with the intelligence he has, but that's not enough to sustain him. He's sort of at the mercy. He is at the mercy of the creators. So if they vanish from society, then his existence is very precarious.
right,
Whereas the very talented people themselves, they can go off to Gulch and start their own self-sustaining society and hold out as long as they need to. Whereas the common man will just perish if he doesn't have the talented people to give them the benefit of their minds. So that is the point I wanted to emphasize is that what their talent consists in is not some extraordinary physical talent. It's not like these are the strongest physically strongest people in existence. It's that their minds are very extraordinary. And
yeah. If you
this
don't
is yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say like a lot of like you hear a lot of the time like like strong body, strong mind, and all that stuff, but that's just nonsense. Like you know, I mean, you're like some people say that I guess not to say like this is like what everybody thinks, but it's just nonsense. Like there's so many people who have or have like very healthy, strong bodies, but are just like they're they don't have strong minds to say the least. Um, and like yeah, so anyway, I mean I mean, Steve Jobs probably wasn't very strong like physically. Or like, Warren Buffett. Like I heard him joking. He's like Malcolm X's 10,000 hours rule. He's like, yeah, if I spent 10,000 hours trying to be a heavyweight boxer, it probably would never pan out. He quipped. But anyway, yeah, I'm with you there totally. When I definitely meant like not physical strength, it's per se, but um the yeah, the role of the mind in creation.
Yeah. So this is contrary to the Marxist view that's there's a character in the novel Ben Neely who says muscles, Miss Taggart, muscles. That's all it takes to build anything in the world, something like that. So there is this view in economics that it's just physical labor. The labor theory of value maybe is part of this. It's just physical labor that is the source of wealth, whereas Ayn Rand puts a big emphasis on the point that no, it's actually the mind. The mind is the source of the fundamental source of value production, and just muscles on their own, they have no idea what to do. You don't know. They have to be directed by a mind, and they can be directed well or directed poorly. And when you have an extraordinary mind, you can create extraordinary wealth. Think of all the wealth we have today as a result of the genius of Isaac Newton. Like if we didn't have someone with his mental powers to discover the laws of physics on which our entire industrial civilization is built, and other geniuses like Einstein and Galileo, then we would be much further behind than we are now. Whereas, if you have tons and tons of slave labor just doing manual labor, that doesn't get you very far. So the role of the mind in man's existence is the theme of the novel, and that I think is what makes the creators the extraordinary creators that they are. It's not that they have some amazing physical power; it's that their intellects are extraordinary.
Right. And Ben Neely is is incompetent, of course. Like, he can't replace McNarma, and he's yeah, but yeah, no, I totally agree. It's like we had slavery for all this time, people doing backbreaking work. The jobs today are like not nearly as backbreaking as they used to be, like relatively. Most of the highest paying jobs have little to do with physical exertion, really, relative to like, others. And yeah, I guess like uh yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of people say like, this country was, or like, things that were built like by slaves, and all, slaves are the reason for prosperity. It's like, well, is that really true? Like, because when we had slavery, like, um, the per capita product was just like it was stagnant for so long. And once that stopped, and you freed up people to work, consensually, you saw an explosion in wealth. I mean, of course, like that doesn't necessarily mean that it's because of that, but economic theory would tell us, like, or sound economic theory, I guess, would say that that is a huge part. I mean, if we still had um, mass slavery, it would be terrible for prosperity, even like just pure economically. Um, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, reason is man's basic means of survival. That's one of the fundamental principles of Ayn Rand's ethics. And if you're a slave, you can't exercise your reason. You're just following orders. You're being obedient. But imagine if all the tens or hundreds of thousands of slaves were able to exercise their reason. Think of all the value, the greater value they could have been producing if they were allowed to use their minds. So I think it's very incorrect to think that the country would have been set back had we not have had slavery. Like sometimes people on the left, for instance, will say that, well, capitalism rests on slavery, but actually slavery is contrary to the principles of capitalism. Capitalism abolished slavery, and we would have been much further ahead, I think, than we were, had we not had slavery from the beginning. And if all those people were free to be able to use their minds and create wealth by thinking, then I think we would have done much better.
Yeah, I agree.
So, um, all right, so that hits on the theme, the core theme. There are many sub themes or other themes, like you touched on the relation of mind and body quite a bit in your opening reaction that you read. That was interesting, and that ties into sex, the nature of sex, because sex is often thought of in this animalistic kind of way, and I think Christianity fosters that, where the truly noble people, the saints, they abstain from sex, like the monks and the priests, right? They're supposed to be celibates, as and it's sex is reserved for the common people, the lowly people, the ignoble people, but the really noble people, they don't touch it, right? They don't go near it. Whereas um, in Atlas Shrugged, you get a much different sort of view, and I think you touched on this some. Do you want to say any more about that?
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I guess like you've been reading the Bible, so you probably have much more insight to, like, what the Christians believe. But yeah, I guess like ultimately, there's like a certain, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's like a general uh reproach towards, or like disapproving attitude towards like uh like ch pleasures, like of the body itself, like, like Christianity is like a basically we're all like bad sinners, yeah, we're all like we're all sinners, like, and the flesh is this like is this evil thing, and And we're trying, and we need to repent to like to make up for this evil. But like Ayn Rand is like is just like in stark contrast to that.
Yeah, she turns that view on its head and talks about how sex is actually noble and uplifting. It's extremely spiritual experience. At least it has the potential to be that. Like with many
Right.
things, you can use them and then you can abuse them if you use them the wrong way. Like you can degrade the meaning or the value of sex, and we see some of the characters in the novel who do this, like James Taggart,
And she,
and
yeah.
he
Lillian.
has this kind of yeah, and Lillian, as well as he's got his side chick or this bimbo, what's her name,
Yeah.
starts with a B, Betty something.
Yeah, Betty, I
um
think.
yeah, and he has some kind of affair with her, but it's a very degraded sort of experience in contrast to the heroic characters for whom it's a very noble, spiritual, uplifting sort of experience. And the act is a reflection or an embodiment of their larger view of themselves and of the world. Um, I think one of the greatest scenes of the novel, maybe you recall this, after the first run of the John Galt line, there's that scene between Hank
Reardon and
Reardon,
Dagny.
yeah, and Dagny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very beautiful scene, and it's made so explicit the meaning of the act. And uh, similarly, in the engine, when they see it's not just a train moving from point A to point B. She's in the cabin of the engine, and she sees all the intricate network of its wires and so forth, and she sees that as a reflection of the mind and all the work that went into that. Um, so it's not just a meaningless hunk of metal. It has so much meaning to her. And likewise with sex, it's not just a meaningless motion of flesh. Um, it's it's a reflection, or it's sort of it encapsulates her love for Reardon and her love for herself and for life. There's just so much meaning infused into the act. It's not a meaningless, physicalistic, animalistic act, as Christianity would treat it and say, sex is only for procreation. Um, and it actually goes back further than Christianity. Like Plato had this view in the ancient Greek world. He thought of the the body as a prison of the soul, right? And the soul yearns to escape the body. And I think Christianity actually took that view over, and it came up with this idea of an afterlife. But heaven, bliss, is not found in this earthly material existence. You only find bliss and happiness once you escape the evil body, escape the flesh, and go off the other world, which is really means after you're dead. That's when you get happiness.
Mm.
Um, so this is another. This mind-body integration is another aspect of the theme, the overall theme of the role of the mind in man's existence. The role of the mind is not to commune with some otherworldly forms, as in Plato, um, or as in Christianity, where the ideal state is for the soul to escape the body and get into heaven. No, the role of the mind is to make your life on this earth a good one. She Rand informally called her philosophy a philosophy for living on earth. So it was very secular, this worldly orientation. So she has a different view of the soul. I mean, she does speak of the soul, which is often thought of in religious terms, but for Rand, the soul is a very earthly, this worldly faculty of human beings. And you could call it
Mm.
consciousness. That gives it a more biological sort of flavor, but it has survival value. The role of the mind is to help man survive or help humans survive. It's not some otherworldly aspect of man.
Mm. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think that scene with at LS Wyatt Wyatt's house was great. And yeah, and Henry, it was like the first step in Henry escaping his toxic family. Um, and yeah, and then I think like the explanation mark on it is the interview that she had with Bertram Scudder, the fool who is basically a propaganda arm of the government. But yeah, I mean and yeah, like I actually was gonna put in the notes, but I was like so tired because I was like I read for I literally was just sitting I didn't eat the whole day. I was just reading like almost all day. Um and so like I was really tired whenever I wrote that. But uh I couldn't put the book down because in my view, like the climax is at the very end whenever they go to save John Galt. Which maybe is like I don't know, like for me that was like I just like I'm not I'm not stopping. I'm just gonna keep like seeing I need to know what happens. So I guess like uh that but anyway, I guess where was I going with this? I guess like uh I was gonna say, yeah, I think that was like the explanation mark on Henry, because he was ultimately dealing with parasites and he was taking care of them and it was self-sacrificial, um, to take care of them because really they didn't yeah basically it was toxic like his brother Philip was toxic, his mom was toxic, and Lillian was clearly toxic. So yeah. So and also I was gonna say it comes in stark contrast to like, James Toggart's, with Betty Pope was her name, and
Yeah, yeah, right.
and Lillian Reardon, clearly, so yeah, I guess like it's good to have those characters. Like I was gonna go on in my notes about how like before I was like, all right, I'm gonna fall asleep. But I was gonna go into my notes about how like the antagonists in the novel, like Lillian Reardon and James Toggart and Mr. Thompson and so on, it's like good to compare them, and I guess like Mr. Thompson didn't have any sex scenes that I can recall, but uh it was James Toggart, in his like in his just like how he acted, beyond sex was like it was important to stress that contrast, I guess, because they play a very important role in like, knowing what not to do, I guess.
Yeah, I really like that contrasting elements in Atlas Shrugged. You have the heroes and you have the villains, and they cut across categories. Like a lot of people will say, well, Ayn Rand's was she just glorified the rich people. But in Atlas Shrugged, some of the businessmen who are some of the richest people, some of the richest characters, they're some of the villains. So and it's because of the way they get rich. Like what's his name? Orrin Boyle, he gets special favors from Wesley Mooch because he's buddies with him, and James Taggart, he runs to the government to get special favors, subsidies for his railroad or whatever, or regulations that favor him and that cripple his competitors, like Dan Conway, who is running the Phoenix Durango line, I think. So
Yeah.
you have these contrasts and they're more subtle than you might think. It's not like all the businessmen are good guys and all the non-businessmen are bad guys. No, within the business realm, you've got heroes and you have villains. So she is a more subtle, more nuanced thinker than I think a lot of people give her credit for. Um,
Right. Yeah, t definitely. I saw this review of Atlas Shrugged that was like on Goodreads. It was like uh this is how Ayn Rand views capitalists and or rich people. And it was like this picture of a dog that had this nasty look on it. And then this is how she views capitalists. Um, or sorry, the dog with like with the nasty face was like, her view of poor people and of and of socialists, and then her view of like rich people and capitalists was like Jesus. It was literally a picture of Jesus, and it's just like this 1-star review, and it was like, all right, well, clearly you didn't you didn't pay enough attention. um but yeah, I mean, to me, honestly, I didn't see it. I mean, clearly there were, it was a celebration of, it was a critique of the mixed economy and all that, but most of all, like it was much deeper philosophically that extended much more to economics itself. Like I was expecting it to be more about like um, about like the mixed economy, and of course it was like to a huge degree, but more so, like we were talking about earlier, it's man's mind. Um, but yeah.
Yeah, the role of the mind in man's existence, and as corollary, the presentation of a new ethical code, an ethics of rational self-interest, and that has implications for the proper society and political system and economy. But I don't think that's the most fundamental aspect of it. Um, so it's yeah, I do think a lot of readers they miss that, unfortunately, and then they present this superficial straw man characterization of the novel. So I'm glad that you are seeing the deeper themes in the book, and it's really important for people to read it for themselves and not rely on secondhand accounts of Rand because she often is caricatured. Um, so yeah, it's great that you got a first hand exposure to it. So you said you were how long did it take you to oh did I lose Holden? He disappeared. I think he accidentally ended the call or something. Maybe he'll call back in a second. I was just going to ask him how long it took him to read the novel. It sounded like he said he was tired sometimes when he was reading it and making, or at least when he was making his notes about it. Um, I was going to ask him how long overall it took him to read. It took me about a month to read the whole thing. I think that was roughly a chapter a day because Atlas Shrugged has I think 30 chapters exactly because it's broken down into three parts and there's 10 chapters in each part. So if you read one chapter a day, that'll take you about a month to read. Although I think I took longer on Galt's speech. Um, that itself, I don't remember how long that took. It might have been several days. Um, well, I'll look at the chat here while Holden is trying to call back in. I assume I hope he's trying to call back in. But I see we've got Jason here, Robert, Greg, uh, Amir LX. Maybe that's a new person. I'm still seeing the YouTube handles instead of the just the regular names. Uh, YouTube has been doing that recently. Simon is in the chat. Kudababa. It's all right. So thanks all of you for being here. Thanks for the likes on the stream. I do appreciate that. Hopefully Holden didn't lose power like I did last time. And I guess if his phone died or his laptop died, maybe he'll need a while to call back in because it has to recharge first. But in the meantime, I can look at some of these chats. So let's see. I can also share the chat. Let me. I usually share the chat. Let me pop that out and expand it. Okay. Oh, here, Holden is back. Okay, let me. Okay, I'll get to the chats later. I do appreciate the chats, but let me come back to Holden now. I see he called back in. All right, and I'm gonna have to ask him to share his video again. Okay, I think he should be able to start. There we go.
Hey, sorry, my Wi-Fi's been going crazy lately. I don't know what's going on. But
Oh, no
it
problem.
randomly goes out. But you were saying?
I what was I saying? Oh, I was going to ask you how long it took you to read the whole thing. I was telling the chat it took me about a month, I think, to read the whole book. And it
Uh-huh.
sounded like you were saying like you were tired sometimes when you were writing in your journal afterwards and you're reading after classes or something. But I'm just curious about the overall experience of reading the book.
Oh,
Like, for
yeah.
instance, how long it took.
Um, I may have been. I don't know, it may have been 13 days, um, or so, something like that. I guess
Hmm.
like, yeah, I um, started like late September, mid to late September. It took me, yeah, it took me like 2 weeks to read, The Wealth of Nations, um, or so, and then after that, I read Atlas Shrugged. I don't remember exactly, something like 2 weeks.
Hmm. Okay. Wow, and you also read the entire Wealth of Nations. You've been reading some classic literature recently. That's great.
Yeah, I
Um,
also I was reading Man, Economy, and State again because I was writing a paper. I recently published a paper, or it's a draft right now on like it's just this paper on that's like a debate in, Austrian economics about like the incidence of a sales tax, I guess. But so I was it has to do with an argument made in that book, so I had to end up like rereading it. Um, and it's like really long. Um, so yeah, I guess but yeah, I guess like yeah, I guess but I yeah, I guess I've been reading quite a bit.
yeah, well, this reminds me of another point, the fact that you read Wealth of Nations, because Adam Smith, he's often cited as like the father of free market economics or something like this. But when it comes to morality, I think he held a conventional sort of anti-self-interested view, and he thought people act by self-interest, but that's not a moral thing for them to do. And if you just leave the invisible hand of the market will result in everyone's self-interest leading to the best outcome for society as a whole. But I guess that's like saying but it's not necessarily a moral thing for them to be self-interested. So it's like an evil means to a good outcome. But
Right, right.
I think socialists or other people on the left have exploited that over the centuries and used it as saying, well, if it's not moral, then we shouldn't be doing it, regardless of the practical outcome or the effects of it. And they've used that as a wedge. And it's only once you get a moral defense of self-interest in the profit motive that you can rest capitalism on a firm footing so that it can actually last and withstand the attack of altruists and socialists. Otherwise, people, it doesn't matter if you argue it creates economic goods or the greatest amount of wealth. If it's immoral, we shouldn't be doing this. So
Right,
I think
right.
that's one
Yeah.
way. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say like I actually read Euron Brooks' book a while back, that was called Free Market Revolution, and in there like it talks about how how basically in healthcare, like one of the things in healthcare, I forgot what country it was. Maybe it may have been like a country like Taiwan or something. I don't remember what it was. But basically there it was like the what they use to justify socialized healthcare is like it's our duty to take care of everybody else. Um, and all that. And he's like, and Don Watkins and Euron Brook are like, this is like why we can't get our ideas across, is because this morality is poisoning, is basically like inhibiting us from being able to, to have capitalism. And that's like one of the things like that kind of, got me interested in like Euron Brook, was how he, his talks on capitalism that I listened to, were gave a moral defense. I never heard a moral defense really of capitalism prior to that. Like all I knew was just like pure economic theory. I had no like nothing to say about ethics itself, um, or very little at least. And that was a real change of pace, I guess. Once I learned about Euron Brook. But yeah, I guess like Adam Smith. Yeah, Adam Smith, I mean, he was a complicated character. I mean, I guess like anybody in our view is not like free markets. Um, he was like he's like in favor of usury laws, um, for like consumers borrowing money. And but yeah, but anyway, I guess like Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say on that matter for right now.
Hmm. Yeah, in Yuran's talks, I know he often starts his talks by saying we've won the battle in terms of like showing economically that capitalism is the greatest producer of wealth, but we're still losing, right? The government has been growing for over a century with the New Deal and then the Great Society and Obamacare, and government just keeps growing and growing, even though economists have established that and the history shows that the greatest producer of wealth is capitalism. So why is it that we're losing? Well, if you have an anti-this worldly philosophy or morality that says, it's not about this world, it's not about the wealth. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. That's a quote from Jesus in the Sermon of the Mount, I think. So it's a kind of
Mm,
anti-this worldly, anti-riches sort of view. You should love your enemy. Um, so if
mhm.
you have this self-sacrificial view, then it's kind of irrelevant. Like, why should we care that this system produces the greatest amount of wealth if we're supposed to just sacrifice ourselves, destroy ourselves, and we should admire someone like Jesus who just died on the cross. The purpose of morality is not really about savoring this world, this life. Um, it's about getting away from this world. So we're not gonna we're not gonna be able to successfully argue for a this worldly system like capitalism if the goal of morality is to get away from this world and destroy yourself, sacrifice yourself, and get to the other world. So you really do need that fundamental philosophy in place to have a successful defense of capitalism. And I think that's been missing, until Ayn Rand's um, even the founding fathers, they were they some of them were deists and they rejected a lot of the mysticism of Christianity. There's famously the Jefferson Bible, where I think he crossed out all the miracles that occurred, but he left in the ethics. So the ethics of Jesus
Mhm.
is still there, and I think that that sort of viewpoint was unsustainable in the long run. And we had a great run, we had a great start, and this country has done amazingly, and I guess has been the richest country ever, just on the basis of having some amount of egoism built into the foundations of the country, like the Declaration of Independence. It talks about the right to the pursuit of happiness. That's a very egoistic sort of viewpoint and right to enshrine in the founding document of the country. But that doesn't sit very well with Christian ethics. So I don't think it can last, and it's crumbling and it's under attack. And to put it on a more firm foundation, we do need a new ethical code. Ankar Ghate, a philosopher at the Ayn Rand Institute, he gave a talk called Atlas Shrugged as America's second Declaration of Independence. So, of course, the first declaration, the which Ayn Rand says is the most important document in human history, or at least most important political documents. That's part of what is needed. But the second Declaration of Independence will be independence from the morality of self-sacrifice, and that's an even more fundamental sort of independence to have. Declare independence from the morality of altruism, and then we'll really be on a firmer footing. Um,
Yeah, it was like the last scene in the book. It was Judge Narragansett, or
yeah,
am I saying his name right? Yeah.
I pronounce it Narragansett, but I'm not sure what the right way to pronounce it is.
Sure. Judge Narragansett was like sitting at his table, like maybe you could tell the story better than me, but like he was like crossing out some I think it was like it said some ancient document in the book, um crossing out the contradictions, and then he wrote something to the effect of Congress shall make no law abridging production and trade or something like that. So yeah, that was a interesting. It was, it may have been on the last page. Here, can I read it
Yeah,
out? Like, read it
sure,
out.
sure.
So yeah, okay. Um uh okay. The rectangle of light in the acres of a farm was the window of the library of Judge Narragansett. He sat at a table, and the light of his lamp fell on a copy of an ancient document. He had marked and crossed out the contradictions in the statements that had once been the cause of its destruction. He was now adding a new clause to its pages. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of production and trade. Um, yeah, so I guess yeah, like you said, that's like the second, that's like um the needed refinement.
Yeah, one of them at least. There's others as well. There's actually been a whole book written by an economist. I don't know if you've heard of him, Brian Simpson. He is an economist at in San Diego. I think he teaches at National
I
University.
never heard of him.
Okay. Well, he wrote a book a few years ago, which was basically doing what Judge Narragansett did. He went through the entire Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, and he changed it in various ways to align it more so that it's more consistent with the principles of individual rights and Ayn Rand's philosophy as a whole. And I actually endorsed the book. There's a little paragraph by me on the back. Uh,
Oh, really?
yeah, it's my one and only book endorsement. I think what is it called? Maybe I'll look for the title later. But if you just look for Brian Simpson Declaration, I think it's a Declaration and Constitution for a Free Society, something like this. If you put that in Google, I'm sure you'll find it. But
Uh,
yeah, Narragansett, he was
Declaration
doing
and
that.
Constitution for a Free Society.
Yeah, that might be the subtitle. I don't remember what the title is. I'll do a quick Google search too.
Uh, okay, I think I found it. Um, okay, hold on. My internet is by Brian Simpson, A Declaration and Constitution for a Free Society, making the Declaration of Independence and U.S. Constitution fully consistent with the protection of individual rights.
Yeah, yeah, that so
Studies in PPE.
right. Yeah, that came out I think maybe three or 4 years ago. But he basically did what Narragansett was doing, and there might have been other attempts at it. I don't know if anyone else has gone through the entire Declaration and Constitution like Simpson did and made all these changes, but I think there have been at least partial attempts by people in the objectivist movements to revise some of these documents. But they certainly do need revising. Like another example would be Congress's power to tax, which is stated in Article 1 of the Constitution. And, so there have been changes over time in the amendments themselves. So the founders, they wanted to have a mechanism in place to make changes. And we see like the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments as an instance of that. And sometimes they go back and forth, right? Like there was prohibition, and then prohibition was repealed by a later amendment. So I think
Yeah,
the Constitution
prohibition.
is yeah, it's a great document, but it's not a perfect, flawless document.
Right.
And one thing I'm trying to do here, and many other people are trying to do, is remake the United States to be more consistent with its fundamental principles.
Yeah.
And yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I mean, yeah. I guess like to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is like is as close as to like Ayn Rand sounding as it gets to me.
Yeah, as far as like founding documents go, I mean, I don't think there's been any other country in history prior to the US who had language like that written into its founding documents. And it's the first country built on an idea as opposed to just the accident of who happens to gain power, might makes right, that sort of system. Um, I think she says somewhere in her literature, it's like the first country built on an idea, on a principle. and a good principle, and one that it didn't know fully how to practice, or did, like it had slavery at the beginning, but then once it was clear and recognized by a significant part of the population that this is just flagrantly in contradiction to our fundamental principles, then a war was fought to get rid of that contradiction and make the country more consistent with its fundamental
Right.
principles. And we still have to
Yeah.
do more of that. Like taxes is a less obvious example of a contradiction than slavery is. Slavery is just, it's a more obvious contradiction of the right of every man to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But taxes is another such example. It's just not as obvious, but that too needs to change.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, if we could get rid of that burden on production and, on free choice, then yeah, that would be amazing.
And also regulations, like there's the Commerce Clause. I forget exactly the wording of it, but I think the ability of Congress to regulate interstate trade, I think, has been used as I think a lot of people have cited that part of the Constitution as justification for government interference in the economy. So, if
Mm.
Congress has the power to regulate trade, then well, what are the bounds of that exactly?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so much
Is,
of it is like, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, and you see like how I guess the founders didn't envision the president just like saying this tariff we're going to impose an hour, all this stuff that it is today. Like, executive power is much stronger, I think, than they would have liked. Um, but yeah, um,
yeah, I think they would be uh, very angry, disturbed by what the country has become, and that a creature such as Trump could become president.
right.
Uh,
Yeah. I mean, the very fact that Trump is president, it says a lot, I guess. Um, not yeah, I guess like I mean just like about the culture like independent of Trump himself, like, the fact that he's so attractive to such a wide demographic. Of course, it's not everybody, but his approval ratings, from what I understand, are not very high. But there is that cult like following that he's got from a non-trivial amount of people.
right.
Um,
Yeah, and I think Trump is a great example of what the founders were trying to prevent when they talked about the rule of law and not of men. Where the rule of men is just you're at the mercy of the whims of some tyrant, as opposed to the rule of law, where you have principles that you can use to predict, how's the future going to go, as opposed to, is Donald Trump going to pass some executive order that makes my business impossible? Is he going to raise tariffs and then is he going to withdraw the tariff or make some special carve out for Apple because they're an important producer in the economy and maybe that carve out's only going to last for 90 days or something. You just can't predict it. It's a whimsical sort of system. And
right.
I think that's what they wanted to not have when they talked about the rule of wanting the rule of law, not the rule of men. And
Right.
now we've got like these no kings protests, right? Donald Trump has been seeming more gone more in the direction of being like a dictator or a king when he's acting in this whimsical sort of way. And I think it's good that there has been some pushback with these no kings protests. Now, I think a lot of those protests are organized by people on the left, and they have their own problems.
Sure.
Um, but I can at least agree with the sentiment of no kings, and it's concerning that is becoming more king-like in the presidency, especially with Trump, has become more king-like than what the founders had envisioned and wanted.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I mean, I hear a bunch of people like say, "Oh, Trump is a threat to democracy" and all that. I mean, I just think he's a buffoon. I mean, I don't, I don't. He's a ninny, but I don't take him too serious. Like in himself, like obviously what he's doing is serious, but like, I just view him as a broader, as a symptom of more structural problems. Like, like essentially, like if Trump were to something terrible were to happen to Trump tomorrow, like the problems wouldn't be solved by any stretch of the imagination. Um, yeah, it's the fact that they want someone like, Vance, like for example, the fact that like he's, as popular as he is, like should tell you that. But yeah, I guess like, yeah, I mean, there's just so much, that he does. It's like all these like plans are disturbed. When he, like if you can see like what that does to the profitability of like all these different, projects whenever he has tariff, no tariff, this tariff, and all this stuff, like just like all the disaster that it causes for, long-term planning itself. Yeah, but nobody really cares, which is just, and it is what it is, but it doesn't change the fact that it is, it is, it's destructive in many ways, um, but yeah, I guess, yeah, anyway, yeah, relating to Atlas Shrugged, all those like business people are trying to they're trying to, plan for the long term. Um, and like yeah, I guess like, and for the politicians, it's like, how can we, it's just like, it's just like power grab and the opposite of the long term. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, to relate it back to Atlas Shrugged, as you were doing, there are these laws passed, like the anti-dog eat dog law and Directive 10289, that just give these bureaucrats arbitrary power over the economy. And I think the anti-doggy dog one is the one that Jim Taggart lobbies for in order to put out of business his competitor, Dan
right.
Conway, who's running the Phoenix Durango line. And then you've got the government seizing Reardon Metal from Henry Reardon, and trying to blackmail him through exposing his affair with Dagny. Um, and this is all very short run, short range, range of the moment power grabs. Society is just descending into chaos, and it can't last. But you can, temporarily get an edge on your competitors, or get some kind of benefit by getting this power. And it's worrisome that the U.S. is going in this direction. Now, Atlas Shrugged, I think it was much more compressed in terms of the time frame. Like this, the whole novel takes place, I think, in the course of about 10 or 12 years. Um,
Mm.
the U.S. has been it's a more gradual process of collapse. I mean, it's government has been growing for over a century. I don't know where you want to start it. I mean, even in the 19th century, it wasn't. It was. I mean, it's never been a pure capitalist system. Ayn Rand even refers to the 19th century in one of her essays as a mixed economy. I think is less mixed than it is today, but still a mixture. You had subsidies for railroads in the 19th century. You had income tax like during the Civil War, and then that was repealed, and then it came back with the income tax amendments in, I think it was about 1913. Um, you had restrictions on immigration, starting with the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882, I think. But it was, aside from that, it was mostly open immigration, aside from the Chinese. But then starting in 1924, I think the restrictions came to apply on a wider scale to Europeans as well. Um, and
Yeah.
there's the Sherman Antitrust Act was passed in 1890. So that's when the antitrust began in the late 19th century. And of course, there was slavery in the 19th century, and we had central banking. There was the first Bank of the United States, the second Bank of the United States. There were greenbacks in the Civil War, and then the Federal Reserve. I guess that was 20th century. But anyways, we are a far cry from pure capitalism, and even in the 19th century, we weren't there.
Right.
But
Yeah.
so
Um,
yeah, so it's yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, yeah, I mean, and you see like the people that it attracts in Atlas Shrugged, like that do these various interventions. Like it attracts the corrupt, the Toggarts of the world, the and so on. Like it's and Dr. Ferris and and Dr. Stadler and all them. I guess like yeah, and it's just arbitrary. Like, Reardon has all these businesses that are, all these different ventures he has going on, and he's very efficient. And then I think it was the Equalization Opportunity Bill made him divest from all that. Um
Yeah.
and despite being efficient and everything, and then, of course, like there's so many, but still on Reardon you had like they went to call him up for this meeting to try and give all the profits to, I think, Orrin Boyle. Um, like basically where a scenario where like all of his all like he would get driven out of business for like the public good, in the name of the public good all the time. He's like, why would I do this? And I mean it's just, yeah, it's just like and the economy's in shambles because of, and they keep doing more interventions. That's like one of the things Mises talked about. Like they do the intervention and the intervention screws things up, so that causes more interventions and more interventions and more interventions. That's the story of Atlas Shrugged for sure. I mean, about Mises's point. Because like they think that, if something's wrong, the government needs to solve it. Like, what does the government need to do to solve this problem? It's like, have you ever thought about like maybe the price, like this, the supposed.
Oh, the video froze.
So it's just yeah. Anyway, um
You froze up for can you say like the last 5 seconds? Because
oh
you were
yeah.
frozen.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it, and then they and then to the point of torture, they try and get John Galt to solve the problem through central planning.
Yeah.
It's just yeah. Anyway, um
Yeah, there's that point that controls breed further controls. That's the language I think I might have got from Ayn Rand. Um, uh, and then yeah, ultimately they want to make John Galt the dictator because they have no idea. And he declines. He said, there's nothing he can do. The solution is not more controls. It's not wider powers. I don't know if it's James Taggart or one of the other characters. He says, I need wider powers. Um, no, that's not the solution.
Right. Yeah, that's the
Um,
only thing they know how to do is just, more controls, despite the fact that people are like literally on the verge of starvation. It's the only thing they know. And one of the things that's funny to me too is Mr. Thompson. Like I think Mr. Thompson to me was a big character that stood out to me. I guess he's like president, and in the novel, he's like with John Galt, and when they have him, held captive effectively as a prisoner. He's like, well, John Galt's like, oh, we can get rid of the income tax. He's like, no, we need to compromise. That's so silly. You could do anything you want. Let's compromise. Let's do the practical solution. Um, but God forbid you do something like, how about we just like repeal all this power that we've, all this power that you have over the economy. God forbid, you do something like that. Um, but yeah, I mean, Mr. Thompson is, to me, he's like Ronald Reagan in my view. Um, in that like he's a pragmatist at heart. And he's I don't know, maybe he's like, I guess he's like a mix of a bunch of different presidents we've had. Maybe like some Eisenhower in him as well. But I guess, yeah, basically I'm not a student of like US history, but from what I've read about those characters, like at heart he's a pragmatist. And he like didn't listen to anything Galt said in his speech about like, about like the person who takes like the middle road, or essentially like the truth is always in the middle, or there's always like a
mm,
practical pragmatic solution. Um and he just like, and John Galt is like, talking about like how you know basically how like you are something to the effect of you being, you trying to take the middle position is like just as bad as people who take the extreme wrong position. um I would there's a quote that I'm thinking of, but I can't state it off the top of my head. But basically, Mr. Thompson didn't get anything from John Galt's speech apparently, and he's while he's talking to John Galt. But yeah, maybe I'll look for that one because I highlighted a bunch of as I was reading through the book generally, I guess, but including John Galt's speech, there are some things that I was highlighting. I was just like spellbinded sitting here at this exact desk when I was reading it. But something about, there being no absolutes, like was, some of the things that he was talking about. And he's like, well, that is a performative contradiction in itself, or something to the effect of that. Um, but anyway,
Uh-huh.
just rambling on.
Yeah, I was just going to my Kindle to look up a quote from Atlas. I think it's from Mr. Thompson, and right after Galt's speech. Yeah, yeah, it is Mr. Thompson. I'll share this on the screen actually.
Yeah.
Uh, here we go. Share. Here, this is my Kindle version. So this is right after Galt gives his speech on the radio. The next chapter opens up with Mr. Thompson. He says, "It wasn't real, was it? It's just this act of evasion." Like I think he's sitting in the room where they stood in front of the radio as the last sound of Galt's voice had left them. No one had moved through the span of silence. They had stood looking at the radio as if waiting. But the radio was now only a wooden box with some knobs and a circle of cloth stretched over an empty loudspeaker. "We seem to have heard it," said Tinky Holloway. "We couldn't help it," said Chick Morrison. Mr. Thompson was sitting on the crate. The pale oblong smear at the level of his elbow was the face of Wesley Moach. So you just see this evasion, which is in objectivism. Ayn Rand identifies evasion as the cardinal sin. It's like the deliberate pushing out of your mind of reality, something that you know to be true. You try to deny that it's true. It wasn't real, was it? So
Uh-huh.
that's like the fundamental evil. That's the evil from which all other evils f follows. Like all the disasters in the world, at roots, they stem from the act of evasion, mental evasion, and you see it
Right.
happening right there.
Yeah, exactly. And I found the quote, by the way, here in I highlighted. It says, "The man who refuses to judge, who neither agrees nor disagrees, who declares that there are no absolutes and believes that he escapes responsibility, is the man responsible for all the blood that is now spilled in the world. Reality is an absolute, existence is an absolute, a speck of dust is an absolute, and so is human life. Whether you live or die is an absolute. Whether you have a piece of bread or not is an absolute. Whether you eat bread or see it vanish into a looter stomach is an absolute." So yeah, I mean it's like an attack on instrumentalism, or on the compromise philosophy, I guess, or pragmatic philosophy. One of the things I loved about Euron too was he was principled. Like I don't know if you know like guys like Dave Smith, but like they're it's like he's like a or like basically you can name any pick. I don't mean to like throw names out, but like basically any political commentator, today, or, with some exceptions, of course, is like a full-on pragmatist who's like Charlie Kirk, for example. I guess we're naming names. Charlie Kirk, for example, I think that he knew that I was right when I was debating him, for example. But he was trying to pander to the crowd. Like one of the things that he said was like in the debate was like, well, don't you care about all these people if they agree with you? Like or something to the effect of well, don't you care what these people think? And I was like, no, I don't care what they think. Like it has no bearing on whether or not what I'm saying is true. um so like but yeah, like a lot of it is just compromise and appealing to the kind of like what's his name, Gail Wyan did in the Fountainhead. Whenever he was faced with a choice between principle and pragmatism, he decided to write to sneer Howard Rourke in the Banner, to get his his sales getting back going again. and to stop like the moral outrage and public outrage against him for defending Howard. Um, but yeah, any thoughts on that?
Well, just the term first-hander came to mind. So you're saying that it's like in your debate with Charlie Kirk, it sounds like you're being the first-hander and he's being the second-hander.
Yeah, as
And
Howard Rourke
that's,
would say.
yeah, that's good. That's good of you, and not good of Charlie Kirk. Um, so that's maybe this is something we could talk about a bit, like the comparing and contrast Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. Um, it- there are, I mean, there's some things I could say about that, but are there any things, any thoughts you have about the two books? Like, did they seem consistent with each other, or maybe inconsistent in some ways, or what? Any reactions on that issue?
Yeah, I guess like in yeah, I mean, I guess like from my, you know more, you would have a better answer, I'm sure, than me, but I guess like from what I've read, from my own interpretation, I would see that the characters in the Fountainhead are a mix between the extreme of Howard Rourke uh and the evil that is Ellsworth Toohey. And then in uh, the Atlas Shrugged, probably they're a mix between John Galt and maybe James Taggart to some degree, or Dr. Ferris or Dr. Sadler. But I guess like yeah, they are they I guess like basically Dominique was not, Dominique's kind of like, maybe Dominique is to the Fountainhead what Henry is to Atlas Shrugged, because both of them are troubled at the start to some degree, and even though they have, they have like they have a profound respect for creators, particularly Dominique for sure. And um and they at, towards they're taught by other characters like to have a more like in a subtle way, more explicit, and probably Atlas Shrugged, when it comes to Francisco and Henry Reardon and their interactions. But basically, they are fundamentally good, but um I guess they change their mind to be, they basically come to the right side at the end, or towards the end. I guess like for Dominique it was like almost at the very end, and for Henry Reardon I think it was after Bertram Scudder's interview with what's her name, Dagny. Um, but I guess like yeah, I guess that's what I would say. It may have something to do with also Leonard Peikoff's introduction um, to the book, where he said something to the effect um, of this. Uh, I don't want to mischaracterize him at all, um, but because I read this like a few weeks back. Um, but something to the effect of how the characters are like, yeah, um, or are somewhere between the extremes. I'm not exactly sure what he said, but I don't want to mischaracterize him. So, um, so don't take my word on this. But that's what I guess the where the Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged are uh are I guess overlapping. But yeah, what do you see?
Well, on that note, I think they both are stories in which the characters are learning. So there's an inductive process, to use that term. So Rourke in the Fountainhead, he at the very beginning he uses this phrase, the principle of the dean, and he doesn't fully understand what the principle is at
Who
first.
uses that?
Howard Rourke.
Okay,
He,
got you.
he wonders, what is the principle behind the dean? Why is it that the
Mm.
dean of the School of Architecture cares about the um, Parthenon, and having the exact proportions, as opposed to making a building according to the materials and what its properties are. The way you build with steel girders, it can be much different than what you can do with timber or pillars of marble. And over the course of the novel, he becomes more explicit in his understanding of what this principle behind the dean is. And I think at one point he uses this term second-hander, and then eventually you get his full understanding in his courtroom speech at the end of the novel. So you have so over the course of the novel, he goes through this intellectual journey, and he acquires greater and greater understanding. Now, in the case of Atlas Shrugged, John Galt, you don't really see him going through that journey. He's already sort of mastered a full philosophy, and then he teaches it to other characters. Whereas in the Fountainhead, you see the primary character himself learning what the proper approach is. In Atlas, you've already got someone who's mastered it, John Galt, and then he teaches Francisco and Ragnar, and then they teach it, or Francisco at least, he teaches it to other characters, in particular Hank Reardon and Dagny. And you see in the primary learning journeys that you see in Atlas Shrugged are the journeys of Dagny and Hank. Um,
Right, right.
so there's some difference in the way all the main characters are related, but there's also one thing I would say about a difference between Atlas and the Fountainhead is in the themes. So, well, let me ask you, like, we said the main theme in Atlas was something like the role of the mind in man's existence. If you had to identify a theme for the Fountainhead, how would you put it? Any ideas?
I guess for me, I would say this may be right, maybe wrong, but I would guess the fidelity to one's values. Um, so like Howard Rourke was, I think his rejection of trying to compromise or of others trying to get him to compromise on his design and his intransigence towards his values, I think is the one of perhaps the biggest theme of the Fountainhead in my view. What would you say?
Yeah, I agree. That's at least part of it. So the two virtues, which I've got on my background here, the ones most emphasized in the Fountainhead are the virtue of independence and integrity. And you were just stressing the virtue of integrity, staying true to your beliefs, not compromising like on your vision. We talked in one of your previous calls about that scene, I think, with the Manhattan Bank Building Commission, where he has a certain vision of the building, and he knows he's going to be poor if he doesn't take this commission, but he turns it down anyways to stay true to his artistic vision. So the virtues of integrity and an independence, thinking for yourself, not being a second-hander, are the two virtues that are stressed the most in the Fountainhead. So they would figure somewhere in the theme. I don't know that Ayn Rand formulated a theme like explicitly in the way that she did for Atlas Shrugged, where she actually said in print somewhere what it was. I don't know if she did that for the Fountainhead, but I think it would be something about the importance of independence and integrity. Whereas Atlas is stressing more rationality as the virtue, the fundamental virtue from which all these others spring. So
Mhm.
it's in Galt's speech, she identifies rationality as the fundamental virtue, and then all the other virtues are aspects of rationality. So independence is an aspect of rationality, integrity, honesty, justice, so forth. Those are all different ways of being rational. So she gets more to a fundamental virtue in reason as man's basic means of survival. Um, and that's more the focus, the deepest the deepest aspect of human nature. Whereas the Fountainhead, it's lasered in more so on these two virtues, independence and integrity. So that's how I would compare them on a very fundamental thematic level.
Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, I think it's ultimately a celebration of reason too, like yours and rationality. I guess like everything else is built upon reason, right? Like, the way that you get to integrity and independence and all the things like I could just read off productiveness, pride, happiness, logic, all those are a product of reason, right? Um, itself. Without I guess I don't know. What would you say?
Well, I'm thinking like logic. She identifies that as the method of reason. So it's
Hmm.
maybe you could call it an aspect of reason. And she also describes logic as the art of non-contradictory identification. But I just remembered so reason does come up in the Fountainhead. It's not like she doesn't talk about it there.
Right, right.
But like in Rourke's speech, he says reason is man's basic means of survival. And everything we have comes from the functioning of man's reasoning mind, from the wheel to the skyscraper. There's that line from the Fountainhead. So it's definitely in there, and I think that that testifies to the harmonious integration of Ayn Rand's thoughts across her different novels. It's just that there's a difference in emphasis. And I think also in Anthem, you can see a lot of similar themes that you also see in Atlas Shrugged and the Fountainhead, but there's just a difference in the emphasis.
Yeah. I was
I'd
gonna
be
say
curious
like
to hear about Anthem too, because you said you
yeah.
read that
So
as
for
well.
me,
Yeah.
definitely it's individualism in Anthem. 100% individualism is what's most the primary theme. Of course, like science and technology are also uh sub themes and the importance of science and technology, but ultimately it is the individual. And I guess like maybe I would be curious to what you would say to that. But also I would ask another question, which would be um do you think that individualism itself, like given its definition, um, what like in order to be a proper individualist, you would have to be an egoist?
I think so. But let me just say one other thing that something I just remembered. So Ayn Rand actually did state a theme of the Fountainhead, and it just popped into my mind. Uh, she said it was the theme is individualism versus collectivism, not in politics, but in man's soul.
Hmm.
And I don't know where she says that, or if it's on the like advertising copy or in some essay. I think she identifies this as the theme. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. I haven't looked at the chat. Maybe someone said it there. But yeah, individualism versus collectivism, not in politics, but in man's soul. So I think I agree with you. Individualism is a theme in Anthem. Maybe it's even the primary theme, the importance of the individual, the self. Um, yeah, I think that's a good identification of the theme. Like if I want to put it into a sentence, I don't know how I would put it. Well, she
Sure.
doesn't put it in a sentence in the case of Atlas Shrugged. She gives a topic. She says the theme is the role of the mind in man's existence. Um, so maybe for Anthem, it would be the theme is the importance of the individual, something like that, as opposed to the collective. Um, but I guess it's brought out in a certain way in the Fountainhead, the theme of individualism versus collectivism, in a way that it's not brought out in Anthem. I guess and partly just because it's a much longer work. I mean, you
Right,
can
right.
get into it much more in much more detail. You can really see the way the characters are thinking, and also the way it's written. So Anthem is entirely written from the perspective of Prometheus, or as he's first called, Equality 72512 or something. I forget exactly the numbers.
Yeah.
It's a first person perspective, and it's Fountainhead is not written in that way. It's like a third person narrator perspective, but you can see the character's thoughts, and there's more detail about. There's not really a Peter Keating sort of character. I mean, there are second handers in Anthem, but the the depiction of their psychology is not as fleshed out. Maybe surely for lack of space. in Anthem as it is in the Fountainhead. But yeah, I think
Right.
that's good. If you identify individualism as a theme in Anthem, that sounds right to
Yeah.
me.
And basically like everybody except for like a couple of his friends, I guess. And the golden one or how do you say her name? Gaia?
Yeah.
Uh, Gaia? Okay. Um, and I guess like yeah, equality 2521 or whatever or 7252 whatever. Prometheus, I guess like they're all collectivists by I mean whether it's programming or whatever, right? By basically default because that's how they've all come up in the system itself. Where in the Fountainhead, it's more you have an environment where you're not exactly taught to, you have a more extreme case in like an extreme dystopian world in Anthem. The world that Howard grows up in is not as dystopian as Anthem. And it's
Hmm.
not as, the society is like not as collectivist as that. Um, but anyway,
Yeah, it's so collectivist that they don't even have the word I.
right,
That's the clever plot device. So they can only refer to themselves in the third person. Um, and you also reminded me of a just like an overall world feeling that's different. It's much more collectivist in Anthem than the Fountainhead and than Atlas Shrugged. So I'd say if you had to order them in terms of like from healthiest to least healthy society, Fountainhead would be the best, and then Atlas Shrugged. It's a society in the process of collapsing, but it hasn't fully collapsed
right,
into complete dictatorship. And then Anthem, you've got the total collapse. Um,
right. And it's all a product of people's philosophy, right? Like, um, I guess, if there weren't so many collectivists, well, then we wouldn't have like, the collectivist system. Um, I guess it's like, that it's basically as simple as that. If people change their philosophy, then nothing like that would fly. Um, but yeah, I don't know. What would you say about that?
I think that's right. I mean, I do think the culture as a whole is a reflection of the philosophies of the people that inhabited it. Now, of course, you can have a mixture there. So, not everyone in a society has to hold a pro-mixed economy view in order for there to be a mixed economy. Like today, we're living in a mixed economy in the US, but some of us, like the people on this call, hold a pro-free market view, and others out in the world hold a collectivist authoritarian view, and we're all mixed up together in this one society. But I guess the dominant view is that society should be some kind of mixed economy. It's not like the dominant view is we should be North Korea, authoritarian,
Right,
Stalin-esque.
right,
And so that's not the dominant view. It's also free market, voluntary society is also not the dominant view. Most people, they want some amount of government regulation, just not total. They don't want totalitarianism, but they also don't want laissez-faire capitalism. So here
right.
we are. And, we live in a mixed economy, and that's what most people want. And I think over the long run, at least, there's going to be an alignment between what the people want and what sort of society they have, because you vote into power the politicians that reflect your own values. So we get the
Exactly.
government that we deserve in that way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I probably should have like put that qualifier that you did. Of course, like I agree with you. And I should have said that, which is like not everybody, of course, is like pro mixed economy, but like I like the words you used, which was it's the dominant view, and
Hmm.
thus like it's yeah, in North Korea, it's like I guess like from what I understand, it's like it's the it's like the imperative. It's an imperative for the government to propagandize their people about how great their society is, and how amazing, their dictator is and all that. Even then, like the philosophy is important, even with the totalitarian government. Um, so, but anyway,
Yeah, I think the governments realize that they have to control people's minds if they want to control people's bodies, right? If you want to control people's property and wealth and be able to tax and regulate them, um, it's much easier for you to do that if the people don't rebel. And to keep the people from rebelling, you have to present them with some kind of twisted view of reality to get them to get the sanction of the victim. That's one of the themes in Atlas Shrugged. So people just don't voluntarily. It's rather than having to fight someone and make them your slave. It's much easier if you get them to agree that that's the role they should play, and then they choose themselves to be in effect your slaves. So if you can tell people a story and say, we're the victim of these evil capitalists, oppressors, and they're out to destroy us, and we are your only hope. I don't know. I'm not very familiar with the sort of propaganda that they use, but I do think it's very important to authoritarian regimes to brainwash their people in order to get their buy-in to the regime, their compliance to go along with them. And then some of them, I guess many of them do get brainwashed. And like Ayn Rand's sister, I don't know if maybe she's an example. Ayn Rand's sister, Nora, actually visited Ayn Rand in the 1970s after decades of being separated.
really,
Yeah, so Ayn Rand left the USSR in 1926 and never went back. But in the 1970s, so maybe around 50 years later, her sister Nora came to visit her with her, and she came with her husband to visit Ayn Rand in New York City. And it wasn't a very pleasant meeting. I think her sister disliked America. And
really,
yeah, I don't know all the details, but I think she felt kind of suspicious, like it wasn't a safe system, and so I don't know if she was somehow brainwashed during the Stalin and Khrushchev or whoever Brezhnev era. Maybe Brezhnev was too late, 80s, but people sort of become friendly to their captors, so to speak. And maybe that's a kind of way of mental survival. Like if you're like, well, I don't want to talk about We the Living, I don't, because you haven't read that one yet, but that's
right.
the most biographical of Ayn Rand's novels, and it's set in Soviet Russia. And I'll just say that if you try to preserve an independence of mind, that can make it a more tortuous kind of experience for you in a way because it is so horrible, the system you have to live under. So you might find some relief, at least on some level, if you kind of try to convince yourself that the system is not as horrible as you actually perceive
Mhm.
it to be. So you might find that at least there's like some kind of short-term benefit you get from buying into the propaganda and believing, it's not as horrible as it seems to be,
Right.
to preserve your sanity. Um,
Yeah. Just think of like all the people who are fighting for Putin right now. Like, imagine fighting for that dictator. Like, you know, you got to be propagandized to do something like that. There's no way that somebody, who loves like liberty and capitalism would fight for that dude. Um, but yeah, I mean, um, even like, to go even more extreme, like, to fight for Japan in World War II or, be a soldier for the Nazis, like, um, you gotta, there's some philosophy that you need to hold to do something like that. Um, or like, you could go even worse, but I won't even mention it. Um, but anyway,
yeah, I mean, Islamic jihadists, suicide bombers. I mean, what does it take for
yeah,
someone to do something like that, to, destroy your own life for the sake of this cause? You have to convince someone in this whole mystical view of, there's an afterlife and you'll get 72 virgins in the afterlife if you give up your life in this one. So yeah, there's what's that line from Voltaire? Like if you can get people to believe absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities, something like this. So I think religion is a way of getting people to do crazy things. You buy into this worldview, this supernatural worldview, then in believe in an afterlife, then and take things on faith, right? That's throwing out the mind, throwing out reason. If you can just get people to throw out their reason and believe things on faith, you can get them to do anything, right? They're your tools now. Um,
Right, yeah. That's like John Galt's speech, or a huge part of it, right? Is like, um, I guess like about, or about faith, and how, like, yeah, faith is mystical. It's not. There's nothing about it that is that can lead you to the truth in a reliable fashion. But that's like the basis of religion, right? Is faith in this all-powerful, omniscient creator, this omnipotent, all good, all loving person. That there's no, like, what reason tells you that that is the case? Like, they all tell you it's faith, and I don't think that's an accident. Um,
yeah. So a lot of times religious people will try to redefine what faith is in order to make it seem more reasonable. Like they'll just define it as confidence. Like there is a sense of faith where it doesn't mean that. Like if I say I have faith in my friend that he's gonna, you know, pay me back the money that I loaned him or something, right? There's a sense
mhm.
of faith, but in the context of philosophical discussion, I don't think that's the relevant sense of faith. I think the relevant sense of faith is believing something without evidence.
Mhm.
That's not merely confidence in something. That's a certain epistemology, or I think it's a corrupt epistemology, but a
Right.
bad way of going about accepting beliefs. You just have to accept them on someone's authority.
Yeah.
And that's
Doesn't he say in the speech like reason is man's absolute or something like that? Um, or was that something
probably.
different?
I'm
Something
sure
different,
there's
but
something
yeah.
like that.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, reason as man's only absolute, I guess. She at the very end, like right after the end, um, she said there's this about the author section that's only a page and a half, if you don't mind me reading it out. Um, it says,
Sure.
My personal life," says Ayn Rand, "is a postscript to my novels. It consists of the sentence, and I mean it. I have always lived by the philosophy I present in my books, and it has worked for me as it works for my characters. The concretes differ, but the abstractions are the same. I decided to be a writer at the age of 9, and everything I have done it was integrated to that purpose. I am an American by choice and by conviction. Conviction. I was born in Europe, but I came to America because this was the country based on my moral premises and the only country where one could be fully free to write. I came here alone after graduating from a European college. I had difficult struggle earning a difficult struggle earning my living um, earning my living at odd jobs until I could make financial success of my writing. No one helped me, nor did I think at any time that it was anyone's duty to help me. In college, I had taken history as my major subject and philosophy as my special interest, the first in order to have a factual knowledge of men's past, and for my future writing, the second in order to achieve an objective definition of my values. I had that the first could be learned I found that the first could be learned, but the second had to be done by me. I have held the same philosophy I now hold for as far back as I can remember. I have learned a great deal through the years and expanded my knowledge of details, of specific issues, of definitions, of applications, and I intend to continue expanding it, but I have never had to change any of my fundamentals. My philosophy, in essence, is the concept as man as a heroic being with his own happiness as the moral purpose of his life, with productive achievement as his noblest activity and reason as his only absolute. So that's where it was. Um, the
Yeah.
only philosophical debt I can acknowledge is to Aristotle. Okay. But yeah, yeah, so Yeah,
Yeah, I put that on the screen as you were reading it.
I see it.
Right. She has reason as man's only absolutes. Right. I see that this paragraph is quoted a lot. Her philosophy in essence, that paragraph, or I guess it's not even a full paragraph. My philosophy in essence is the concept of man as a heroic being with his own happiness as the moral purpose of his life, with productive achievement as his noblest activity and reason as his only absolute. Yeah, that's a beautiful, succinct statement of her philosophy. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I was thinking of. So it wasn't in Galt's speech, I don't think, but yeah. At
There might be
the
something at least very similar to that in
Yeah, very
Galt's
similar,
speech.
right? Yeah, definitely. But yeah, that's what I remembered. But where it came from, Ellie. But I guess, yeah, yeah, I guess the very foundation of religion, like we were saying, is built on faith, and I guess like even perhaps you could say like people to do horrific things. Very very seldom can I think of a situation, if at all, where it's reason that leads you to do something, crazy. Um, but anyway.
And it's a self-correcting sort of epistemology. So even using reason doesn't mean you're infallible. It doesn't mean you'll never make a mistake,
Right.
but it means at least you have the means to correct any mistakes. So if you do something, you are trying to, like Dagny in the novel, she's following her mind and she makes mistakes, but then she learns by continuing to use her mind that actually maybe it makes sense to go on strike because if your work is just what's it for if it's just going to support your own destroyers, and she comes to increasingly see that that's actually what's happening, then um, she knows that that doesn't make sense, and her purpose is to achieve happiness in her own life, and that purpose is not being served by continuing to work. Um,
Hmm.
so, but that's a conclusion that she's able to see by continuing to use her reason. Whereas if she were just um, blindly plowing ahead without regard for the facts and just thinking she has some kind of duty to work, some mystical duty, then maybe she would never learn the lesson and just continue slaving away for no good reason.
Right. Yeah.
But
I need to use the
yeah.
bathroom real fast.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, I'll just
Yeah,
I'll
sure,
be right
sure.
back.
Okay. All right. So now is a good time for me to come back to the chat. So let me go back to the chat. See, we got some chats from Greg. See one here from Godspeed, Robert Nasir. Looks like those are the main chatters. Yeah. Thanks all of you for being here. I do appreciate your presence, and thank you for the likes on the stream. That's good to see as well. Congrats to Robert. He recently hit 500 subscribers on YouTube. I, um, I see Robert also has a YouTube channel. So both of us are working our way towards getting our channels monetized. I need to get some more watch time I need 3,000 hours of watch time. And I am pretty close to that. Maybe in another stream or two, I will have reached that goal. So thanks all of you for being here. Hope you're enjoying the convo with Holden. Let me read some of these chats. Robert says, I, for one, have never gotten the government I deserve. Yeah, so I was saying before how we get the government we deserve, but that's in a very collective sort of sense. individuals don't necessarily get the governments that they deserve. We pro-market, pro-free market, pro-capitalists, pro-laissez-faire capitalists, we are not getting the government we deserve. But through shows like this, I hope we will help to bring that sort of government about. Looks like is Holden back? Oh no,
Maybe
I
I
was
just
just
got back here. Can you hear
oh
me?
okay. Yeah, I can hear you now. I saw
All
you in a
right,
different
cool.
window I had open. There's like a time delay or something, so I th thought maybe you were back before you were. All right,
No
so
problem.
um, let's see. What else should we talk about? I had a thought
Um,
just a minute ago, and then it just escaped me. But do you have something?
yeah, I mean, uh, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's still like so much, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure we could
Um,
talk all day if we wanted to.
yeah.
Uh,
I don't know. I guess. I mean, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I guess. Um, we could talk about like, the ending. I guess like what I guess like, um, one of the things about the ending, that was like, I think my heart skipped a beat whenever I saw that Henry Reardon got shot, or whenever I read that, I guess. Um,
hmm.
but he ended up being okay, thankfully, I guess. Um, but I guess one of the things that I thought was interesting was uh his exchange with John Galt when they were in the plane flying back to the valley. Um, he said, where is it? Somewhere around here. Um, I guess actually before we get to that, we can talk about James Toggart's mental breakdown because of how he learns, like how he just like confronts the reality of how just beneath contempt and despicable, just how utterly despicable he is as a human being whenever John Galt tells him how to fix the machine that lost, like, how he figures out, like he's like, I want to torture him more, right? And then he has a mental breakdown. Um, that is just like, I thought that was that scene was was yeah, I don't uh, okay. Yeah, I like, that scene was interesting.
Yeah,
Because
he's I mean, this spoiler, but I guess if you're listening by this point, you know that. So just to kind of set out what the scene is, so John Galt is being tortured, and he's strapped naked to this torture machine, and the machine breaks down. So in the middle of him being tortured, the torture device stops working. But John Galt, being the brilliant inventor that he is, he knows what's gone wrong with the machine. And while he's laying there strapped down, he says, "All right, you have to pry this thing off of here and then unscrew this or whatever, and then tie this wire or whatever." He gives the instructions to his torturers on how to fix the machine so that they can continue torturing him. And then at that point, one of his torturers, James Taggart, he like loses his mind and he goes insane. I think that's the point where he goes insane.
right,
Um,
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That was that was an interesting scene, and that allows, when they take him to the hospital, and maybe it was Dr. Ferris said out loud, "Don't let anybody in," or whatever, right? But it allows for the heroes to come and save John Galt,
yeah,
thankfully.
the Ferris Persuader, isn't that the name of the machine they strap him to? The
Yeah, I
Ferris
think so.
Persuader.
Yeah. It's this like weird machine that is just designed to cause as much pain as possible without killing someone, I guess. Um,
Yeah, an interesting name for the machine because like persuasion is the opposite of coercion. I often say this in my debates with with people like socialists. We're talking about freedom versus coercion, and I say it's better to deal with people in a voluntary way where you deal with them by means of persuasion rather than coercion. And here we have this coercive device, this torture machine, and it's called the Ferris Persuader, named after Dr. Floyd Ferris. I think he's a biologist, if I recall correctly. I think Ayn Rand has a sense of humor, and some of these names like of characters also is reflective of that. There's some funny names like Claude Slagenhop. I don't remember if he's in the Atlas Shrugged or the Fountainhead, but
Um,
he's,
I
you
don't know.
remember?
I'm not sure who you're referring to.
He's a very minor character, um, but that was, yeah. What are some of the other good names? Oh, there's Balf Eubank, and people keep mispronouncing
Yeah.
his name as Ralph, and then he keeps correcting him, and he says Balf, not Ralph.
Yeah.
Um, they get upset over these what you might think are petty things. There's
Um,
actually an article titled Ayn Rand's and Humor, or Ayn Rand on Humor, by Robert Mayhew. I think it's in so Robert Mayhew, he's a philosophy professor at Seton Hall, and he edited collections of essays on each of Ayn Rand's novels. And in one of the collections, it might be essays on Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead. But anyways, on one of those essay collections, there's a piece on humor in Ayn Rand. So if anyone is interested in Ayn Rand's sense of humor, that's a place you might want to look.
yeah. But yeah, I guess let's see. After after that scene, I have it here. It's on page 1157. And this is when they're in the plane going to Mulligan's Valley or Galt's Gulch, right? And he says, "Thank you, Hank." He John Galt says, "Thank you, Hank." He said. Reardon smiled. "I will repeat what you said when I thanked you on our first meeting. If you understand that I acted for my own sake, you know that no gratitude is required." "I will repeat," said Galt, "the answer you gave me. That is why I thank you." So that he's basically saying, right, like, I appreciate you doing this because you wanted to, because it was in your interest to do this. That's why I appreciate you doing this. Like if it was a sacrifice, I wouldn't have wanted you to do it, is like his implicit
Hmm.
message. Is that a right reading of the situation?
Yeah, I think it is. And I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to formulate the meaning of that. And then you did it for me, and I think maybe better than I would have done it if I tried to do it off the top of my head. So yeah, I think that's a correct reading. Right. It's because it's egoistic, and Galt is in favor of a morality of egoism that he appreciates that they appreciate each other. They wouldn't want each other to sacrifice for each other, but because
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, I thought that was interesting scene. I immediately highlighted that. But yeah, I guess because Hank, he started in the novel by being altruistic towards his family, and now he's full on self-interested. I guess like one of the things I guess we could talk about as well is Henry's indifference towards his, Lillian having an affair with James Toggart. They had the most like
mm.
sloppy and unpassionate sex, right? And 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 she tries to get in Henry Reardon's feelings by saying, "Oh, I had an affair with James Taggart," and he just doesn't care. Um, she was like trying to get him all jealous, but there was no love to be lost.
Yeah, and I forget their narration, but like when Hank hears that she had an affair, it was like as if he had heard her say, it's raining outside or something like something totally trivial. I forget the example that's used. But yeah, she's always trying to manipulate him mentally. Um, she's this conniver. Um, and then she's like, so there's a contrast between her and Dagny. Dagny is, I guess, Dagny doesn't try to pry into his relationship with Lillian. Like even when after they start their affair, I don't think she ever asks Hank, like, "Are you still sleeping with Lillian?"
Right.
She doesn't feel like I don't know if she would put it as like she doesn't feel she has the right to ask that, but it's not important to her. I think her what's primarily important to her is the positive that she has the relationship that she does with Reardon, and I think she probably prefers that she's the only one that he's not still sleeping with Lillian, but she doesn't pry into that, and she doesn't put a big emphasis on that. But Hank tells her, like she doesn't ask. She says, "I want you to know, I haven't touched her since I started sleeping with you." And actually, at a certain point after his affair with Dagny, Lillian comes over to him and like puts her hand on him, and he like jerks away,
Yeah.
and like and in the line, there's some line around that scene where like he jerks away in the way that like a newly married groom would jerk away from some random woman who tries to touch him. Like he feels like the betrayal is to Dagny because that's really his soulmate or his wife, or who should be his wife, not the wretch that is Lillian. So,
Right. Yeah, I think it was Rank was like or Hank was like surprised that yeah, that Dagny never asked her about like, about his sex life or what something like that, right? And Hank goes up and volunteers like something to the effect of like, wouldn't this like wouldn't it hurt you if I slept with her? And she's like more than you could believe or something like that. But she never asked because um you know yeah, like you were talking about. Um
yeah, she respects his boundaries, his autonomy, his choice. She knows she's chosen to sleep with a married man, so it sort of comes with the territory that at least maybe he's still had some physical contact with her. Um, but
right.
out of respect for his privacy or something, she chooses not to inquire. And yeah, that's all very interesting. Just the whole there's so much depth and character analysis we could do, and it's such a
Yeah.
straw man that people say Ayn Rand, she wrote like these cardboard characters and they're just two-dimensional and they don't have any depth to them. I think that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like this one-star review you were talking about earlier. Clearly, they didn't really. There's a lot that they missed.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, they probably just go in like with some preconceived notion, but yeah, if they actually give a valid reading and interpretation of the novel, then they'll see how incredibly complex, the characters are in like in the Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, like, um, and it's not simple, all good, all bad, or whatever, right? Um, but I guess, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I guess that's what if enough people read you, it's inevitable, ineluctably you'll get some some reviews like that. I think on Goodreads it has like a 3.6 star or something, but it has hundreds of thousands of reviews. I was surprised
hmm.
about that. Like, you know, where the territory that I come from, like human action and economics in one lesson, those they don't even come close to the amount of reviews that Atlas Shrugged has. Um, you know, it's like it's crazy. Like that book is probably responsible for more people being converted to freedom than anything I've ever read. Um, so But yeah, anyway, it must be selling well still, these books.
I would imagine. I don't know what the sales figures are, but I know I think there was a big surge in sales around the time of the Tea Party movements, shortly like around 2010 and
Oh yeah,
maybe
that's
start
that I read
start
that in Free Market Revolution or something like that. The Tea Party, like after the financial crisis, there was a huge
yeah.
uptick in sales of Atlas Shrugged.
Yeah, after Bush, at the very tail end of his term, he did this huge bailouts, this TARP, um, toxic asset relief program, this unprecedented control of or bailouts of the economy, and then I guess Obama did that again, like another. I don't remember all the details. But you had this huge growth of government, like at the tail end of George W. Bush's presidency, and then at the start of Obama's presidency, and then you had Obamacare being passed, and then you had this Tea Party movement starting up around, I think, 2009, 2010, and Rick Santelli, who is a commentator on CNBC, I think, he made some reference to Ayn Rand. I don't remember what he said. Maybe someone in the chat will remember. I don't know if he said like it's time to go Galt or, but I think that was written on some of the signs of the Tea Partiers during their rallies, like go Galt. So Ayn Rand references go Galt meaning like withdraw from society, go on strike. Um, Ayn Rand references started to become prominent around that time, and Atlas Shrugged sales went up a lot. And I think maybe highest ever, like even compared to when it was originally sold during Ayn Rand's lifetime. I think maybe they even topped those sales. I don't know if it was like 500,000 in a year or more than 1 million. I don't know what the numbers are. Um,
Wow.
but that might have been the peak. But I would imagine they're still selling strong. I would guess not as strong as during the Tea Party days, but still strong. I know the Ayn Rand Institute has bought a lot of copies and then given them out for free to, they have what's called the Free Books to Teachers program. Although I guess that's more so for Atlas or Fountainhead and Anthem because they send these out to high school teachers. And usually Atlas Shrugged isn't taught in high school. Um,
Mm.
Although I think there is a way for students and teachers to get Atlas Shrugged for free. But
Yeah, I wish
anyways,
I
yeah,
had
it's
a free
it's
copy.
hugely yeah, sorry, what was that?
I said I wish I got a free copy, but
Oh yeah.
I got my money's worth, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's amazing the value you can get from a few dollars. And
Right.
I guess the Kindle version I just bought, I think it was $7 or $8. Um, but yeah, it's been hugely influential on people's lives.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like I mean, even if you're like not, into politics or whatever, like it's still like I mean, because it's just so much more than that. They're like an entrepreneur could read it and it's like a celebration of of creation and all that and some you could just go like a bunch of different people just so many different people could get could enjoy Atlas Shrugged and just like the story itself like I feel like if I read this when I was 15 I would have loved the plot and loved the story but yeah anyway
I think personally, I would not have been ready for it at 15. I don't think maybe it was just an issue of maturity or um, I'm not sure exactly how to describe it, but I think I read it. I would have been ready around like 16, 17. Yeah. Well, I mean, I did read Ayn Rand at 17, close to 18. I started with the nonfiction, but uh, I, yeah, I think 15 would have been too early for me, but not for some people. Like I know people, I've heard of people reading it at like 14, 15, I think. Um, but people they develop at different rates, and um, also I know like some people they read. I've heard. Oh, it looks like maybe Holden lost his Wi-Fi again. I guess he'll call back in soon. I was going to say that I think, or I remember someone said she read Anthem in eighth grade. That's pretty young, but it didn't have much of an impact on her. And then later she read The Fountainhead, and that had a very big impact on her. Um, it maybe a year or two later, she read the Fountainhead. So just for different people, depending on what stage you are in life and what exactly you read, a certain novel will hit you really hard, whether it's, Anthem or The Fountainhead. So, uh, yeah, I guess you read it too soon, it might be not have much of an effect. So, um,
You just froze whenever you said me personally, but I heard the last thing you said,
oh
which,
yeah, I was saying that for me personally, I think I would have been too young to try to read the fiction at 15. Maybe I
Mhm.
just wasn't mature enough, or it wouldn't have resonated with me as much as it did 2 or 3 years later when I actually did read it. But for other people like yourself, maybe you would be at a stage where it's appropriate to you. So people just they mature at different rates, and it's not going to be the same for everyone. What is the optimal time to start reading
Yeah, I
Rand's?
feel like I mean, yeah, that's a fair assessment, I think. I guess, if I did, then I probably, I mean, I wish I did, to be honest. Just because I think I would have been so excited. But yeah, it's just like it's just, yeah, it would be very pleasurable. It was today, so I mean, I don't know. I mean, but I guess, yeah, what you're saying is probably accurate. It's better to get a hold of something like that at better times. Maybe some of the people who left those reviews just just weren't in the right mind space to read something like that. Um,
Maybe for some, yeah. But I think there's also some people who are just dishonest and they want to smear because I mean Ayn Rand is a very controversial figure and she has ideas that are very challenging to conventional ideas and I think a lot of people they they don't want to confront the challenge and so they just like Mr. Thompson, right? Hearing Galt's speech, he says that didn't that wasn't real, was it? They have to evade in some way because they can't handle the challenge to what views they've held for so long, whether it's Christianity or some other religion that they've held. Now you said you weren't really raised religiously much, if I recall correctly.
yeah, so my mom was religious and my dad is an atheist, or my mom is religious still. But my mom kind of wasn't very religious like during when my mom and dad were married. Uh maybe in part because of my dad, but when they got divorced when I was like 9 or something, somewhere around there, they my mom became more religious ex post. So um she took me, I remember mentioning on your show, she took me to church a few times, against what, against my consent, I guess. Not that it was like something, I would say is like nefarious or something like that, but, basically, I didn't want to be there is the point of what I was saying. You know, basically, but yeah, I guess, my dad. I kind of traveled around atheisms ever since, and not being an atheist from uh, elementary school on. I can remember, but I eventually became a full-on atheist. So basically, yeah. Or I was agnostic for a while, um, but then I became an atheist probably around like 17, like fully.
Hmm.
Maybe it was 18.
That's similar
But
to
yeah.
me. Like I wasn't raised religiously really. And I in high school I was a agnostic for a year or two. And then once I discovered objectivism and read the arguments against agnosticism in favor of atheism, then those arguments made sense to me. So once I was 17, 18, I was an atheist. I'm
Yeah.
curious about you mentioned your parents. Have you talked to them or any other people like close to you about your reading of Ayn Rand?
Um, I don't think so. I mean, not my dad, not my mom, not my I still am in contact with them, I guess. Especially my dad. But um I guess friends I haven't mentioned to them, partially because they haven't read Ayn Rand. Um, but I guess I have talked to a few. I guess one person so I have this economics group that that I mentioned. I said, "Has anyone here read Atlas Shrugged?" And one of them said they read the first 300 pages. There's 7 members in there, but that was the only response I got. Um, so I really don't have anyone else to talk to. So maybe I'm not really a gregarious individual. Um, I I guess maybe it's um maybe that's why I enjoy talking to you so
Mm.
much to at least some extent. But I enjoy talking to you, of course, like independent of whether or not I have friends. But it's good to have somebody to chat to about this, because I do love talking about what I've read whenever I read something great. Um, so
Hmm.
and talking about topics like this. So um, that's why I have the economics group. But anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, it's enjoyable to be able to talk about stuff you read, especially when it's had a big impact on you. I was thinking there's a if you ever reread Atlas Shrugged,
I'll
there's
definitely
a
reread it.
yeah, I've read
100%.
it. Gosh, I don't know, maybe like 4.5 times. Um, but anyways, there is something called the Atlas Shrugged Project. And I think it might be hosted on the Ayn Rand Institute's YouTube channel. This was a series of discussions, primarily between Greg and Ben Bayer. They are two objectivist philosophers, and they go through the novel chapter by chapter. And on each chapter, I think they have a discussion of maybe 2 or 3 hours, and I think there's a lot of really good discussion, and they chew on a lot of the stuff that comes up there in the novel, and I would recommend checking that out. I've heard most of it. I think there might be a few chapters where I haven't heard of the discussion, but the ones that I did hear, which is most of them, I thought were very good. And I just mentioned this because I was thinking of like being able to talk to someone about the novels. You mentioned like I'm the only one who you've discussed this with. But this is another, I mean, you would be having a discussion, but you could at least hear them discussing it. And it's not super formal. It's kind of a casual back and forth. And sometimes there's people in a live audience who you can hear on the recording. But I think that's a valuable resource. So I recommend checking. Maybe if you read it again, that would be a good time to get their take on
Yeah.
what's going on
That would be
as
great.
well.
I'll definitely, like I said, I'll definitely read it again. Because like some novels I don't I don't ever think about reading them again, but others I do for sure. This one definitely I'll read again. Um, I'll come across it every once in a while for sure again. Um, especially I already have gone back through some of the quotes that I like. Um, but yeah. Um, thank you for the tip. I'll meet another objectivist person I could bother
Uh,
sometimes as well about this stuff. Um,
well, I enjoy it, so you're not a bother. It's good for me and good for my channel. You're helping me in various ways, so I do appreciate it. There's another thing. Ayn Rand Institute has reading groups, maybe for people who are going through the fiction and or the nonfiction for the first time. And I don't keep up with the details of it, but if you or anyone out there who is interested in reading Ayn Rand's as a part of a group setting and getting feedback from others who are also going through the works, and I don't think they even necessarily restrict it to first timers. So maybe if you've already read some of her works, but you want to go through it with a group and have a kind of collaborative community environment, I think they've done reading groups, and at least in the past, I don't know if they still do them, but I would recommend at least contacting the Ayn Rand Institute if that's something sounds like something that you might be a part of. Like if you don't feel like at home you've got a group who might be interested in doing this, there still are ways to get in touch with groups through the internet.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll definitely I'll definitely 100% do that. I met, Mises, one of the, like, they've been very nice to me, and one of the things that they do is they have these book clubs. And I met a lot of, like, some of my friends are from there. I guess. So, that was a great way to meet people. So, if I could do that more, then maybe maybe I'll have that group. But yeah, I
Mhm.
guess also I was going to mention to you, I guess I'm very interested in logic and epistemology. So and I guess objectivism as well is interesting to me. So I guess, anything that you tell me to read and want to talk about as well, just say X, read X, I'll read X,
Okay.
or whatever. And I'll do it. Um, but yeah, I guess We the Living is next on, after I'm done reading these books that Dr. Block gave to me. Um, like I said, We the Living is next. Um, but yeah, any other thoughts on this matter?
I like that you are interested in reading We the Living. I think that's great that you want to read the fiction. Um, there's a then you get like a holistic view of Ayn Rand's philosophy. It's not like a lot of her nonfiction essays, they will isolate some one aspect, like she might have an article on antitrust or an article on moral compromise or something. There's some narrow issue that she isolates for discussion, but in the fiction, it's a very holistic kind of picture. It's not just isolated. You see people living their whole lives across time, and I think it's really valuable to get that holistic kind of perspective. You might have a distorted or not kind of floating grasp, not a very grounded, solid grasp of some topic if you just read some nonfiction essay.
Mhm.
So I think it's really good to start with the fiction and get that very grounded sort of sense of what her philosophy means in practice. So I'm glad that you're next planning to go to We the Living. I think that might be what I would recommend. S- then after that, we could talk about the fiction. There's a lot of choices there, but yeah, I think maybe let's just, for now, I think I'm happy just to uh, not give further recommendations and just let you read We the Living, and then maybe after that we could talk about some nonfiction things. Or, I mean, of course, you can start on your own if you want, but we can also talk about nonfiction later. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
We the
think the
Living, that's a good next step.
Yeah, I think the fiction, I like stories, so
Okay, good.
like even in economics books, I like stories, like, to, like, illustrate a point. Um and so perhaps there's, like, some evolutionary reason for why people respond to stories, but I'm definitely one of them. But I guess uh yeah, I mean, we'll see. You say it's like the closest thing to a biography, I guess. I think is this the what you said, but it's still a fiction story. We the Living
Yeah,
is.
right. Because it's set in Soviet Russia,
Uh-huh.
where Ayn Rand grew up. Well, I mean, she was born before it was Soviet Russia. She was born in 1905 when there was the Tsarist regime was still in power. Tsar Nicholas II. I think he was the czar at the time, and then you
A
had the
while
Russian
back.
Revolution. Yeah, um, Russian Revolution was 1917, and after that, you have Tsarist Russia, or sorry, Soviet Russia. So it's set in Soviet Russia. Now, the concretes are not identical to Rand's life, but the general setting of her childhood is, or the setting of the novel is the closest you get to a setting that occurred in her life. I guess Atlas Shrugged is sort of a futuristic uh, portrayal of America. Like no years are given in the novel, unlike the Fountainhead, where actual years are given. Like I think it starts in 1922, and it says Howard Rourke is 22 years old, so it's his century, so to speak. In
Hmm.
Atlas Shrugged, you don't get that labeling of years. It's maybe meant to make it seem more timeless. It's not dated in the way
Hmm.
that but I think somewhere she says like this is what America might be like in a futuristic like 10 years from the present. So maybe that would mean the 1960s if she was writing it in the 50s. Um, but I think, and I guess Anthem maybe is even further distant in the future. Again, I don't think years are given, but there's mention of the so-called unmentionable times. I guess this is the pre-collectivist era, and then there's a collapse into collectivist dictatorship.
Hmm.
Um, but it's not dated. Why was I talking about dates? It connected to
You
um,
said the Fountainhead had a date, but Atlas Shrugged didn't. And um but and
right, and that related to something else I was going to say, and I don't remember. Oh, I think it was something about stories. Anyway,
yeah.
I'm not sure, but I was going to make another point about stories, anyways. But I think one of the reasons Ayn Rand has had such a big impact is because she presented her philosophy in art in the form of stories, and I think that is captivating to people in a way that nonfiction essays are not. So, and she's
Hmm.
most known as a novelist, not as a philosopher. She's most known as the author of Atlas Shrugged and the Fountainhead. Um, so I don't know that I don't think she could have had nearly the same impact as she has had, and I wish it were even more of an impact. But um, I think her impact would be much less if she had only written nonfiction. She was
Hmm.
primarily, I think, she was concerned to present the ideal man. She said that was her mission in life. And she did that in fiction. Oh, I wonder if the point I forgot was had something to do with We the Living, because I don't think We the Living. Oh yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it gives. I don't know that it gives specific years like in the way that Fountainhead does, but it does mention some policies. Well, I don't want to say anything about it. I don't want to spoil it at all.
Yeah.
I'll just say I think it's a good choice, and I'm glad you're reading that next. Oh,
Very well.
actually, logic. You said you're interested in logic.
Yes.
There is a course by Leonard Peikoff called Introduction to Logic, which I think is now available for free on the Ayn Rand Institute campus sites. So I would definitely recommend that if you want to delve into logic. There's some other material by Harry Binswanger as well, but I think maybe the best place to start is with that course by Leonard Peikoff.
Okay, Ayn Rand Institute website, you said?
Yeah, they have there's a section of their website called Campus, and I think it might be campus.aynrand.org. I'm going there now, and within Campus, there's a tab that says Courses, and I'm guessing that's where Leonard Peikoff's logic course is.
Got
I
it.
just did a. Did you find it?
Hold on. I just wrote it in my notes, but now I'm going
Oh,
to it.
okay. Yeah, I just found it. I can actually share this on my screen.
My internet is terrible for some reason. I don't know what's going on.
All right, I got
Um,
it shared now.
okay.
If you go to this website, courses.aynrand.org, it's got the lexicon there. I use that a lot. Have you seen the lexicon before?
No, I don't. I have not.
Okay, so that is it was originally just published as a book, a little mini encyclopedia, as it says here, edited by philosopher Harry Binswanger. And you can look up what Ayn Rand says about all these topics. They're arranged in alphabetical order. So, like, what did Rand have to say about abortion? Well, you can just click on that, and you get a bunch of passages from various of her writings
Hmm.
and related topics. What did she say about sex? Here's a bunch of passages,
Oh,
and
that's cool.
yeah, so that's a great resource. Also, there's a section on the campus website. So I think like this is mostly biographical. This Ayn Rand section right here. Like if
Hmm.
you're interested in Ayn Rand's biography, you can learn about her. Um, and then if you're interested in like ARI's current work, like maybe their commentary on current events, I think that's what this ARI tab is for. And then advancing objectivism. And then if you're interested in learning, like going in depth to learn more about the philosophy, I think that's where they have courses. Yeah, so if you click on courses there, you can take ARI live courses, you can pay for those, or you can get scholarships. There's actually a course on Ayn Rand's fiction, like understanding philosophy through fiction, something like that.
Hmm.
I think that's one of their key courses. Ankar Agate teaches it, or at least used to teach it. Maybe there's just recorded courses. I'm not sure how it works. But anyways, let me go back to the um, this is what I was going to show you under the not the live courses, but just the other courses. There's you can I did a search there for logic and I was able to find this one. This is what I was talking about. Introduction to Logic by Leonard Peikoff. I think that's an excellent course.
Oh, awesome.
And so I think that might be the best place to start. And I think he probably gives introdu recommendations in that course on books you can read. Like there's a book
Hmm.
called, it might also be called Introduction to Logic by H.W.B. Joseph. I think he was a 19th century logician. And there might be one or two others that Leonard Peikoff recommends.
Hmm.
So, and then you have other courses by people like Harry Binswanger, Logic. So in general, I think this is a good resource.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely go do the intro to logic course and yeah, and we'll see what happens there.
All right.
Yeah, I'm excited. I guess like yeah, being able to think clearly is definitely a I think something that would like to take seriously. So to be great at like, being doing economics. So um but yeah, I guess yeah, that's you know really important to me. Um
Good.
but thanks for sharing those resources. But yeah,
Sure thing. So let's see, we've been going for close to 3 hours and
really?
uh, yeah, I actually did almost 7 hours in my last stream. So I don't know if I'm going to break my record today. It actually helps me if I do want to break a record in terms of my stream length, it helps to have another person here talking because if I'm talking for like 7 hours straight, it's going to put a strain on my vocal cords. So, um, if you all out there want to see a very long show, it's helpful to me if you call in. That'll give my voice a rest. So,
Yeah, it doesn't
Um,
even feel that long, but wow. Yeah, we've been going for quite a while. I see it's 4:45 where I'm at Eastern time. It's probably 1:45 for you.
yeah.
But um yeah, I guess it was a fun discussion. Um and I guess we could talk about more, but I think that was great as it is, and and guess I'll get to Dr. Block's work, and um and yeah, do you have anything else to add on this on what we talked about?
Let me see. I took some notes as we were discussing. We talked about a lot of it,
Uh-huh.
but no, I think that's a good place to end it. I just want to say thanks for calling in, and I'm really glad that you were that you read Atlas and that you're interested in reading more. So that's great to hear.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming on and doing the update.
yeah, 100%. I'll make sure to come on, make sure that I keep coming on to give you updates, especially when I'm done with We the Living. Because yeah, I'm glad it's a value to you because it's definitely a value to me, to be able to talk to someone like you. Um, but yeah, I appreciate you letting me come on.
Yeah, sure thing. Now, We the Living, I've only read one time, so that's the novel of Ayn Rand's that I'm least familiar with. So, and I don't know that I'll be able to read it by the next time, like by the time you've completed it. But I'm certainly happy to at least discuss it insofar as I can,
Oh,
having read
sure.
it once, like 25 years ago. Um,
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I guess I do have, you know, I have about 1,000 pages or so to go until I get to there. So I'm reading right now at about 120 pages a day or so. So it'll probably take me about 8 days, or a little less. So or whatever the math is. But I guess yeah, yeah, I guess that's it. So you have time if you want to read it again. But I imagine you're already reading stuff right now, so feel no pressure when it comes to that.
okay.
I'll yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to email me again to arrange it, that might be good. Yeah, I've been streaming once every 5 days. So,
Mhm.
but if you email me and let me know when you're interested in coming back on, that's probably a good idea. Just so we don't end up in a situation like you're in the chat and I'm in the middle of talking about something else, and I want to be able to
Yeah.
get to your call like when you call back in. So it's if you give me that email, that'll help out.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Yeah, I'm glad that because you streaming I was like, dang, I can't get on this time. But yeah, if we arrange it, then yeah, it's great for me too. So, but anyway, yeah, well, I'm excited for next time, and yeah, like I said at the start, I was overjoyed to come and speak to you.
Great. Well, I'm glad you could be here and look forward to our next chat. So,
All right, I'll see you next time.
all right, catch you later. All righty. And that applies to anyone else out there. Also, if you're interested in coming on the show, you can email me and we can arrange it. You don't have to just come on spontaneously and hope that I take your call. You can email me and we can try to arrange it. That might be easier for both of us. So I have an email on my YouTube channel, which I will tell you it is the selfishness project at gmail.com. Maybe I should also put that in the chat. Yeah, I'm going to type that in the chat. The Selfishness Project, named after the original project that I had going when I started my YouTube channel. I used to just focus on that one topic on my channel, and then I later broadened it to other areas of philosophy. But there it is in the chat right now. So you can get in touch with me through email and we can arrange a chat, schedule a time if you like. You can also just call in spontaneously. Um, as you prefer. I leave it up to you. All right. But let me come back to the chat and see what's going on here. Maybe I should share my screen. Thanks for the likes. See, we got some more likes on the stream. Thanks to any new subscribers as well. All right. Okay. Now I'm sharing the chat. And it's not letting me scroll further back than 11:37 a.m. So I started at 11. Maybe I can see earlier chats on a different window. Let me try that. No, it's the same. So hopefully I can at least catch the earlier chats in a replay after the stream. But for now, I can only go back as far as 11:37. So I missed the first 37 minutes worth of chats. So let's see what we have here. Betty Pope, yeah. That was the name of the woman, or one of the women at least, that James Taggart has an affair with in Atlas Shrugged. Betty Pope. All right. So this might be a new person. Actually, let me go to the list of chatters so I can see everyone together. Robert, Greg, Jason, Simon, Holden, Godspeed, Kids Love Satan. I saw a chat from that person that I might want to delete. I don't know if that's if someone I need to block. Maybe. Let's see. Amir LX. Are you new here? I'm not sure if I've seen you here before. Kudababa, Matthew Stroud, and Duck Minster. Okay. Let's see what Amir LX says. I know because he's a new person. He says that reminds me of a question I had about Dr. Peikoff's history of philosophy lectures. He links Plato directly to Christianity, but never mentions Judaism, which predates Plato, doesn't it? Yeah, Judaism, I think a lot of the Old Testament was said to be written, said by scholars, to be written in the 500s BC. And that was, I think, a little before Plato. Let's see, what were Plato's dates? Was he 400s? 400s, 500s? Maybe he overlapped the centuries. Uh, what are his dates? So Wikipedia says he was born circa 428 to 423 BC, and he died either 348 or 347 BC. So yeah, that's after Judaism, or at least after a lot of the Old Testament was said to be written by scholars. Yeah, Peikoff, he links Plato to Christianity, but doesn't mention Judaism. Yeah, I don't remember him linking it to Judaism. And I guess there's more of a connection between Plato and Christianity. I think some of the early church fathers were trying to integrate Christianity with the thinking of the pagans, the ancient Greek philosophers. Maybe St. Paul was one of them who was trying to integrate at least some of Greek thought with Christianity. I remember Leonard Peikoff says in his History of Philosophy course something like Plato's form of the good, if you just drop an O from it, becomes God, the Christian God. Um, and maybe there is some kind of link with Judaism, but I don't remember Dr. Peikoff discussing a link there. All right, let me look at some of these other chats. A lot from Robert and Greg, some from Jason, Simon. Godspeed says, who wants to help me corrupt a child with power? All right, I don't know what that means. Maybe if I saw that when it first came in, I would be able to better connect it with what we were talking about. It wasn't real, was it? Trump's script, says Greg. That's what Mr. Thompson says after a Galt speech. Duckminster says wealth redistribution is perfectly acceptable as long as it happened in the past. Every libertarian ever. For one thing, I don't call myself a libertarian because many libertarians are anarchists, and I'm not. Ayn Rand was not. She thought there should be a government. So you think people like me are in favor of wealth redistribution in the past? Why do you think that? Did I say that? Did Ayn Rand say that? I think uh, people should interact with each other in a voluntary way at all times. And if wealth was stolen from Indians, I think that was wrong. So maybe this is just a smear. Matthew Stroud says ARC UK has have series on the characters of both Fountainhead and Atlas that are very good. Here's the one from Kids Love Satan 34 that I thought maybe I should delete. All right, so this is just an emotional reaction. Do you want to actually say something substantive to support your view of Ayn Rand's? If you don't like Ayn Rand's, um, how about making an argument? Can you support your view? Can you support your emotion with reason? I don't know if that person is still here. That chat was 25 minutes ago. All right, well. Maybe that person will come back and try to defend his view. Robert has a keyboard here, so maybe he's playing the piano. I think Robert is, I know he plays guitar, but maybe he also plays piano. All right, well, I could, now I've done a quick overview of the chat. Now I could go back through it and engage more with it. But if there are other topics you all want to bring up now that you have my attention more, it's hard to look at the chat while I'm doing a call with somebody. Um, but now you have more of my attention. So if there's something you want me to talk about, now is a good time to raise it. So I guess I could either look more at the chat or I could go back to my list of topics, see if there's anything else I wanted to discuss. Here's my list. Hmm. I had some thoughts after the last stream about ethics, and I could talk about those some. Maybe I'll just bold them on my lists so they catch my eye as a potential topic. And I was going to talk about them at the beginning of the stream, but it was after that that Holden got in touch with me and said he was going to call in. So then I made that my primary topic for today. Okay. I think for now, I'm just going to go back to the chat and engage with the chat, both old chats or any new ones that come in. And then maybe later I'll discuss these ethical topics that I was thinking about in between this stream and the last stream. Robert says, incidentally, Kid Satan's comments don't appear by default unless folks change from the default top chat to live chat. Yeah, so right now you see it there. But if I switch it to the top chat, then it disappears. I like to see everything though. I mean, maybe that's a good one not to see. But by doing that, I might also filter out some other chats that I do want to see. So I think I'll just go back to live chat and I could just delete that chat because it's kind of gross to look at. What do you think? Should I delete that chat or should I delete it? Should I leave it? I did address it. I said if he wants to, I asked him if he wants to defend his view with reason. Maybe I'll put that in the chat here. Actually, I want to take a look at that person's channel on my phone. Oh, actually, there's a way for me to do it on my laptop, which I think is going to work better. Oh, that's an anarchist. If I go to his channel, it says I anarchist. But there's no content on the channel. There's no videos. Since it's a hit and run, I delete it, says Robert, since he's long gone. I think that's a good point. All right. Yeah, I guess I'll just delete it. Okay. You can see me delete it in real time. All right, it's gone. Thanks for the suggestion, Robert. Maybe Duckmeister is also gone because I made some comments about his chat and I don't see any reply. Looks like those were the two antagonistic chats. I'm not sure what this is about. We're fatigued, bro. I think I'm over, or I will be over, maybe over 3,000 hours of watch time after this stream. I'll show that. Here, let me go to my studio. Oh, I'm over 3,000. That's what it says. All right, here we go. Okay, there's my YouTube studio, and it says um, watch time is 3,000 hours in the last 365 days. That's the first time I've seen that. I thought it was going to say like 2.9 something, but maybe I guess I've already crossed that threshold. So I sh soon I should be getting an email from YouTube saying that or letting me know if I'm eligible to have my channel monetized. Because if I go over here to now there is a 5 day delay on when these watch time hours count towards the monetization threshold. Like you can see here, it says showing the data as of October 28th. That's 5 days ago. And there it doesn't say over 3,000. It says 2894. So it takes there's a 5 day delay on validating my hours. But I guess once those 5 days elapse, I should be up to 3,000. And then it says we'll let you know when you're eligible to have your channel monetized. So maybe I will get an email from, well, I think YouTube has a month to review my channel. I read somewhere that it takes them up to a month to review your channel and decide whether I'm eligible to be monetized. So maybe I'll get an email within about a month. But great. I'm glad I've finally hit the 3,000. And I want to thank all you out there for helping me get here. I used to be down here around 1,200 hours, and that's as high as it ever got before I started live streaming. After I started live streaming earlier this year, which was around March of this year, I got a lot more watch time. So I've been able to hit my goal of 3,000 hours in the last 365 days, thanks in large part to live streaming. And that means thanks to all of you out there who are watching now and have watched in the past. And I hope who will keep watching more in the future. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll keep you updated on what I or whether I actually hear something from YouTube soon. I've never gotten an email from YouTube. Like Uh, oh, maybe now and then I get something about how they changed their terms and conditions, but it's pretty rare. So, but anyways, I'll keep you posted on this journey towards monetization. Simon says, "Awesome achievement, Dan. Congrats." Thank you, Simon. I appreciate it. All right, let me go back to sharing the chat window. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that, Simon. Simon says, he also says, I have a friend who thinks that Ayn Rand stopped being curious. Oh, wait, first, here's a related chat from Robert. He says, 3,000 hours, woohoo, achievement unlocked. Congratulations. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. And congrats to you as well. I saw that your channel recently hit or it crossed the 500 subscribers mark. And that's the other thing you need to have in order to get monetized. So, um, congratulations on that, Robert. I mentioned that earlier in the show. I don't know if you were here when I said that you had crossed the 500 threshold. And he says, some years back, drive-by shootings were a thing. Now it's drive-by trolling. Huh. Yeah, hit and run. Okay, and then there's this one from Simon. He says, I have a friend who thinks that Ayn Rand stopped being curious about reality by thinking that there could be a creator. So she arbitrarily used existence as an axiom. What would you say about that? I didn't understand that on my first reading. Let me look at this again. You have a friend who thinks that Ayn Rand stopped being curious about reality by thinking that there could be a creator. So you mean your friend is thinking that there could be a creator? Or Ayn Rand is thinking, I guess you don't mean Ayn Rand because she was an atheist. So but your friends stopped thinking Ayn Rand was curious because your friends started thinking there was a creator. So she meaning your friend? Oh no, you're saying your friend thinks Ayn Rand arbitrarily used existence as an axiom. Oh, okay. You said Ayn Rand arbitrarily decided reality is an axiom, according to your friend, I assume. Okay, so is it arbitrary to decide reality is an axiom or existence is an axiom? I guess to state it more fully, it would be existence exists is the axiom, the most fundamental axiom of objectivism. And is it arbitrary to start there? Your friend is saying there could be a creator because of all the quote evidence. Well, what does arbitrary mean? If it means not based on anything or not based on reality, like um, if I say that, you, Simon, are eating a banana right now. Well, that's not based on anything. That just popped into my head. So is that just an arbitrary statement if I just assert Simon is now eating a banana? Well, if that's what arbitrary means, not based on reality, then does it make any sense to say that starting with reality is arbitrary? Or is there something incoherent about that? Like, like starting with reality is not based on reality, i.e., is arbitrary? Um, I don't think that's coherent. My claim is that God is an epistemological error, says Simon. People using rationalism to justify their beliefs in God. My friend is saying it isn't because of the evidence. Yeah, a lot of theists claim there's evidence for their beliefs. And sometimes they cite miracles, but are there evidence, is there evidence for miracles? So we could, so there's two issues that have come up here. One is it arbitrary to say that existence exists as an axiom? I don't think it is. I think it's incoherent to say it's arbitrary because that would be like saying it's not based on reality to start with reality. What else could you start with? Unreality? Or it's not based on existence, or it's not based on facts to start with facts. It's not based on existence to start with existence. So that's one issue. And but the other issue is this one of evidence for God. Is there evidence for God? Well, first of all, you have to define what you mean by God so that we know what we're talking about when we ask whether there's evidence for it. And if you if you conceive God in the traditional way, I mean, there's different ways. There's the Greek gods, there's the God of Christianity, the God of Islam. If we take the conventional notion of a Christian God or a Jewish, Judeo-Christian God, this would be a God who is all powerful, omnipresent, omnibenevolent. And I've talked about in the past how the characteristic of omnipotence involves contradictions. People often say, or they give the example of God creating a rock so heavy that he can't lift it as a, something you might think God has to be able to do if he's omnipotent, but something that also involves contradictions. Either he can't create the rock or he can't lift it, but there's something he can't do, in which case you might think he's um, not omnipotent, and then the conventional notion of God is false. Um, but also the existence of miracles, you might think contradicts the identity of things in the world. So, some way or another, this quality of omnipotence involves contradictions. So, if you think contradictions are impossible, then that would mean the conventional notion of God is impossible. So, there can't be evidence for something for such a God. For there, that would mean there has to be evidence that there can be contradictions. But I think that that can be ruled out on philosophic grounds. That is just on the grounds of the fact that A is A and its corollary, the law of non-contradiction. A is not non-A. So how could there be evidence for such a God? You said that is literally exactly what I said. I'm not sure what that is. I shouldn't have said God. I should have said creator, as they'd put it. God is also said to be the creator of the universe. Does that involve contradictions? If the universe means everything that exists, I'm not sure it does mean that, but maybe it's at least a neighboring concept. Like the universe has more of a sciencey flavor than existence, which has more of a philosophical flavor. But I'm not sure that there's really a substantial difference, maybe just a difference in emphasis. But if you think of the universe as everything, then there can't be a creator of the universe because then that creator would be something apart from the everything. It's that so that would be incoherent to suppose there can be a creator of everything. But just look around, Dan, all of the evidence. How can there not be a creator? There's the intelligent design or the argument from design. Like it's a watch is such an intricate mechanism that if you saw a watch, you would think that it had to be created by someone, right? It couldn't just pop into existence. Well, likewise, with living organisms, they're complex, intricate systems. And just like a watch, you wouldn't say a watch is not created. Likewise, we should also say that about living organisms. I think that's a common argument for God. Of course, there is the theory of evolution, but a lot of Christians don't like that. I think they're not friendly with Darwin. Tom Colziel is here. Hi, Tom. He says arbitrary is starting with something other than the evidence of the senses. And then he gives some kind of picture there. Not sure what that is. Looks like a hand holding a. Oh, is that a siren? Like on the lights, like you see on the top of a fire truck or something? I'm not sure what that is. And then he says the Christian deity is considered supernatural. And then he's got another emoji, which I'm not sure what that is. Oh, I think that's maybe if I look at it closer, looks like eyes and someone blowing something out of his cheeks, like blowing wind. And maybe that's some hair coming off the back. Oh, red card. Oh, okay. Yeah. At first I thought it was someone holding a flag, and you say this is a red card like you get in soccer or football, as they call it in Europe. Right. Okay. Does that show up here if I look for symbols? Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the red card, the penalty. But what's that other thing? Oh, here it is. Whistle. Oh, someone's blowing a whistle. Oh, I see. It's like a whistle behind someone. Maybe the same person giving out the red card. Red whistle blow. See, it shows up there, right? Now, I don't know how to get rid of all these emojis that popped up. I think I might have to refresh the page. Last time when I did a search and I got all these emojis, I couldn't get rid of them. But if I refresh, okay, yeah, that worked. Robert says there are multiple proper objections to the argument from design and the argument from complexity. For example, the argument would imply that the creator must be more complex than that which he is creating and designing, in which case the argument begs the question. Okay. I don't know if I've heard that objection before. I haven't read much about the argument from design and the objections and the back and forth debate about that. Do we have any theists here today? Sometimes I get a theist in my chat. I wonder if there are any theists out there who want to debate the existence of God. Would think God is an epistemological error. Yeah, I think there is an epistemological error, at, at least in some versions of believing in God. Like I used to be an agnostic, and I think it wasn't until I read, maybe it was Opar, Leonard Peikoff's book, chapter 5, where he discusses the issue of the arbitrary, believing in which is an epistemological error. Like if you think maybe there's a God, if there's no evidence for something, there's no basis for even saying maybe. There are different kinds of maybes or different kinds of possibility. Like there's a metaphysical possibility, metaphysical sense of possibility, and there's an epistemological sense of possibility. And I guess you could say there's, uh, well, it might be the case that there is a metaphysical possibility, but not an epistemological possibility. Oh yeah, okay. So here's an example. The example I gave before of Simon is eating a banana right now. That's metaphysically possible, meaning it's given the nature of things, it's something that could be true under some conditions, but I have no evidence to suggest it's actually true right now. So it's not like saying Simon is eating a square circle, right? That would be metaphysically impossible. There couldn't be any evidence for that because the idea of a square circle is just a contradiction in terms. But a banana is not by its nature contradictory, so there could be evidence under some conditions of that. So that would be a case that where I would say it's metaphysically possible that Simon's eating a banana, but it's not epistemologically possible, at least given my knowledge. Now, maybe if you're sitting next to Simon right now and you can see him, you know what he's doing, then you might have certainty that he's eating a banana. But at least given my state of knowledge, I couldn't even say it's possible epistemologically. There's zero evidence right now for me that he's doing that. And I think in the case of God, um, well, I think it's metaphysically impossible because it involves contradictions, as I was saying. But and maybe that's enough to have epistemological certainty that there can't be a God. Because if you know if it's metaphysically impossible, then you can be certain that it doesn't exist. But maybe there's another perspective from which you could say it's not, well, you could say it's epistemologically impossible for there to be something that involves contradictions. Um, well, anyways, let me go on for now. Maybe I'll come back to that. Robert says, click the back icon smiley, for example. The argue. Oh, that's how you get rid of the emojis. Oh, did you mean black icon? Oh yeah, that did it. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, so that's how you get rid of the emojis without having to refresh the whole page. You just click on this smiley emoji again after it turns black. Good to know. Thanks. Okay. And then Robert says, for example, the argument would imply that the creator must be more complex than that which he is creating. I don't know if I've heard that before. That's interesting, though. And the idea is God is not more complex than that which he is creating. So therefore, God can't exist. Is God supposed to be simple? Is that a presupposition of this objection to the existence of God? Most gods are stated to be the source of the good. There's there's another emoji from Tom. Tom's going. He's using these emojis. It looks like, is that someone drinking coffee with his pinky up, or is that tea? And there's like a tea bag string hanging over the edge. That's my guess. See if I can find that one quickly. Uh, I don't see that one. That's all right. Um, oh yeah, he says it's tea. Okay. If the existence of complexity requires an external explanations, then so too does the creator itself, says Robert. I don't know about that. Like, what about there's some things that are true of things within the universe that aren't true of the universe itself. Like the universe itself is eternal, I would say. It's not in time. So you can't, it doesn't make sense to ask, for instance, how old is the universe? But things within the universe, like a particular planet or a star, you could ask how old they are. So would you say if the concept of a time or or if things within the universe require have a certain age, then so too does the universe as a whole. I don't think that would follow. So I'm just trying to abstract out the general structure of this argument. I'm not sure it would follow that just because something within the universe requires something, then so too does the universe itself or the creator itself. I wonder if there's a way for the theist to object to this. Tom says he transitioned to being a deist, and Tom is Canadian. I'm guessing that's what that means. He's going heavy with those emojis. And Robert's got his strawberry, still going strong with the strawberry. Oh, you forgot it up here on this one, though. You have, I don't know if there's a way to automate that. If, well, you've got to start somewhere is a reasonable argument. Then by Occam's razor, starting with what actually exists, the universe existence is rational. Yeah, I think that's right. Why start with God? instead of what you can actually see. I agree with Binswanger's explication of the perfects, says Tom. He has an article called The Possible Dream. I'll write that here in the chat. Maybe that's the source of Binswanger's explanation explication of the perfect that you have in mind. I think he talks about perfection in that article. A lot of people will say it's impossible to be perfect, but if you have a rational idea of what perfection consists of, then it's not impossible. And I think Harry Binswanger discusses that in an article called The Possible Dream, which I believe was originally published in the Objectivist Forum in the 1980s. Otherwise, it's turtles all the way down. That is, if you don't start with existence, if you assume there's something that gives rise to or underlies existence, then there's no reason to think that there's not some further thing that underlies the thing that underlies existence, and some further thing that underlies the thing that underlies the thing that underlies existence, etc. And it's just turtles all the way down. I don't know where that story originated. I think Stephen Hawking mentions that idea in his book, A Brief History of Time. Mhm. But and I think that might be the first place I encountered it, but maybe it's ancient and well, I could Google a phrase. Let's see what happens if I Google turtles all the way down. Turtles all the way down is an expression of the problem of infinite regress. The saying alludes to the mythological idea of a world turtle that supports a flat earth on its back. It suggests that this turtle rests on the back of an even larger turtle, which itself is part of a column of increasingly larger turtles that continues indefinitely. I'll share my Wikipedia screen. Here we got a stack of turtles. That's turtles all the way up. Well, I guess depending on what you're looking for, which perspective you're looking at it from. Like maybe this out here is just part of the back of a huge turtle. The exact origin of the phrase is uncertain. In the form rocks all the way down, the saying appears as early as 1838. Reference to the saying's mythological antecedents, the world turtle and its counterpart, the world elephant, were made by a number of authors in the 17th and 18th centuries. The expression has been used to illustrate problems such as the regress argument in epistemology. Background in Hindu mythology. Yeah, I thought it might have some history in Indian mythology. When I receive the response the creator is unknowable and even inconceivable, I take the respondent at his word. It took Robert a while to figure out the emoji thing. Simon says, I've been told that I'm dogmatic about objectivism because I think Ayn Rand has the best theory that explains reality. When I ask for a better one, all I hear is that, but objectivism can't explain everything. Gödel's proof of God's existence is a good introduction to showing ontological proofs are impotent. Ontological proofs. So who's the medieval philosopher who gave the ontological proof for the existence of God? Saint Anselm. Well, I think there might have been different versions of it, but maybe Saint Anselm is the one most famously associated with it. Is he the one who said, God is the being than which nothing greater can be thought? Or God is the being than which nothing greater can be conceived? Is that part of the argument? It's funny to hear theists admit that something can't come from nothing, but then say causality results in an infinite regress, which is not possible. If reality is an eternal concept, so is causality. Why is that? Because reality is by its nature causal, or I'm not sure what the reasoning is there. Ayn Rand or Leonard Peikoff says that the law of causality is the law of identity applied to action. And you might think that action is a temporal sort of thing, something that happens across time. So I'm not sure that I would say causality is an eternal concept or a non-temporal concept, if that's what you mean here. Anselm's ontology applies equally validly to Santa Claus, says Robert. Just because you can imagine it doesn't mean it's real. I think it was there's a monk named Gaunilo. I don't know if he's a medieval or Renaissance monk, but he he might have been the one who argued against Anselm by saying he has this idea of a perfect island, but that doesn't mean that the this island exists. Likewise, just because God is the most perfect being you can conceive, assuming that is what God is, doesn't mean that it actually exists. There was a discussion of St. Anselm's argument in a objectivist conference by Robert Mayhew. He gave a talk on the ontological argument, I think, at in the last sometime in the last couple of years, I think. All right, so I've caught up to the last part of the chat. There's a lot more chats from earlier I could look at, but I've at least read the recent ones. I'm wondering now if I should, maybe I should at least mention these topics I was thinking about in between this stream and the last one and see where that goes. So one thing I was thinking about was um, good and bad, being arbitrary or non-arbitrary. How do you like a lot of times people will get in a debate with me and it seems like they have this presupposition they come into the debate with that there's no way to prove objectively that anything is better than anything else. So they're coming from some kind of moral relativist or subjectivist position. And to that, I was thinking, well, what if I asked them about pain and pleasure? Is it just arbitrary to prefer to prefer pleasure rather than pain? That didn't seem right to me. Um, and you could also ask this about joy and misery. Like, is it, or happiness and suffering? Like, is it arbitrary that someone would prefer happiness rather than suffering? That doesn't seem right. Isn't it just self-evidence that one is preferable to the other? That one is, it makes more sense to want one than the other? And if so, does that take the arbitrariness out of ethics? Now, there's also, but what about objectivism? There's this talk about the primary choice to focus rather than not. Is it, now what if we ask about that? Like, is it arbitrary to prefer focusing rather than not focusing? Um, that one, it's, I mean, if you think about it, like what are the results of focusing? Well, that results in your being able to more likely achieve happiness in life than non-focusing. But you can only realize that after you've already chosen to focus. So, um, but I'm asking about like when you're at the stage of making that primary choice, you haven't focused yet. So you're not in a position yet where you can consider reasons why focusing is good or not focusing is bad because you're not in focus yet. So when you're in this pre-focus sort of states, at that time, is it arbitrary to prefer focusing rather than not focusing? Um, Now, even there, I think I'm not ready to concede that the answer is yes, it's arbitrary. Um, because, well, at least partly because I think there's a sense, like when you're in this pre-focused state, I don't know what a good time to, or what a good example of a time is when you would be in this state. Maybe like when you've just woken up and you're sort of in a groggy state, you're not in a focused state and you have a kind of woozy sense that um, it would be good to start your day. You've got stuff to do, um, but it also feels good to just lie there in bed. You're comfortable, um, and I guess the longer you're lying there, the more you're getting a sense, kind of signal, an emotional signal is become this alarm is getting louder and louder saying, we got to do something. It's not good for you to just stay here all day. And um, so maybe there's this sense you get that it would be better to snap your mind into focus than to just stay in a state of drift. And so there's a kind of evaluative aspects to the experience of being out of focus, which is uncomfortable, and you have some kind of sense, maybe a pre-verbal sense, um, that it would be good to get into focus. And maybe it's on the grounds of this pre-verbal sort of sense that it's not arbitrary to prefer one rather than the other. Um, but I was also thinking maybe it's a mistake to be looking for a kind of justification to choose to be into focus. It might be the sort of choice that doesn't require a justification. Um, it's just a primary choice. So it is primary, but it's not arbitrary. Anyways, this is sort of the territory that I've been thinking about a little bit since the last live stream, and I thought it might be good to just put some of these thoughts out on the table. And I'll just pause there for now. There's more I could talk about, but let me come back to the chat. All right. Simon says, maybe I've conceptualized it wrong, but I've always taken causality as an eternal concept because there couldn't have been at some time no entity in existence that acted. There had to have always been some entity. Otherwise, the implication would be that there was no entity and then there was something. Okay. It sounds like the way you're thinking of causality is somewhat different from the way I think of it. I don't usually think of it in connection to the issue of being eternal. Well, I guess that's what I was questioning a while ago, whether it is an eternal concept. I mean, it's the universe is causality always applies, but I think primarily I think of it in connection with constituents of the universe, like subcomponents, like things within the universe. I think things act in accordance with their nature. So a rock falls to the ground. When you let go of it, it doesn't fly up, whereas a balloon with helium in it will go up. And these are things acting differently because they have different natures. So usually I think of causality in connection with particular entities like that. I don't think of it in connection with the universe as a whole. I'm not sure you're doing that exactly, but um, let me read this again. I've always taken causality as an eternal concept because there couldn't have been at some time no entity in existence that acted. There had to have always been some entity. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I can state clearly the difference between the way you're thinking about it and the way I'm thinking about it. And maybe there's some kind of connection between the way we're thinking about it, but I'm not sure what the connection is. But I've stated how I think about it. At least mainly, I think of it in terms of entities acting in a certain way. And it seems like you're trying to prove it because otherwise there would be some contradiction or Otherwise, there would be no entity, and then there was something. Yeah, I'm a little unclear on that. Maybe I'll come back to that, but let me just see what these last chats are. Until they try fatal poison over good food. All right, is this just a troll? Another hit and run troll? Simon asked him a question he hasn't answered. So if you're just going to come in here and dish out what looks like is probably an insult and not try to have a civil discussion and make some kind of argument, if you're just going to be rude, then maybe I'll just delete you or at least delete your comment. How long ago was that? 2:49? That was 7 minutes ago, and that's all you said? All right, I'm just going to delete this. You got to say more than that and be civil if you want to actually be here and have me engage with your chats. That's not substantive. Make an argument. What's your disagreement? Did I get the right one? Yeah, it should be this one. All right, so I deleted his comment. Oh, I also want to go to his channel in the other window. Why isn't it showing up? Okay, I guess I have to do it on my phone. Let me try that. Oh, maybe it's not going to show up because I deleted his comment. Okay. Um, then I guess I'll have to stop screen sharing for a few seconds while I go to his channel from that screen. All right, there's no content there, no videos on that person's channel. Simon says, I'm relating it to specifically the entity and the whole of that entity, all of the characteristics. If reality is eternal, there has to be some entity that exists, as opposed to a reality with no entities. If reality is eternal, there has to be some entity that exists, as opposed to a reality with no entities. Well, what about some physicists will say that the universe used to be a singularity, a very compact, dense piece of matter, and then it exploded in the Big Bang. I don't know if that's true, but if we assume, for the sake of argument, that that's true, then would that be, I guess would you call that singularity, that compact hunk of matter? Would that be an entity? Entity is a term with different senses. The, th- One sense of entity is the objects around you in your environment. Like I see my laptop, my phone, my AirPod case, a book, a table. All of these are entities, but you could also think of an individual atom of the table as being an entity, a very small entity, but maybe not in the primary sense of entity, as a perceivable object because atoms are too small to perceive as individual atoms. Although maybe if you had a microscope, an electron microscope, something small enough or that allowed to see, maybe there's a way to see them as entities if you had something to aid your senses, like a microscope. Uh, so maybe one sense of entity is just any perceivable thing, either something you can perceive directly or with the aid of some tool like a microscope. But would you say the universe as a whole is an entity, just a different sort of entity than the entities you perceive with your senses? Maybe it's a somewhat flexible term, and a lot of times when you're philosophizing, you just need to spell out what exactly you mean by a term and then use it as a term of art because these terms they often have multiple senses and um, they can be used in different contexts to mean different things. So um, maybe there's some sense of entity where I would agree with this. If reality is eternal, there has to be some entity that exists, some entity in the singular. Like, what about the singularity? Is that a state in which the universe is, there's just one entity in existence? Or are there subparts of that singularity? I would think it would all be trash, would be if you hold any values. What would all be trash? You mean the things that this person was saying, or are you talking about something else? It's too bad there's I mean, it would be good if there were people who could challenge the philosophy and do so in a respectful way. I think it's a bad sign if all you can do is um, hurl insults. I think that's pretty weak. So, does anyone out there want to have a debate, a respectful civil debate where you actually give reasons for your disagreement with objectivism? Oh, if you don't have values. Okay. I see what you mean. So if you have a negative opinion of Rand's, that would be the case if you don't have any values. So that's what Tom is saying. Mm. I'd like to do another debate or discussion. Does anyone want to call in, have a debate? I would think that the cube that allowed for the Big Bang to happen as an entity, if that's what happens. Okay. I haven't heard it referred to as a cube. I think a lot of people I debate with are opposed to egoism. So I think they're often utilitarians or altruists. Yet I have this feeling that many of those people are also people who say that good and bad are arbitrary. But if that's right, then isn't there a internal inconsistency in their viewpoint? Like on the one hand, they say there's no objective way to say what's good and bad. It's just arbitrary. And they say you can't prove your objectivist position. Yet they also want to say their position is good or is right, like their utilitarianism or their altruism. But that can only be the case if they can objectively prove it. So to be consistent, when they have to say their utilitarianism or their altruism is arbitrary, I want to present this to somebody. Like I'm curious to have someone call in who both thinks that I can't prove my position because good and bad are ultimately arbitrary, because Hume was right. There's no way to get an ought from an is or values from facts. And this person also holds an altruist or utilitarian viewpoint. How can those positions be consistent? I'd like to ask someone about that. If there are any such people. Tom says, I prefer discussions over debates. Yeah, I could also have a discussion. It doesn't have to be a debate. And you all can call in as well. We can have a discussion if you'd like, but maybe it's better if you let me know what you want to discuss. If you do want to call in, you can let me know in the chat. Simon says he prefers discussions as well. I had a discussion with Holden earlier. If it's someone I disagree with, then I don't know where you like I would probably want to challenge the person on some things. So I don't know that it's possible for it to be purely a discussion. There might be a gray area where discussion shades into debate. Like the more and more it's a discussion in which I challenge the other person's position or they're challenging my position, then it becomes more of a debate. And I guess maybe if it essentially becomes that, like it's mostly just challenging each other rather than just exploring some topic. Maybe that's when it becomes a debate. But I guess there could also be hybrids, like it's part discussion, part debate. Whether it's a debate or not, though, I want it to be civil. Simon says there was a famous leftist debating Nick Fuentes, and when the discussion turned to morality, the leftist just conceded that morality is subjective. You've got to have some view of the good and the bad. I don't think that's escapable as long as you're living. Like your actions imply that some things are good and some things are not, right? Like if you eat food, does that imply you think eating food is good? Otherwise, why did you do it? It wasn't just an arbitrary choice, was it? You perceived it as something you should do. You didn't have to do it, but you didn't have to do it, but you decided to do it. So you're somehow giving preference to that action. So whatever you do, you're giving some kind of preference to. So it doesn't that simply being alive implies some view of what's good. So I don't know that you can escape having a view of what's good. Even if you can explicitly say that morality is subjective, but don't your actions imply a view of what is actually good to do? What's objectively good? Otherwise, why would you do the things you do? A formal debate includes a proposition resolved that morality is not subjective, like that, right? Resolved that Trump is bad. That's how it's sometimes put when you want to have a formal debate. I don't usually do formal debates. Another aspect of a formal debate would be an opening statement, and then the other person goes, and then you have rebuttal periods, and maybe a closing statement. And you could put certain time limits on it, and you've got a moderator. So there's different levels of formality. So this leftist conceded morality is subjective, and then 2 seconds later, he went on to say why Trump is bad. You could ask him, okay, well, is that your just your subjective opinion that Trump is bad? Yeah, I'd like to debate someone like that. At least right now, that's how I feel. Did you see Craig Biddle's discussion with Alex O'Connor on morality? Yes, I did. I saw, I think, two debates with between Alex and Craig. The first one was on morality, and the second one was on free will. And I think I talked a little about one of those on a previous stream. I'm not sure though. It's been a while. Most debates devolve into the most irrational side, descending into a series of gish gallops. That is just saying a bunch of stuff, gish gallops, overwhelming your opponent with a bunch of stuff, like so that there's too much to respond to, and you give the impression that you have a good case just by the sheer volume of things you've said. I think gish gallop is something like that, but let me look it up just to get a definition, a better. The Gish Gallop is a rhetorical technique in which a person in a debate attempts to overwhelm an opponent by presenting an excessive number of arguments without regard for their accuracy or strength, with a rapidity that makes it impossible for the opponent to address them in the time available. Gish Galloping prioritizes the quantity of the galloper's arguments at the expense of their quality. The term Gish Gallop was coined in 1994 by the anthropologist Eugenie Scott, who named it after the creationist Dwayne Gish. I don't know how he let him get away with citing emotions as some standard for good and bad. Alex O'Connor is an emotivist. This is the theory that good and bad just means boo hooray. It's sometimes called the boo hooray theory of the good or something like that. Um, it's not a, there's no intellectual content or reasoning that supports moral evaluation. It just means saying something is good or bad just means you have a certain feeling or attitude towards them. I think that's something along the lines of what emotivism means, which is Alex O'Connor's view. I don't remember Craig letting Alex get away with that, which is not to say he didn't. I just don't remember how the debate went regarding that issue. I do remember Alex mentioning that he's an emotivist. I think that's a pretty uncommon view, actually, among academic philosophers these days. I think it was more popular in the mid 20th century, maybe among the logical positivists like A.J. Ayer. So maybe Alex O'Connor would be someone who says there's no objective morality, claiming something is it's arbitrary to claim that something is objectively good or objectively bad. So does that then mean that it's arbitrary to say that truth is good? Like if Alex says It's bad to commit logical fallacies. It's good to observe the rules of logic. Would that just be an emotional preference he has? It's not objectively good to be logical and objectively bad to be illogical. That's just his emotional preference. Is he committed to that view? Tom says emotivism was considered a barren position when he was in university in the 80s. I'm not sure what replaced it though. I think virtue ethics has become more welcome in the last few decades. I don't know that that's a dominant view, but I think it's at least become increasingly one that's is taken seriously by philosophers. I don't know where utilitarianism stands today, in terms of like how prominent that is in academic philosophy. Peter Singer, I think he's a utilitarian. I talked about him on a recent stream, but some kind of altruism maybe is popular, at least in the culture at large. I don't know about in academic philosophy. I would guess also in academic philosophy. Well, I think egalitarianism actually I think that's popular in the wake of John Rawls. Um, I don't know that I would consider that a theory of ethics in the same on the same order as utilitarianism or egoism or Kantian deontology, or if it should go in some other category. Um, I did not focus in on ethics when I was in grad school, so I'm not as familiar with um, like how dominant various positions are these days in academia in ethics versus like philosophy of mind. That was what I focused on um, in my PhD program. And I know in that field, uh, some kind of physicalism is the dominant view as opposed to dualism or some other sort of view. But ethics, I'm not sure. I think egoism is usually dismissed. At least that was my experience. I remember it getting short shrift in one of the ethics seminars I sat in on part of at least. Um, it wasn't even a discussion that was entertained. It was just taken as an assumption that egoism is off the table as a viable viewpoint. And now let's just haggle over which other ethics we should adopt. What else should we talk about? You don't have any competition now. I've caught up in the chat. So if there's a topic you want to raise, now's a good time to raise it. Anyone out there want to just say hi? Someone who's just been listening? I'm going to my analytics now. I like to see how many people have come by during the stream. All right. 28 people in the first hour, 14 in the second, 21 in the third, 18. I can show you what I'm looking at. Um, this shows hour by hour how many people have clicked on my channel somewhere. And this shows minute by minute. It's been a little lower in the last 2 or so weeks than it was in previous weeks. I'm not sure why. Like I used to be getting up to 19 concurrent viewers, but lately it's been like more around 10, 12. See, like right now, now it's up to 13. Um, but it used to regularly be up like like 4 weeks ago. I think the viewership was a bit higher, so I'm not sure what might explain it. But this is good. 12 likes. That's good to see. Thank you for those. Tom says David Gautier stated that ethics involves others and how we act towards them. I don't know if I've read Gautier. I've heard of him. That's a very common view. Ethics involves others. It's a other oriented. It's essentially a social subject. I think that's how many people view ethics. And there would be there's not really a point to ethics if you're just alone on an island, for example. And I think that's completely wrong. I think ethics is primarily for you as an individual. And I don't know if Ayn Rand says somewhere that like you would need ethics more than anywhere else if you're stranded alone on an island. There it's just you versus nature, and you have to survive somehow. But that's because she has an ethics of that's based on survival, your own survival. It's an egoistic viewpoint. So what ethics is essentially about is making your life be good and achieving your happiness. It's not essentially about your relation to others. So I think most people have a very socialized view of ethics, and I think that's reflective of their altruism, collectivism. But that's ethics on Rand's view. It's not essentially about others and how we act towards them. But yeah, it's not surprising that this other philosopher holds this view. I think that's the dominant view. Ethics is an other regarding subject. Um, Simon is cooking and eating salmon patties. All right. Hope you enjoy those. You think that she did say the thing about You need ethics on a desert island more than anyone anywhere else. You can only depend on your productivity and rationality. Yeah. So if you're alone on an island, you've got to well, what is your standard of ethics? So if the standard is your life and happiness, if that's the goal, then there's all kinds of things you need to do to achieve that goal if you're alone on an island. You've got to be productive, for one thing. You have to produce food, you have to catch food and produce clothing, shelter, and you have to think for yourself. So I have some of these virtues like independence. You got to be independent. If you're alone on an island, there's no one there for you to depend on. So um, you are dependent on yourself for survival. So you have to think for yourself. You have to act on your own judgment. You have to act according to your own judgment. That's integrity. So you have some idea in your mind of what you need to do in order to survive. And then there should be an integration between your thoughts and your actions. It's not good enough just to have the idea of a shelter, of a hut to protect you from the elements. You have to implement that idea in practice and take actions in the world, physical actions. And you have to be productive, right? That would be another virtue you have to exercise. No one's going to produce what you need to survive. You have to produce it yourself. And you have to be honest here. That's another virtue of objectivism. You have to not fake reality. You can't just pretend like um, or hope that someone is going to build a shelter for you. Um, you have to face the facts, not pretend that they are other than they are. Just wishing away the bad weather or the cold weather is not going to make it go away. Wishing doesn't make it so. So you have to be honest with yourself. That means not faking reality. Justice, now that's one social virtue. You might think justice is one virtue that would not be applicable if you're alone. Because if you think of justice as rationality in the evaluation of men, that's how it's characterized in OPAR. I just bought OPAR on Kindle. Maybe I should share that so you can see the subtitle of the section on justice. Where's my Kindle? Here we go. I haven't shared OPAR on Kindle before. Here it is. Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Peikoff. And if we go to the table of contents, chapter 8, here it is, justice as rationality in the evaluation of men. Oh, I see Robert has entered the waiting room. Or Amy. It says Robert and Amy Nasir. Maybe they're both there. All right, great. Thanks for calling in. I will get to your call in a moment. So if you think of justice as rationality in the evaluation of men, you might think there's no place for justice if you're alone on an island. That's the one virtue that you wouldn't need to practice. It would not be applicable. But maybe if you have a broad sense of justice, a broad sense of men, like you yourself are a man, or at least a human being, uh, you might think you should still judge yourself rationally. So maybe justice does still apply. It applies to you. You should be just to yourself. and not be too hard on yourself or too easy on yourself. So maybe there is a way in which justice applies even if you're alone. Okay, but I want to admit Robert and Amy Nasir's call. Let me just make sure I got my Zoom settings correct. And they should be able to unmute themselves. And I don't know if they want to do video, but I can ask them. All right. So I have admitted them. Hello.
Hi there.
Hey, Robert. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. It has been good to listen in and
Good to have you.
follow along with what you've been doing lately. As I mentioned once previously, the show is new to me, even though I know you've been doing it for years. Since you've been doing the live version, it's been especially interesting, and especially given that in objectivism, the folks coming on board online, podcasts have been growing, and the leadership, Ayn Rand Institute, people like Yaron Brook are actually happy about that. And you might remember there was a time when they were very concerned about newcomers and the quality of the work that podcasters were putting out there and giving the wrong impression. And they've really opened up on that lately. And I don't think they were necessarily wrong in the past to be very discerning, but I think there's an understanding now that just because we're out there on the internet speaking doesn't mean we're speaking for the Institute or Ayn Rand or objectivism. So it's been great listening to you this year. I've been enjoying the show.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, and you've got a show as well. So for people out there, you can also check out Robert's channel. Robert and Amy Nasir, they have a YouTube channel. And it's good to have more objectivists out there, podcasters, YouTubers, and I know that I've seen on some of the Ayn Rand Institute employee Twitter bios or X bios, sometimes it'll say, "I am not speaking for my employer." So
Yeah,
even if you are a employee at Ayn Rand Institute, I guess they want to be cautious, and I don't know if that's a requirement of these employees, but um, I guess not being someone who's employed by ARI, I don't have to put out that kind of disclaimer, and I can understand why they might want their employees to do that. There might be some confusion um, on who exactly are you speaking for. And you're on sometimes he makes a disclaimer like if he talks about a certain topic, like if you're at the Ayn Rand Institute because they're a 501c3, you're not allowed to endorse certain presidential candidates, for instance. So if he wants to talk up a certain candidate like Nikki Haley or someone, I think she might have been his favorite candidate of the last crop in the election. He might say, "Well, now I'm not speaking as chairman of the board of ARI. I'm just speaking as uh, host of the Euron Brook show." So you have to
yeah.
make these sorts of disclaimers depending on the context. But
Good grief. You
I,
mentioned
I
Nikki Haley, and I shudder because you've heard our show. We don't do politics, but on the occasions when we get into it, I think Nikki Haley. Where would we be right now if Nikki Haley had been the Republican nominee, or in 2016 if Ted Cruz had been? This insane political world that we live in would have. It's funny because I've protested in front of the White House against Bill Clinton. I've gone to Tea Party rallies against Barack Obama, and yet I get accused of being, deranged in regard to Donald Trump. And why didn't you complain about them in the past the way you do about Donald Trump? And so thinking about when you mentioned Nikki Haley, or I think about Ted Cruz, or some of the more reasonable people, the kind of people we used to complain about 10, 20 years ago. Oh, they're all middle of the road, they're all milquetoast, they have no principles. They seem like giants now compared to what we've got.
yeah,
Uh,
um, I was just thinking like a day or two ago, like what about Obama? Like he seems like maybe he would be a breath of fresh air, at least in some respects, compared
I
to
occasionally have that feeling, and I have to remind myself of the substance of his policies because you're right. Compared to our current president, he seems like both super intelligent and an absolute gentleman. And, then I have
yeah.
to remind myself what he did to the healthcare system, the impact that he had on the country. But it's funny because, well, not funny, but I remember when there were signs up, billboards would be put up on the side of the freeway. I don't know who paid for them when Obama was in office. And there were pictures of George Bush, George W. Bush, the second Bush, who was actually George the third. And they were pictures of George Bush smiling. It said, "Miss me yet?" Because, Barack Obama's president. Of course, as Republicans, we're all, yeah, yeah, we complain about Bush, but we miss him. Well, now I miss Barack Obama. So there you go.
I remember being, I don't know, maybe depressed is too strong a word, but maybe more like feeling down than at any other time, like as far as presidential elections go, when Obama got reelected in 2012. Because I thought his first term was horrible, and Obamacare was passed, and then the Supreme Court upheld it. And I thought, okay, well, we've seen all this now if the country, having seen all of that, wants him back again, that's horrible, and the country is in a really bad state if they vote him back, and then they did, and I was feeling maybe worse than I ever had after a presidential election when he beat Romney. That was actually the only time I voted for someone in a presidential election. I voted for the Romney Ryan ticket. I haven't voted for anyone on either side since then, but I found myself just like within the last couple of days thinking like maybe Obama would actually be good compared to this. So it's for things have to be really bad for me to feel that, given the way I felt about Obama back in 2012.
Yeah, I have to remind myself that uh, the reason Donald Trump won in 2016 is because of where we were after Obama and the fact that he was running up against Hillary Clinton. Oh, okay, now I get it. Now I see why Donald Trump won. But how did he win again? Well, because he was running up against Joe Biden. And when Joe Biden, became obviously, it was just obvious that he was not mentally competent to be president for another 4 years, they didn't run a primary. They simply put Nikki Haley in there. And she had no chance, given those circumstances and her own baggage.
Or
So, yeah, I
Kamala,
have to
right?
remind
Yeah.
myself this is not a country that I don't think Donald Trump would be where he is if the Democrats weren't so bad and put up such bad candidates. And then that's not very heartening, but it's worth remembering.
Yeah, but both sides are very bad. I think the Republicans, or at least Trump, is worse. Like if I had to vote, I didn't vote for either Kamala or Trump, but if I had to vote for one of those two, I think I would have voted for Kamala. Um,
Yeah, I think Andrew Bernstein challenged me to do a public debate with him on which is more dangerous, the left or the
mm,
right, and I almost wish I had taken him up on it, even though it would have been a fool's errand, because there are ways in which Trump is better than anything on the left, and there are ways in which he's far worse. And the problem is he's a Republican. He stands in the way of anybody being better. It's not just good enough that somebody on the right isn't as bad as, say, Kamala Harris. He's more dangerous because of he stands in the way of there being any credible opposition. So if you think
mhm.
the left is the worst thing in the world, then Donald Trump is that plus one. He's not just
Yeah.
another Democrat or just another power luster. He stands in the way of any credible opposition. Look at the few people who were on the right who you could have got behind. People like Justin Amash, people like even neocons like Liz Cheney. There's no room for anybody in the Republican Party who's not. There is no Republican Party. There's no GOP. There's just MAGA, and that's where we are now. How do we scrape our way back to that kind of middle of the road position we used to criticize? How do we get back to that?
Yeah, well, that's an important question. And one thing I've thought about, is maybe one way to do it is to be more stringent about who we associate with. Like you mentioned, possibly debating Andrew Bernstein, and maybe just refusing to debate is. I'm not saying that's necessarily the right choice, but not engaging with certain people who present themselves as objectivists or aligned with objectivism might be one step in that direction. I've unfriended a lot of people on Facebook over this, over their pro MAGA side. So I don't know if I want to mention names about who I've
I
unfriended,
I
but
totally
maybe
share that
like
position.
okay,
And
yeah,
there,
like but I
Andrew
think a lot
Bernstein is
of
actually Andy is one of the few exceptions where he will criticize Trump. There are people out there claiming Leonard Peikoff is all in. Leonard Peikoff is willing to criticize Trump, even though, like Bernstein, he thinks he's a net positive as compared to the alternatives. No, I know the kind of people you're talking about, and I don't quite lump Bernstein and Peikoff in with them. No, no, those people that who shall remain nameless, but too much of the herd is following them. If that's not enough of a clue, you're right. I don't think there's anything to be gained by debating those folks in public or even on the social media networks. They're they are living in a different world than the rest of us. And what I mean by that, you're familiar with the term sense of life. They believe we live in a world where Donald Trump is right for the world, and people like you and me, or reasonable politicians like Ted Cruz and Justin Amash, are not. They are not right for this world. Donald Trump is right for this world. Donald Trump knows the way things really are. That's what they feel. And they can't understand those of us who can't get behind that while the left is destroying the world. It's a whole different world view, and it's bizarre that they imagine that objectivism is compatible with that. But I've watched the development, and that's where we are.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I think I'm probably where I put my bar, like you said, you wouldn't debate certain people uh, who are pro MAGA, like yeah, I don't think I would I debate Andy? I don't think I don't know, but anyways, I'm trying not to name names here, but I guess that's not as important as just saying one thing you could be more attuned to, not you personally, but people out there listening. If you want to find a way out of this MAGA hole that we've gotten into, where that's like the only serious opposition to the left, maybe one way is to be more stringent in your private dealings. Like one thing you control is your own life. You can't control the world at large, but you can control, for example, who you are connected to on Facebook. And as I said, I've unfriended many people on Facebook who are pro MAGA people, who also claim to be objectivists or fans of Ayn Rand.
yeah,
And I mean, if they are civil and respectful and they offer reasoned arguments for their support of Trump, and they don't just say, "Oh, you're suffering from TDS and you're an upleftivist," they use that term. If they actually act rationally, I'll keep them around. But if they are maybe they have TDS in the opposite way of the way it's normally used, like if they're deranged as like in the sense of being cult followers of Trump, even if you shoot someone on Fifth Avenue, they'll still vote for him. Or if they deny that Biden won in 2020 and think that the election was rigged against Trump, if they start saying like things like this, there's a good chance that I've unfriended those people, and that's one thing people out there might want to consider. And if that happens to them a lot, and they start seeing they lose all their friends, their social standing, maybe that will jar them into thinking more seriously about the consequences of supporting MAGA. Some it's not going to have any effect on, but there could be some people at the margin where it does have a positive effect.
yeah. I mentioned the issue of sanction, which again used to be a broader issue. Well, it's still an issue. So I should mention for folks who, because Simon in the chat there was just kind enough to subscribe to my channel. If anybody is following me or friends with me on Facebook, I've got to say I am friends with some enemies. And this is more a matter of keeping an eye on what's going on out there. The old expression, keep your friends close and your enemies
Mm.
closer. So please don't assume that the fact that I am still Facebook friends with these people, don't assume that means I am friends with these people or that I'm sanctioning them in any way. Facebook friendships do not necessarily mean real friendships. And I do keep an eye on what's going on with that side of things, not so much the other organizations, Atlas or whoever, but some of these individuals who are still somewhat mainstreamed or who are still part of the circle of people I do care about. But you're right. At some point, you got to be selfish about this. You got to say, do I want to see this person's rants on my Facebook wall, in my news feed? Do I want to see this kind of static and noise and distraction, or have I got better things to do than that? And yeah, by all means, unfriend those people. I don't usually block anybody, but I don't have to. I only see people I'm friends with. I'm not much for blocking because, again, I like to keep one eye on what's going on out there. I think I
Hmm.
have 6 people in my Facebook block list, people who are, actual trolls.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I totally understand that. And, this kind of connects back to what you were talking about earlier. And we're talking more about ethics and the desert island. I appreciate that desert island analogy. I often use the deserted island, the idea of you're alone on an island, to show how politics is a social concept. And there's a certain kind of intrinsicist, objectivist, or just a certain kind of person who cringes at that. The idea that politics, what do you mean? Everything in objectivism is individualist. Nothing is social. So well, you tell me what politics means when you are all by yourself on an island. It doesn't mean anything. Are your rights going to be respected by, the coconut tree is going to drop food on you and the animals aren't going to attack you? No, rights, as Ayn Rand said, it's a social concept. But you brought it up in the context of ethics, and I think that's a great example of why ethics is not primarily a social concept. You're right. You've got to do the right things whether you are in a society or all by yourself. And you've had people on the show, and I've had people talk to me who say, well, what if my value is, being a criminal, being a mafioso, being a gang member, being a politician? But I repeat myself. And it's exactly the
Mm.
point that you made. Just wanting it doesn't make you happy. You could be on a deserted island and say, I don't want to do anything but lay in the sun. And then by day 3, you've starved to death.
Hmm.
So, yeah, ethics, being productive, having integrity, first and fundamentally thinking rationally and acting accordingly,
Yeah.
that matters. And it's not social and it's not subjective and it's not subject to, well, that's what I want and therefore that's right.
Yes. Yeah. It's primarily an issue of your relation to reality, not to your relation to other people. And I think if you are well connected to reality, then that will attract other people. Like if you are in society, that will make you more likely to be friends with other people who also themselves are primarily aligned to reality. And then you can be sort of fellow travelers on the road of life. And I think that's the basis for a healthy sort of social relations when you are primarily connected to reality, and then you can bond on that basis. I'm glad you
Yeah,
mentioned the
Simon.
point about sanction, though. Back on the issue
Yeah,
of like who you're connected with on Facebook, and also I'm glad you mentioned the point that just because you are connected with someone on Facebook doesn't mean you're endorsing them or friends with them in a literal sense. It could just mean you want to keep your eye on them. I used to do that more. Now I usually I just unfriend someone or block them. I blocked a lot of people, but people have different social media strategies. But I'm glad you raised those points. Those are important.
yeah. It's interesting. I did a episode of Life on Earth, which was a show that I did in conjunction with the Ayn Rand Center UK, and I talked about long-termism and this idea that we should be concerned for the future. Incidentally, if you want to turn my video on, you can do that, or leave it off.
Oh,
That's fine.
yeah. Let
Um,
me give you. I just have to make it possible for you to start your video, which you should be able to do now.
yeah, Will McCaskill, who's very big in the effective altruism movement, had put out a book on long-termism. We shouldn't just be concerned about being effective altruists around the world. We should be concerned about the. Oh, why did my Zoom lock up? Let's see what's going on here.
I just hit the ask to
All
start
right,
video
let's
button.
see. Zoom stall.
Long-termism. So I think you use a different setup than I do. You have OBS, if I recall. Oh, it looks like Robert had to disconnect. Maybe he will rejoin with video momentarily. All right, I think he came back.
All right, can you hear me? I
I
don't have
can
any
hear you.
video at all. I don't know what is going on here. Very strange.
Oh, looks like Robert had to disconnect. Maybe. I have a button here that says ask to start video. That might give you a prompt which you can just click on.
Yeah, it's
I
very
just
strange. If you can hear me, it says Zoom audio, but I don't have a video screen on my machine. That is about as strange as anything I've seen.
hmm. Have you
Well,
used
let me try reconnecting.
okay. Oh, it says I just got a
Oh,
message. Oh, there you are. Now I see you.
looks like restarting it worked. Okay, good. Yeah, Will McCaskill, long-termism. Well, of course, he was big and is big in the effective altruism movement. And so I did a whole show on him and how I disagree with his whole premise that we should be sacrificing not just for everybody around the world, but for everybody who will exist in the future. And I listened to several of his interviews besides reading the book. And on one of the interviews, the host asked him, and it wasn't an objectivist, just somebody who knew a little about philosophy, and said, well, what would you say if somebody says, well, I don't choose altruism. I don't choose to sacrifice. And McCaskill's answer was interesting. He didn't say, "Oh, that's perverse. That's terrible. Oh, what a," or try to convince them. What he said was, "Well, that's okay if somebody says that, but that just means they are taking themselves out of the realm of ethics."
Hmm.
I can't imagine a better example of a frozen abstraction than that. In Will McCaskill's mind, ethics, altruism, same thing. There are no other ethics other than what can you do to sacrifice? What can you do for other people? You get enough of that going, it's no wonder why a certain person says, "Oh, we need more self-assertion. We need a Donald Trump to help us out of this." And again, that's where we at. No matter how much people tell me it's all pragmatic, there is no philosophy, there are no principles. It always comes back to ideas. It always comes back to philosophy.
So someone asked him what if I choose not to be an altruist, or was it what if I choose to be an altruist? I didn't
And
catch.
what if I choose not to be an altruist?
And then he
I
said, then you're just
understand.
out of the realm of ethics.
Yeah.
If
And it was
okay.
interesting that the strange thing about it was he wasn't condemnatory. He was very academic about it. Well, you can
hmm
do that, but that means you are not concerned about ethics.
hmm
Presumably, you're just a pragmatist. Well, what's the alternative? I'm sure he wouldn't consider the possibility of rational egoism. But that to me was an interesting insight because, again, it reminds me that not everybody thinks about these things the way, well, that we do. And the kinds of roadblocks that we've got. When we run into people who think like that, oh, okay, then I need to get them to rethink that, to question that premise. Ethics equals altruism. Altruism equals ethics, of course.
Right. I'm just looking him up. Is he a living philosopher or professor or
Yes,
something?
yeah, he's a British, I think at Oxford, philosopher. Yeah, Will McCaskill.
Oh, I think I found him. Here we go. Here's his Wikipedia. He looks like a young guy.
Yeah, he is.
Um,
He's essentially the taken over the mantle of altruism for Peter Singer. Peter
okay.
Singer, famously of, and you discussed this recently. Singer was the one who had the idea of if you come across a drowning kid in a shallow
hmm
pond or a fountain or whatever, And do you rescue the kid? If it's inconvenient, it might ruin your shoes, it might cost you some money. You might even be putting yourself at some risk if you don't save the kid, and people will blame you. I'm not going to take those chances. Let the kid die, unless you're a good altruist. Well, you gave us good answers to that. Obviously, you don't regard strangers as irrelevant. You just don't assume they're no value to me, and I have no desire to save anybody. I would go a step further with that. I would say people aren't just zeros until you get to know something about them. I think they're actually a positive value. And I've made that case on my show before, and I'm sure I'll do it again. But you run into that all the time. If you have a job in a store, or you go into somebody else's store and you exchange pleasantries with people, and you just assume there's some value in but they're innocent until proven guilty. And to me means they're of value until they're proven guilty. So yeah, I don't want to see kids die in front of me. Well, kids are dying in Africa. Why aren't you sending money to charities? It's happening the exact same way. That's Peter Singer's argument, and Will McCaskill agrees with it. And the answer there is that's not happening in my life. And it would be outrageous to tell anybody you should sacrifice every moment you can stand of every day in order to find every kid or give away all of your money to save every kid. The reason it matters to me is because it matters to me. The reason it matters to me is because it's happening in my life. And I think that's eminently reasonable. And I don't think anybody should sacrifice their lives sending all of their money to places where, for a few bucks, yeah, you could be saving kids who are drowning right now. And it's all too easy to say, well, yeah, but it's their political system that's responsible for that. And so I'm going to ignore all of those things because their politics is bad. Well, that's true. It's not really an answer. It's just a way of assuaging guilt. And what I want for people is for them not to feel that guilt. You have no
Hmm.
duty, you have no obligation. To anybody who says, why don't you save every other kid? The question would be, why? Well, why should I give up my life to do that? You don't like people to suffer, do you? No, but I can't make all the suffering on earth my problem. Why would I? Why should I? By what right does anybody else demand that or make me feel guilty for it? Sorry, I didn't mean to go on. I just remember you talking about that, and it's an interesting subject to me.
Yeah, I just remembered some short video, I think on your channel, you said something about like no one on Earth of the 800 or 8 billion people deserves happiness more than you, something like that. Uh,
Yeah, I finally did a short, and I think that's what got me to 500 subscribers. I got to do a bunch more of those. But yeah, there is nobody on earth that has more of and it seems obvious, but I know so many people who don't have that feeling. And I say feeling in the positive sense of I want people to feel that viscerally, that sense that not, oh, me, oh, little me, I'm not as good as the next guy, not as worthy as, no, I have as much right as anybody else. There's the narcissistic idea that you're the only person in the universe. The solipsists take that to the metaphysical level. Well, in a certain sense, you are the center or at least the center of your universe. You should be the center of your concerns. And I know people who don't have that feeling, and I really want them to get it, to realize that, yeah, other people matter to them, and they could even matter to you, but you should matter to you. You've got this one life. My God, we're all getting older. None of us are getting any younger. And even if we could live 1,000 years, there's not a single minute that is a garbage minute. Oh, let me just waste this garbage minute. Let me just waste this garbage year of my life. No, no. You should regard your time as sacred.
mhm. Yeah, which does not mean that you can't relax the fact that you value every minute.
No, no.
But
If
it
you can't
does
if you
mean
can't
that,
relax, yeah, if you can't relax, then you also won't enjoy the intense moments. So you're right. You're right. And it's not a matter of balance. It's a matter of integration. It's not a matter of, oh, well, I've got to do some of this to have that. No, it's a matter of, I want it all. I want vacations. I want time spent with people that I like. And I want to pursue my passions. You're right. It can't be all passion all the time. Depends
yeah,
on how
just
broadly we
to
define passion.
prevent a possible misconception uh,
Yeah.
from someone here. Not that you thought that, but yeah, people think, well, if you got to be purposeful, productive, then you got to be constantly working or thinking about something. No, that's not the case. You can relax, just unwind sometimes. That's part of
Yeah.
enjoying life. Um,
Yeah. And I think you should play with that. Andrew Bernstein would say that's the explorer's premise. Try different things. I think people should, especially when they're young, see how hard they can push themselves. It's how I made my career without ever graduating from college. And I sacrificed, which is the wrong word, but the point is I invested a lot and gave up certain things and certain friendships that I couldn't maintain because I was working too hard. And I think you should do that too. You should test your limits because then you can ease back and say, okay, now I get it. I can't work 80 hours a week until I'm 80 years old. No, because I'd be missing out on all sorts of friendships and relationships and groups that I could be part of and recreation that I really care about. And so I'm a little bit older now, and that integration really matters to me. And there are certain things that I want to make sure, I do in the 40 or 50 years that are left of my life, or 20 or 30 years, depending on how the stats work out. So you're right. You don't want anybody to take this simplistically and think either you're bad if you're not spending all of your time working, or that even that's necessarily good for you. No, there's just as I say, there's endless things that you could and should be doing. Figure out what the important ones are and don't miss them. That's why you got to have a hierarchy of values. And I would say if you don't have a hierarchy of values, don't figure one out. Write it down. Get out a sheet of paper and actually write down what's important to me that I don't miss out on in the next, month, 6 months, year, this period of my life. And
And there is some model in Ayn Rand's fiction for taking vacations. So plot spoilers if you haven't read it, but work. I mean, he's so in love with his architecture, but there's a certain spot in the novel where he goes off on a yacht to sail with Gail Winans for I don't know a month or how long, and he enjoys it. And then in Atlas Shrugged, you've got the people who gather in Gulch once every year. I mean, they still work as well there, at least to some extent, but I think it's at least sort of a vacation for some of them. But it's not just all work all the time. There is
it,
rest and
it's interesting you mentioned.
relaxation.
I'm glad you mentioned that because there's an awful lot of vacationing in Ayn Rand's novels for somebody who focuses so much on career and productivity. You're right, Dagny and Hank take off for a month or 2 months and go exploring, and
Yeah.
eventually, of course, it becomes productive. But you're right, there's a lot of vacationing. And then that should tell us something about whether Ayn Rand thought we should have nose to the grindstone 24 hours a day.
Yeah, and I think you can actually enjoy it more. Like if you worked really hard, then the vacation will be more meaningful. It'll be more of a contrast to the period when you were working.
Yes.
So whereas you're just vacationing all the time, it's sort of like you eat nothing but dessert all the time. It's not as special or meaningful. So I think if you have both the work and the relaxation, then both are more enjoyable.
Yeah, yeah. And you could make a list of a dozen items like that in praise of vacationing. For example, your pride. It shows your pride. It shows your achievement that you are able to work and then take the time off work. It shows that you've been productive, that you can afford that. I know some people are living on inherited wealth or enormous family wealth, or maybe they were already super productive. But most of us, if we take a vacation, it was hard won, and we can enjoy it that much more knowing, man, this was tough, but I earned it, and it's good.
Yeah.
And you're right,
So
the contrast is all the better. If all you do is eat, well, not only will you make yourself sick eating sweets all the time, but even if it didn't, you just get sick of it. No, no, the contrast, you're right, that's important.
yeah. So I see some of your values there in your background there. Looks
Oh
like
yeah,
you're quite a
this is a
musician.
Studio One. Yeah, our usual podcast takes place in Studio 3, and I've just named different rooms that I do these things in. And Studio One is the music studio. So yeah, this is where I make little music videos. We recorded our last single when I was still in a band here, and um, I do love music. Although we have better musicians out there, I still will throw together the occasional karaoke party or jam session when we do ocons and whatnot.
Right.
And that's an important value to me, even when I'm full-time IT and working a ton of hours, it's important to be able to pick up a guitar every now and then and just feel the music. And that's a whole subject that you could do hours about what that feeling of efficacy is in when music is in your head and you're able to reproduce it, or to think cognitive music theory. Harry Binswanger on the HBL, his weekly get-together meeting of the minds, talked about music earlier today, and it's interesting because he tried to share top important or interesting music values with people. And I kind of knew in advance it wasn't going to work very well. And I've got to say, I'm not sure it worked that well. It's the hardest thing in the world to communicate musical tastes. I could give a lecture on music theory. I could talk scales and rhythm and melody and harmony and all of the technical aspects of music, but why you should like a given symphony or concerto or song by Sabrina Carpenter, that's a tough row to hoe. That's a tough one. And I love it because the fact that it's so tough tells you something about how rich it is, how much value there is, how much passion is there, how much just personal identity is there. There's an old cliche. Tell me if you think this is true. The best music ever made is whatever you happen to be listening to when you were in high school and college. In other words, most people, they really connect with things late adolescence and first couple of years of college. And then a lot of people never grow. They never really listen to anything else. And it's a cliche because there's a certain truth to it. Fortunately, on the HBL, they were a little more open-minded than that. But I don't mean to criticize people. It's actually hard. It's hard to bridge the gap between one person's musical tastes and another.
Yeah, I've heard
But that's
that
what makes it
point.
rich.
Yeah, and I've experienced that myself. Like I wouldn't put it as the best music is the music you heard when you were a teenager, but I think it might be right that like the most impactful psychologically music, because you were in such a formative stage at that time of your
Yeah.
life, and there's all these associations with your forming identity that happen. So it's understandable why people would look to those years as that music is
Yeah.
especially meaningful to them. And I do experience that in my own
Yeah.
case. Like when I hear a song that I remember first hearing in high school, that has a kind of power to it that other music doesn't. Um,
Yeah. And I don't think that's subjective. I think it is individual,
yeah.
but it's very real. If you are open to it and you're taking it in and you can get everything that's in there out of it, including the big thing about music is what you yourself put into it, hearing it. There's nothing subjective about that, even though it's extremely individual. And so I never criticize people for their taste in music, even though sometimes somebody's taste in music makes me cringe personally. No, if it's what resonates with them, if that's what they're getting value and juice out of, I could recommend, oh, you listen to a lot of really sad songs. Maybe you want to, a little more in this direction. Or vice versa. You listen to a lot of, sort of melancholy, happy, but service level songs. You could get into something more intense. But I would never want to judge somebody harshly on their taste in music. A, because it never works anyway. And B, because when you attack somebody's taste in music, you are attacking their values on a level that you can't even fully understand because of the complexities of music. And so I was trying to be careful with that one because it's one of my favorite things, and I know the last thing I want to do is attack anybody else's favorite things. So yeah, thank you for mentioning it. I am in Studio One, and
Uh-huh.
I'm not in a band right now. I haven't been in since 2017. I think we did our last gigs, maybe 2018, but love it, love, love, love it.
Well,
And I hope,
since you
everybody out there has those passions, whether it's music or sports or art or whatever the thing is.
so since you are in your studio, I would be interested to hear a little, like, if I don't know if you are comfortable, but if you want to play like 30 seconds or a minute or something of anything, I don't know if on the piano or violin, you're welcome to. No pressure to do it, but
The
um,
Yeah, well, neither of these are my main instrument. Believe it or not, even though there are two pianos in the building, I inherited this piano from family, and for people who know piano, it was detuned a quarter step. And that means you can't play any other instruments with it. So I had to learn. Is that coming through? I don't know if this is set for Zoom to noise
Yeah,
cancel or
it
it seems.
sounds a little I
Is it
don't
like
know.
warbling and cutting out?
I don't know if it's just my AirPods, but it's I can hear pretty well.
Might come through if it's louder. Zoom does all this noise cancellation that can make it hard to do music over Zoom.
It sounds a little distorted. I don't know if it's just for me or
Yeah.
maybe the audience hears it that way as well.
Yeah, Zoom can be hard with music. I know there are settings on I'm on the iPhone right now. There are settings on the computer I can use
Hmm.
if I was going to actually play music over Zoom where you can tell it, don't do any noise cancellation, don't do any echo, don't do anything. That's harder on the phone to tell it to do that.
Yeah.
But usually my main instrument is a guitar. And I don't know if that comes through any better. Or does that sound distorted too?
That, that sounds better.
I think I'm out of tune. So anyway, this is Studio One, and yeah, there are too many guitars, which are not on the camera right now. Advice for musicians: if you're inclined to get a lot of guitars, and so you're going to buy cheaper guitars, don't do that. Buy one good, excuse me, buy one good acoustic guitar, one good electric guitar. Worry about having a collection later. In music, we call that buy once, cry once. Otherwise, you're going to buy a bunch of guitars, but they'll all be cheaper guitars, and you'll always want something better. So yeah, this is a guitar that actually was gifted to me recently, and might be the best acoustic guitar I got. A family member couldn't bond with it. Uh, all right, sorry, but I'm just out of tune here. I should mute
No problem.
myself for a minute and tune the damn thing. But yeah, definitely have a hierarchy of values. For me, my top three values are music, philosophy, and technology, and specifically IT. And the one thing I wish I had known about music when I was younger is that you don't need talent. Helps a lot. If you're one of those people with natural rhythm, natural talent, but you can overcome that if you put enough hours, enough sweat equity into it. And that's something I didn't fully appreciate when I was younger. Maybe I would have spent more time playing music and less time doing IT. But that's true of just about anything, I think. Some things come naturally, some things don't. But that's temperament and physics and biology and DNA and all that stuff. All of that can be overcome. There was a film called Shine about David Helfgott, the pianist,
Yeah.
and he was extremely autistic and he didn't have a lot of natural talent, but when he did break through his limitations, it really came out. He was never going to be the top tier pianist in the world, but he was damn good. He was capable of playing, for example, they used Rachmaninoff in the film.
Hmm.
And it was just a reminder to me that even those of us who have, for example, in my case, I have no natural rhythm, very clumsy. Trying to dance is very unnatural. That doesn't need to stop you from playing guitar or dancing, which I still try to do. So anyway, on the subject of music, that would be one of my bits of advice for the folks out there. Don't. Well, the way I put it is, I'm sure I'm not the first person to say this. The vast majority of our limitations are self-imposed. You can't ignore reality, but test your limitations on a regular basis.
And maybe lessons could help. I took lessons. I was a percussionist for about 4 or 5 years, and I think a lot of I, it came naturally to me. I was very rhythmically um, inclined or something. But I also took lessons, and I had an excellent teacher. So that can be one way to increase your or decrease your learning curve. Um,
Yeah, that's another shortcoming of mine is I always hesitate to use professionals, and I should use them more. And that's a great point. Yeah, lessons are a good idea. You can't self-teach everything. You can self-teach a lot, especially with the internet, but that means you make the mistake of thinking you can teach yourself more than you can. That's a very good point. And the other thing is, the old joke. Some guy goes to New York City and says, "Excuse me, taxi driver, how do I get to Carnegie Hall?" Taxi driver says,
uh
"Practice, practice, practice." I,
right.
I was never big on, spending more than half an hour playing, methodically going through the books. And no, you got to do that. You got to practice. So yes, yes. So fortunately, despite all of my mistakes in training and not like you taking lessons, I do love the music and I love to play.
Well, thanks for doing a little demo there. And I think the point about lessons, it also applies to philosophy. Like you could try to figure life out on your own, or you could do it with the aid of a genius philosopher like Ayn Rand's. Or,
Yeah,
also
yeah.
there's people often say, well, what about the Ayn Rand Institute? They offer these courses, the Objectivist Academic Center, which that's what it was called when I went through it. Now they have Ayn Rand University or ARI Live courses. And those can accelerate your understanding
Yeah.
of philosophy. Even if you could, like if you had 1,000 years, maybe you could get up to the point where you could get to after 5 years, or I don't know what the numbers are, but you can accelerate your understanding if you have an expert to guide you. So,
It's a great point. It's one of the things I eventually learned about lessons is that when you take a course, a lesson, work with an instructor, yeah, you'll learn everything you'll learn from those sessions, but that's not all you're going to learn. Sometimes you think, I don't want to take lessons because I don't want to turn out exactly like what they want to mold me into. That's not what's going to happen. So yeah, be open to that. Absolutely.
I've been thinking maybe I should get some music for my show here, like a little intro jingle or an outro jingle or something to play during my breaks. And I think I will do that eventually. I just got to make sure I'm not violating any copyright, make sure I got, some legit music. But music
Yeah, that's
it does add value, and I want to incorporate that more into my show in small ways at least. So,
yeah, that's why all the music I've used on my shows is stuff I've recorded, so I don't have to worry about anybody coming along and saying, "Hey, royalties." I don't want to
yes,
violate anybody's property rights.
right.
And I am a big advocate of intellectual property, unlike certain anarchists I know.
Yes, likewise.
Yeah, and to
Yeah,
me, it's a simple issue of if you don't want my stuff, you don't want to pay for my stuff, just don't use it. I only put it out there to say, hey, anybody can use it if they accept my terms. If you don't accept my terms, that's cool. Just don't use my stuff.
hmm
Oh, you can't have an agreement like that. What do you mean I can't have an agreement like that? I can't have an honest exchange with somebody, and I can't expect the government to be there and back that up. No, no, because if I want to make a photocopy of a book, I'm not taking the original, so it's almost pathetic how childish the arguments I hear, at least most of the arguments that I hear for violating intellectual property rights. Now I think the internet has made that a little more Wild West. It's amazing what you can do. And on back channels, IP is respected. YouTube pays royalties if you violate somebody's rights, and then they give you a knock against your account. So it polices itself to some degree, and maybe in some ways we could use a little relaxing of some of the terms. But with that said, yeah, I use my own music because I don't want to violate anybody's property rights, and I don't want to get in any trouble or have any videos removed for that kind of thing. But it's interesting how much I can participate in groups like on Facebook or X social media and play things that are copyrighted, and it's just like a jam and nobody cares. It's just like we got together in my house or at a bar and just played a song together. So it is
Mhm.
interesting how it's all working itself out. And I would say better than we had any right to expect. A lot of people complain about that. There are music critics, if you know people like Rick Beato, for example, who complain about what's being done with copyrights and AI. And I complain too. But I'm kind of surprised it's all worked out as well as it has. And part of that's my age. I say the same thing about objectivism. Oh, the world's going to hell. It's never been worse. No, actually, things are better than they've ever been. Yeah, Donald Trump worries me, but no, we've been saying since I've been involved in philosophy that it's the end of the world. End of the world's around the corner. I'm old enough that I remember when 1984 was the future, and we weren't sure we were going to live to see
Mhm.
it. So when young people these days tell me things have never been worse and I'm so hopeless and it's all your fault and things are terrible, like, you have no idea how good you've got it. Hell, you've got the internet. Try to imagine life before the internet, before cellular phones. But there are real things to worry about, and I don't mean to downplay any of that. Hey,
Yeah, and it's
Donald Trump.
partly depends on your identity, of course. Like if you're an immigrant from Mexico, let's say, and you face the risk of some masked ICE agent coming up to you in an unmarked van and deporting you. I mean, that's a real risk, which, people are confronting. So yeah,
Yes.
not to downplay that, but also on the
Yep.
other side, we do have amazing things like the internet, as you said. We're having this conversation over Zoom, which 10 years ago would have been much harder, if not impossible. In YouTube. It's so there are lots of amazing stuff going on, while at the same time we need to recognize the many problems
Yeah.
there are as well, and not be
Yeah.
Pollyanna-ish on the one hand and say everything is great, or not also on the other hand being um, malevolent universe and say everything is horrible.
Right.
Rather be,
Exactly right.
facts.
Yeah. I don't want to ever anybody to think I'm a Pollyanna. I'm not comparing where we are right now to, the worst things that could possibly, or the best things it could possibly be. But, at my age, I'm all too familiar with Vietnam, with the military draft when it was still a thing, with 50,000 Americans being sent over to die and not being given it. Just you've been picked, you go. And not to some, arguably noble endeavor like World War II, but Vietnam and Cambodia and Korea. And, again, I'm not comparing today to an ideal and saying everything's rosy. I'm just saying it ain't the 1970s anymore. And if you think things are bad, you may be right, but you have no idea how bad they've been throughout history. This is not new. And Yaron Brook was talking about Margaret Thatcher the other day, and how the Falkland Islands issue was a big turning point. And, we see what's going on in the Middle East or in the Ukraine, and we think, oh my God, things have never been this bad. No, these kind of conflicts have been happening, again, for my entire life. And I'm not saying they don't matter. They are absolutely things that matter, and that we should be doing what we can to, protest and to write letters to our Congress critters and to do whatever we can about it. But it has always been this way. There's always been conflict. There's always been danger. And arguably, we are living in the best times ever. It's really hard to believe that, considering who currently occupies the ballroom. I mean, the White House. Um, but it's true. So I am not a Pollyanna. I'm not happy all the time about everything that's happening. But I am very passionate about living the best life I can and taking advantage of everything. And I hope everybody else out there is too.
Yeah, there's
And
a
I
lot
play
to
my little part in
appreciate.
trying to make that happen. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mhm. Yeah, there is a lot to appreciate about today's life. If you had to choose a time to live, it is totally up to you. Like, do you want to live in 2025? Do you want to live in 1925 or 525 BC? I think there's a good case for choosing to live today with all its
Yeah, yeah,
problems. Like, I don't know that I would want to go back in history. I do remember this discussion reminded me of Leonard Peikoff's. He gave a talk called "Why Ancient Greece is My Favorite Civilization," And I don't know if he would make the choice if it were up to him to forego all of modern technology and anesthesia in order to be able to live
Right.
in, like
Yep.
classical Athens, if it was that good, or if he just thought it was his favorite civilization from a philosophical perspective. Um,
Yeah, it was a cultural talk, and it made sense to say I admire that culture more even than now, and yet to say at the same time, yeah, I wouldn't want to go back in time. I wouldn't want to live at that time, not just before modern medicine and technology, but before women were respected as full individuals. All sorts of cultural things that you don't want. So I'm always disgusted by people who say, I wish we could go back to the 1950s when one income could support a family of four. Well, first of all, the statistics don't bear that out. That's a gross exaggeration. And if you happen to be brought up in a family that could do that, you probably think it was normal. It was not. But also, I wouldn't want to, I would get in so much trouble if you put me back in an era before civil rights when minorities were treated not just badly, but whose lives were under threat from behaving the wrong way. And don't even get me started on what they did to homosexuals who well, most of them weren't out because that was just dangerous. And even if it wasn't dangerous, it was the end of your career. And just so many cultural things. And yet, my friends on the right will whitewash that and say, oh, yeah, but it was, early rock and roll and we didn't have any of the problems we have now. Yeah, I'll take the problems we have now.
Euron has talked about this on his show, like the people who say who glorify the 1950s. And he's talked about how, well, maybe more people had a house. Even that I'm not sure about, but the houses that they had were much smaller. The refrigerators they had were much smaller. Maybe they only had one car instead of two. So if you get more fine-grained about your analysis of what life was actually like, the 1950s doesn't look as romantic as you might imagine it to be. um,
Yeah,
from
yeah. Life is hard, but life has always been hard. And that's fine. If life was easy, you wouldn't have anything to be proud of.
It's a challenge, and you gain value from overcoming the challenge. The bigger the challenge, the more rewarding it is to overcome it. So maybe that can help you to feel better about whatever situation you're in. I am glad to be an
Yes.
American, like by birth, though, because like immigrants around the world, they could be in much worse situations. And I try to talk about immigration sometimes on my show, at least. I have that actually. It was so important that I put it on my background somewhere. Where is it? Oh yeah, immigration right here. I tried to put some controversial topics, even among objectivists. I think there's some disagreement about like how open of a immigration system should we have. But I wanted to give some support to the immigration issue by featuring it on my background. I really wish it were much easier
Yeah.
for people to live here legally. Um, I think they
I
often resort
have to
to
agree. I
illegal.
did.
Yeah.
Amy and I interviewed one of our favorite folks at ARI, Agustina Vergara Cid, CID for people looking it up. And Agustina was on our show, but she also gave a great talk at OCON, plus the OCON 2 years prior, about the immigration system. And I don't see how anybody who respects individual rights can be as wrong on this issue as so many people, including some of my friends on the right, are. But yeah, I'm not for open borders. I'm for open immigration. I think that we should relax all of the immigration quotas 99%. It's interesting to if you go to Europe and you go say from France to Belgium, the process of going from France to Belgium is you get in your car and you drive, and you just drive down the street, and at some point you're not in France anymore. And I don't know if the United States borders should be that relaxed or not, but I think that is the ideal. And the issue of invaders and the diseased and the criminals could be much more easily handled if it wasn't for all the time we waste on people who just want to come here. and presumably live a better life, take advantage of the freedoms that we have, whatever you want to. I don't even think that part of it matters. But I know people who think that people outside of the United States don't have individual rights. And those people need to read Ayn Rand's essay on the nature of government. It's just bizarre. It kind of gets back to what we talked about, the people who think individual rights exist on a deserted island when you're all by yourself. Like it's an inherent something that's somehow following us around like a cloud inside our body, like an intrinsic property, and not a conclusion that is reached based on our nature and our understanding of how we have to operate in a social context, with our rationality, our reasoning mind being our means of survival. So we have to be left free to use that. If people understood Ayn Rand's, they used to give these two pamphlets out separately from the book, Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, and The Virtue of Selfishness. There were two pamphlets they always gave out together, Man's Rights and The Nature of Government. And both of those are available online now. If people understood those two essays, most of the people who are anti-immigration would have to change their minds.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So I appreciate that you have that on the wall behind you. That's good.
Yeah, the drug war I think factors in here. Like I think you talked about like driving from France to Belgium, just like in the US you can drive from Oklahoma to Texas and there's no border checkpoint or anything. I think you could plausibly have something like that today between Canada and the US, but maybe not between Canada or between the US and Mexico because there is drug trafficking and cartels and a lot of violence associated with that. But the problem there is the root problem is not the immigration, it's the fact that drugs are illegal.
Right.
And if you legalize that, and that would make the profit margins on dealing drugs go down, there would be competition, and then there wouldn't be such a premium on serving drugs, and that people aren't fighting over the territory and getting violent with each other, and all that violence would go away if you just legalize the drugs. So and then once you've done that, then maybe you could just have just like between Canada and the U.S., you could just have open border. Or you could just drive from U.S. to Mexico. Same thing. But it's all kind of these issues are interwoven. Immigration and then the proper drug policy and they are solved together and not just in isolation or in a vacuum from each other. They're all interwoven. For people to understand the position on any of these, they have to do things like read these essays you're talking about to understand the nature of rights, the nature of government. And then once they have this understanding, you can kind of solve it all together. Maybe still in stages of some kind. I'm not saying like with something like Social Security, you might want to gradually phase that out, and maybe there's a way to gradually phase in more uh, open immigration sorts of policies. But the key is just understanding the goal we're aiming for. And once you've got that, once people understand that and the reasons for it, it's much more easy to make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what we're doing. We're planting seeds in people's minds that there are better approaches and principled approaches. Like the concepts you have behind you there, they're actual principles that apply to these issues. And they're not just principles plucked out of thin air, but they seem to make things easier to manage. They're actually principles based on the nature of things, in particular the nature of us, but also the world that we deal with. So that's why, again, I think Yaron's right. The more shows we have out there, the more outreach that we have going on, the more people explaining these concepts and encouraging other people to read up, the better. It's a good
Yeah.
thing.
And I'm glad we have people like Holden who are new to Ayn Rand, who are starting to read her and really explore her ideas. So I
Yeah,
was delighted to have him on.
that's inspiring. It's inspiring too because I know for most of us, we kind of took that journey on our own. And I still hear about people, even now in the age of the internet, who say, "Oh my God, I didn't know that there were other objectivists out there. I kind of saw the ARI thing, but I didn't really know." because you go to high school and there's 400 other kids there, and not a single other person there is an objectivist. And when you're knee deep in it, it just feels like I must be the only one. I mean, sure, I guess theoretically there's others, but there must not really be. So it's kind of fun when somebody like Holden comes along and is doing all the work kind of, publicly and proudly and not quietly like a lot of us did at the beginning.
Yeah, and going out there and debating Charlie Kirk. Um,
Yeah. That's
that was ex
anything associated with Kirk's going to be a sad story, but that, just hearing him talk about that is really good. That's cool.
Yeah. I'd like to do some more high profile debates. It's been a while since I've done those. Um, but I would like to do some more debating. I mean, I guess I've done some on my channel, but it's on my channel, so it's not like going on a platform with millions of subscribers and um, getting in front of a huge audience. So I've been shifting my focus more to my live streaming, just my live streaming since I've started that, and getting up to a point where I can hopefully get monetized. But I do intend to continue with the debate circuit as well eventually. It's just an issue of
Well, you get, what
hierarchy.
is it, 42 more subscribers, and you're at that magic four figures, and you can start asking,
Uh-huh.
other people in the four figures club if they're available to debate you. And then you can get a real offset there. You can, well, you could talk to people with 100,000 if you're at 1,000. Look at Michael Leibowitz, for example.
Hmm.
He's debating some high profile people and some kind of mid-level people as well. And the only issue with that for me would be it'd take a lot of prep. Because the last thing I want to do is drop the ball on a debate. You'd probably already be ready for that, but I would need some work because debating is not my usual thing.
I've done a varying amounts of prep for debates. Like sometimes I don't do any prep. Other times I do a lot of prep. Like some of my calls with Sam Cedar, I thought about a lot in between the calls and exactly what's a good way to bridge from the topics that came up in my last call to the topics I want to raise in the next call. Um, but some are just totally, I'm winging it. Um, but they're fun. I do enjoy it, and I like getting in front of new audiences. So if anyone out there has anyone in mind who think might be good for me to debate, I welcome you to either come on my show or put me in touch with those people, and we can set something up. Uh,
Excellent. Well, I hope you get the chance to do more of that. And we actually took, Amy and I took this Sunday off because she's a little, well, she's actually very under the weather. And, I still had the podcasting itch, so I appreciate you having me on.
Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. You help save my voice because I can only go for like 3 or 4 hours on my own before my vocal cords start to feel strained. But when I've got some
Well,
people calling in, I can go for a lot longer.
yeah, if your voice starts going, just let me know. You've probably noticed I can talk. And I intentionally, it's one of my conscious habits is pauses just like that. And I do that on purpose because I know so many people who, and you don't do this, but even some podcasters who have co-hosts or engage with people, they don't want to leave those spaces for fear that the other person will jump in. And I've had to intentionally cultivate that. Um, I don't know what the right word for it is. It's not courage, but willingness to take that chance. And usually, if you engage with people in that way, they don't. They're not inclined to interrupt you because they can see that you're not vulnerable in that way, as opposed to the person who you can tell they're just trying to keep going because they want to keep talking because they don't want the other guy to talk. And so, if you're ever talking to me and you feel that I'm pausing too much, or like, I don't know about, can't you just talk for another minute? Believe me, I can always talk for another
Uh,
minute. But I do appreciate the chance to get on. Now, at this point, I'm going to wrap up because I need to go take care of my love of my life who is under the weather. But I do appreciate the opportunity to talk. Thank you for that. And some of the things that we've talked about as far as ethics and politics and our current situation and hope for the future and how things really aren't as bad as I think some people think they are. Some of these are common themes for me, and some of them have just been on my mind lately. So thanks for the chance to
Mhm.
chat, and I'll definitely jump on the Zoom again
All right.
in the
Thanks
future.
again for coming on. I appreciate all your participation in the chat. And best wishes to Amy. I hope she gets better, and hope you're well. And good luck to your
I
channel.
I will I will pass that on. She's wrapped in blankets right now. I think she's having a Downton Abbey movie marathon, so she's comfortable. But I will pass on your good wishes. Thank you, and thanks to all the listeners, all the people in the chat. I really do appreciate engaging with you all, and I'll be back on there shortly.
All
Thanks,
right.
Dan.
Yep. Bye bye. All right. That was good. It's the first time I've had Robert call in. He's been in my chat many times over the last few months, and this is his first call. So I was glad to make his acquaintance through Zoom. I've met Robert in person before. I saw him at the Irreplaceable Spark conference that happened, was it last weekend? Um, yeah, I think it was a week ago. So I have seen him in person before, but this is the first Zoom interaction I've had. So that was good. And as I mentioned, it helps save my voice. How long have I been going? Almost 6 hours. It'll be 6 hours and another 14 minutes. And I haven't really taken a break. I had something to eat before the stream, so I wouldn't have to take a break during the stream to get food. But um, I still might need just a break anyways to rest the mind, although I don't really feel the need for one right now. But it's been a while since I've looked at the chat because usually when I've got a caller, I am just focused on the call. But let me come back to the chat. See, we got a lot of chats here from Greg and Simon. John Wayne is here, or at least was here. Hi to John. There's a few from Tom. See, I don't know who is still here. Um, oh, Simon says it was fun listening, Robert. Thank you. Nice. All right, got some more likes on the stream. Good to see. Thanks for that. Okay, so let's see what to do next. I guess I could read through some of these chats, see if there's anything I want to comment on in the chat. But maybe I should take a little break first. Yeah, how about that? I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream today, but I think I will take at least a little break and then come back and read some of the chats that were sent in during that last call, and maybe during the first call with Holden as well. Um, and then decide after I get through some of those what to do, either to keep streaming or to bring it to an end. But how about I take maybe a 10-minute break, something like that, and then I'll do at least a little more after the break. And I guess it partly depends on you all. So if you raise some topic which really gets me excited um, and interested, then maybe I'll go longer. And as I said, like sometimes if you call in, that will help save my voice, so that might keep me on longer. So it remains to be determined how long today's show is, but it's at least going to be a little longer after I take a break. So I'm going to change my Zoom screen name right now so that when I turn off my camera, it'll appear in the middle of the screen. I'm just writing out a little message that says on break, back in about 10 minutes. Okay, you should now be able to see that in the on screen. And I will also put that message in the chat. I'm on break. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, i.e. around 4, no, I guess it would be after 5, around 5:02 Pacific. Okay, I just put that in the chat. All right, thanks everyone for being here, and hope to see you on the other side of the break. All right, bye for a little bit. I am back. Maybe a minute early. Oh, I said about 10 minutes, not exactly 10 minutes. All right, so I said I was going to look at some of the chat after the break. And let me share my chat screen. Greg says, odd how the chat rolls when we should be listening and grinded to a halt during the break. All right, I don't know where to start here. So I want to prioritize engaging with people who are here live. So I know Greg is here live, so I will be more likely to engage with Greg than someone who is not here live, but I don't know if you're not here live. So if you want me to more likely to engage with your chats, you can say something in the chat like I'm still here. Simon says, come on Clubhouse, plenty of people who want to make objectivism look stupid, and I get into some heated debates. Let me look at John's because there's only two chats I see from John. He says Trump had the possibility of directing Republicans towards a more capitalist direction. Instead, he dismantled it. Trump zombie syndrome. Yeah, that's the reverse of Trump derangement syndrome, where you follow Trump no matter what he does. Any other new chatters? Oh, this was the last new chatter, I think, and that chat got deleted. All right, I don't know what's the best place to start. I could go way back. And how far can I scroll back in the chat? Oh, I can still go back to 11:52 a.m. There's a bunch of chats from Robert and Greg at that point. The unanswered question as Richard Haley peered out at the standing ovation. Did Holden read the speech on his first read through? My money's on yes. Do you mean Galt's speech? Did he read Galt's speech on his first read through? I would guess so. I don't know if he mentioned Galt's speech. He might have mentioned something about Galt's speech in our conversation. I'm not sure though. Oh, effective altruism. That was the McCaskill guy that Robert mentioned. William, was that his first name? William McCaskill. Yeah. Scottish philosopher and author, as well as one of the originators of the effective altruism movement. So he was the follower of Peter Singer in his, well, is he a utilitarian? I don't know if, okay, it says one of his main interests is utilitarianism on the Wikipedia page. You're never finished until you are finished. Congress shall make no law abridging the separation of education and state, says Greg. Yeah, government should not be involved with education. So that was another amendment you might make to the Constitution. Something Judge Narragansett might want to include. Right, this is the part that Holden read at the end of Atlas Shrugged. Where is Judge Narragansett when we need him? Heck, where's Reardon Dagny, that one guy, John? Well, maybe we can be those people as much as possible. We can promote these ideas in whatever forums are open to us. It's not necessarily to say that we have the same ability as these huge creators, like a metal industrialist, railroad industrialist, genius, philosopher, physicist. But there are avenues open to everyone to make the world a better place. And most importantly, make your own life the best it can be. Making the world a better place is a means to making your life the best it can be. It's not an end in itself. It was a European who discovered America, but it was Americans who were the first nation to discover this earth and man's proper place in it, on it, and man's potential for happiness and the world, which is man's to win, says Greg. There's a mention of, or a reference to Columbus, I guess. Um, I don't know about first to discover this earth. Maybe it depends on what you mean by that. To have a secular, this worldly view. You might say the Greeks discovered it, if that's what you mean, like and maybe they have it even a more secular, this worldly view than the Americans. 'Cause they were pre-Christian. But in some ways, maybe it was more this worldly because it was post-industrial revolution, at least during part of its history. Whereas Aristotle had, for example, he had a somewhat otherworldly view of the intellects. Like he didn't fully grasp the role of reason as man's means of survival, and he thought that the best life to live was the contemplative life of the philosopher. He didn't grasp the practical survival role of reason in the way that Ayn Rand did. And she said herself she couldn't have come up with her philosophy before the Industrial Revolution. So you might think that the Americans were more this worldly in a way, and that they more appreciated the role of reason in man's life as a practical tool of survival than the ancient Greeks did. But in other ways, you might say that the Greeks were more this worldly. Like they didn't have this, they thought flourishing life on earth was the best thing. They didn't pine for bliss in the afterlife in some heaven. They didn't have that Christian idea. Okay, there's some quotes. I'm not sure if that's from Atlas Shrugged that Robert gives there. Oh, I see Robert says in the chat, um, oh, there's a few chats he added recently. He says he's back in the chat. Oh, someone named Radical Capitalist has just called into Zoom. Now, who is Radical Capitalist? Um, could you say who you are in the chat on YouTube, if that's you who called in? I'd like to know, if possible, who's calling in. You don't have to say your actual name, but maybe just your, I don't know if you have the same name, if you Radical Capitalist on YouTube. But if you could let me know in the chat if it's you who called in, I'd appreciate it. Um, let's see, what else does Robert say here? And actually, let me. John Wayne says, "Wow, you're still live." Yes, I am. I just took a break for about 10 minutes, but I decided to come back to the and read through some of the chats that came in during my call with Robert and then engage with some of those. But someone just called in, so I might do another call. I'd like to do another call. I just want to know who this is. Um, I don't know if I can communicate with the person through Zoom. I don't see any chats on YouTube yet from someone who is claiming to be radical capitalists in my Zoom waiting room. There's always a risk it could be a troll, maybe someone who is pretending to be in agreement by calling themselves a capitalist, but it turns out not to be. Uh, I might take the call anyway, but I would like to get a little communication in the chat from this person. Maybe I'll give it another minute before I just take the call on Zoom. Robert says, thanks again to Simon. That was fun. Conversations with intelligent, reasonable people usually are. Oh, Jason says 6 to 7 John Galt. I don't know what that means. I heard there was I don't know if it's right to call it a meme, but some meme about the number 6 7. I don't know if Jason is making some kind of reference to that. All right, well, maybe I'll take a chance on radical capitalist here. The I'll let him on at least for a few seconds to see what he sounds like, or she, I don't know. Um, I'll take a chance. But I'm going to have to ask the person to unmute. Actually, maybe I could communicate with the person through Zoom. So I just admitted radical capitalists into my Zoom call. So I'm going to try to chat with that person now in Zoom because I'm not getting any reply through YouTube. Um, oh, he says, apologies, I couldn't comment on the stream. Oh, I wonder why not. Um, let me ask, um, have you, oh, it says, I saw the chat, but I did not see a box to type in. All right, let me ask this person, what are you interested in talking about? I can say, is there a particular, oh, he says egoism mostly. Okay. Um, that sounds pretty good. I guess I was going to type it, but he's replying as he's hearing me ask these questions, so I don't even have to type it in the chat. Okay, let me ask you to unmute, and you should be able to unmute in a second. Hello.
Hello.
All right,
Is my
I
audio
hear you
coming
now.
through well? Awesome.
Yeah, sounds good.
Like I said, I hadn't I've seen your stream before, but I'm not an active chatter and it doesn't like I can see the news comments, but it doesn't show me a box to put my own thoughts in. Um
Oh, on YouTube, you mean? You don't see a
yeah.
way to enter? Huh.
No,
Are
it might
you?
make a difference. I'm not on the app. I'm like using a web-based browser on my computer right now to
Huh. Okay.
watch.
That's what I use. I see a chat box on my YouTube. I don't know why you don't see one on yours.
I've never done it before, but there's an option that said welcome to live chat and wants to take me to something learn more about like some kind of settings I would assume. Um I was trying to troubleshoot it, but just a
Hmm.
few minutes. I
Okay.
didn't get to that point.
All right. Well, no problem. So welcome to the show. So you said you've heard my stream before?
Yeah, I talked to you. I meant to reply to your most recent DM. I had taken your advice and had applied to ARU for classes to get a scholarship. Um
Oh, so wait, did we talk before?
Yes, we have spoken once before, but I was trying to catch you on live because I thought I had sent you a reply because I had my friend Liam was doing ARU classes as well and seemed
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
good deal on a scholarship. I hope to be
Oh,
attending
wait,
this
so
upcoming
so
semester.
did we talked on my live stream before. That's what you mean?
No, I've DM'd you on Twitter. Well, now X.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I remember now. I remember now. Okay, yes.
Sweet.
Right, because I remember you said you knew Liam and okay. Yeah, so you decided to sign up for the ARU courses,
Yes.
and have those started yet?
Yeah, so my scholarship is for like their academic year. I was not able to attend this semester. Um, but I will. Because the classes were a little odd. They started in October as opposed to, most school kind of things start in September, August. So I'm assuming if they keep consistent, probably sometime in late January, maybe February, they'll start for semester two.
Okay, so that would be when your first classes you would take would start maybe February or January.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, well, nice. I'm glad to finally place you in my universe of like sometimes I get confused like where did I meet someone on Discord or on X or on YouTube or where it was, but I remember now. Cool. So you want to go by Radical Capitalist? Is that the name you want
Yeah,
to use
I
here?
yeah,
Okay.
that's my Substack name. I'm known most places online as that.
All
Um,
right.
yeah,
And you said
so
you were interested in talking about egoism?
yeah, I think that's probably one of the main topics of interest. I do want to ask one other thing, but essentially, um, so there, are you familiar with Douglas Rasmussen and like Roderick Long by any chance?
A little bit, not much, but I'm a little bit familiar.
So I was reading some of their critiques because I think it's not pertinent. It's not in my self-interest to only read views that are positive, of what we believe in. So I like to read critiques and such. And
Sure.
I and they're obviously sympathetic, right? I don't think a lot of the people who give critique seriously to Rand aren't somewhere kind of in the libertarian adjacent Aristotelian philosophy camps, right? And so Roderick Long, I was reading one of his critiques, and he had mentioned essentially he was able to provide some quotes for this, but he was like, there are a few different interpretations you can take Rand at when she's talking about egoism. One, he provided one quote for a Kantian approach, which I think that was probably a little bit more out of context. And then he tried to provide some supporting evidence for two like bulk views, where he claims that you can take Rand as kind of in the spirit of Hobbes.
For
Um,
what views?
like for egoism and the way that she conceives of life, life is the standard of value, right? So there's like
Hmm.
a Roderick Long is trying to say that there's like a Hobbesian account you can kind of interpret Rand as saying, like a more brutalistic, like not like living because he's obviously Aristotelian, so he um doesn't necessarily agree with life. He, I think, as Rasmussen does too, kind of conceives life as to have that more Hobbesian kind of meaning, right? Um, and they both kind of endorse and they provide quotes for Rand, where you can understand her as a little bit more of an Aristotelian reading, where it's not like a brutish life she's talking about. And I think there's a lot of evidence to support that. I think the proper interpretation is definitely in the more Aristotelian kind of flourishing camp, not just the live life however you get by. There's especially a lot of Peikoff stuff that I'm familiar with. But I thought it was interesting because obviously the way it's framed as life because life is the standard of value and it itself is also a value, right? It's that thing which you're acting to gain and or keep. Um, but the transition to flourishing, and there could be others, but I'm really only familiar with Tara Smith's Viable Values. I'm not sure if you've read it, um, where she kind of talks about like life, where she acknowledges what Rand said was obviously life is the standard of value, but she paints like a more holistic approach to life where it really is flourishing and not just kind of like the moment to moment kind of not totally in a brutally like Hobbes sense, right? Where it's getting by however you can get by. And I think Peikoff, when he's giving his examples for the virtue of honesty, it seems like what he's fundamentally getting at is that life is incompatible, at least the life in the sense of they speak it, right? In the holistic, like 80, 100 years, like living for a long time kind of life, ultimately seems to converge with this like Aristotelian notion of like eudaimonistic satisfaction, um, instead of just a traditional reading of life. And so my main question kind of centered around obviously we value in its objectivity. is this thing between your consciousness and reality. It's this relationship. It's not intrinsic. It's not subjective. But I think there's a way in which you could take specifically the account of like normativity in the way that like Peikoff and Opar lays out virtue as these are the instruments, right, to a good life. These are instrumentally virtuous or instrumentally valuable. And then there's a way in which you can kind of give a reading of where they're constitutive of the good life. Um, and I basically just wanted, because I'm much more inclined to accept Smith's treatment of such a topic where I think that life in this holistic sense, because she kind of eviscerates the quantity quality distinction, right, in life, or if that makes sense. And I'm wondering if you have thought about it, in which account that you would think is more accurate to Rand, because I definitely think that the Aristotelian notion of a flourishing life instead of a more Hobbesian life, and then the is virtue something that is instrumental in achieving life in this flourishing, or would it be constitutive of such the achievement, right? Because it's still the actualization, right? It's still a process. Flourishing like life is in a static state.
Okay. So it sounds like you're getting into some really technical sorts of issues. Like this is not objectivism 101, like the first level sorts of issues you're raising. You've been citing some of these objectivist scholars you've been reading, like Tara Smith, Leonard Peikoff, and you mentioned Douglas Rasmussen and Roderick Long. So you're really getting into this stuff. And I certainly haven't like studied this at the level where I would have written an article about it myself or be able to do that necessarily. I have thought about these issues to some extent, but I don't. I wouldn't say that I've got like a fully polished, worked out answer that I can just give you easily. But I can give you some of my initial thoughts at least, or maybe not initial thoughts, but I can give you some thoughts, and for whatever that's worth, and maybe I can point you to some other resources of people who have thought about this more than I have, and maybe can give you better answers. So let me start by giving you a resource, and that is Greg Salmieri, who you may know. He's another objectivist philosopher. He has discussed this issue of instrumental values versus, well, you use the term constitutive values or virtues. So there are some things like the virtue of honesty, for instance. You might think of that as a means to an ends, and you might think it's solely a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. We are honest because it serves some further end beyond itself, like it somehow leads to happiness. And happiness itself, that's an end in itself. It's not meant to be something that is a means to something beyond itself. And
I would
virtues, you
just like
might,
to quickly note that
yeah,
Robert
go
is
ahead.
graciously putting some quotes in the chat that seem to be in agreement with like kind of the Aristotelian flourishing notion rather than like the Hobbesian account that I was kind of giving.
Okay.
Or not, I didn't personally give it. Obviously, it's a critique, but I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for those, Robert. Maybe I'll look more closely at those. I was thinking that the Aristotelian view of Rand sounds right to me. Um, but just, and I might come back to the chat some more in a bit, but let me just say some of my initial thoughts, get them on the table. So there's this distinction between intrinsic values and then instrumental values. I think that's the dichotomy Greg talks about, and I think he ends up saying like that's a false dichotomy of some sort, and we need to reconceive the way we think of values. And I remember him talking about constitutive values or virtues in an article, which I think appears in the latest book in the Ayn Rand Studies philosophical series, put out by the University of Pittsburgh Press, of which he's the editor of this, or co-editor of this volume. It's on politics. What's the title of it? Something about the foundations of a free society. Reflections on Objectivist Political Thought, something like that. Are you familiar with that series, the Ayn Rand
Yeah, I am. I
Studies?
saw that there was a new release coming, I think slated for December 8th. outlining, because I think his dissertation, if I'm not mistaken, was on like a Nicomachean ethics type of understanding where they portray Aristotle as being kind of like an egoist. I think that, I mean, obviously I've seen his Phil papers. He's done other stuff, but I believe that book is coming out where he tries to highlight the differences and similarities between um, Rand and Aristotle, and I think believe his new book in December. Um,
Yes. Yeah. So that will be the fourth volume in the series, set to come out in the near future. So the latest volume that's already been published is the politics one. And in that one, he's got a essay. I forget the title of it, but he discusses this sort of issue I think you're raising. So I would recommend consulting that if you want to go further than what I might be able to do in this call. But yeah, so the new volume is, I think it's titled Two Philosophers, Aristotle and Ayn Rand, and that's going to be comparing and contrasting their two philosophies. Um, okay, so I just wanted to get that reference out there. I see Holden is back in the chat. He says, "You are correct. I am 20 years old." Okay. I don't know if that maybe that's addressed to me because I put out in a Facebook post earlier today that I was going to be talking to Holden today, and he's around 20 years old. So I guess he's confirming that. Thanks, Holden. All right. So let's see what I can say about this topic of instrumental versus constitutive. I think maybe it's both. So you mentioned the virtues. You asked whether they are instrumental or constitutive. Like I think they are instrumental in the sense of they are means to achieving values. And Rand actually says something like that. Virtues are the means of achieving values. Um, However, they're also constitutive of a good life. So if so I don't know that you have to choose between those. I think the dichotomy usually the way it's put is between instrumental and intrinsic, not between instrumental and constitutive. So in I think even so in at least in the case of instrumental versus constitutive, it's not clear to me that you need to choose between those. I think something could be both. Uh, as between instrumental and intrinsic, I'm not even sure that's the right way to conceptualize the some kind of distinction. But let me set aside the issue of intrinsic for right now, since you didn't bring that up. You brought up instrumental versus constitutive. So if I say, or if someone says a virtue can be both an instrumental value and a constitutive component of a life, um, does that seem reasonable, or do you have some objection to that? What's your reaction to that? I'm curious.
so,
Oh, can you? Oh, yeah. I thought maybe you were muted. I didn't
oh
give
no.
you the power to mute and unmute. Let me actually give you the power to mute and unmute in case you want to use that.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I'm obviously I'm as an objectivist very sympathetic to pretty much anything Aristotle. I think you essentially couldn't have gotten better than him for his time, right? So I'm much more inclined to agree with the constitutive element. So yeah, I get the relationship between virtues and values. Like the values are kind of like the what, and the virtues kind of answer the how. Like how do you achieve, for instance, let's say you want money, right? How do you achieve that? Do you achieve that honestly? Do you achieve that dishonestly? Or you're after some goal? Do you achieve it with integrity or without, right? Um, so there, and part of the reason that I'm inclined to think that they're constitutive is because under my understanding, and I certainly could be wrong about this, I haven't thought about this for a great length of time, it would seem like instrumental value would imply that so once we've achieved this state of flourishing, or maybe if you want to use less Aristotelian language, once we've kind of hit this peak of life. We've achieved life in the way that Rand talked about it. It would seem like then we couldn't just put honesty to the side, right? I've flourished, right? Therefore, I'm done with honesty. I'm done with justice. I'm done with productivity. I'm done with pride. All of those things, right? It seems like that because life is this ongoing self-generated and self-sustained effort, right? Flourishing takes on the same characteristic. And it would seem like once you're there, in order to commit to the maintenance of such a thing, that these would have to be constitutive. And I really just mean by that these keep going, right? I don't think that once you've hit flourishing, I think you would actually immediately leave the state if you want to think about it like that. If you were then dishonest, you were cruel, you were a parasite, you were a second-hander. So it seems like that maybe in a two definitional sense, like if you're familiar with like that theory that Peikoff had proposed, you could
Hmm.
maybe think about them in both senses because there are certainly the way to achieve it, right? If you want to think about an instrument to do so, would be virtue. That is the way you get there. But it seems like because it's so entangled with the idea of this flourishment that they have to coincide and kind of like co-instantiate, right? They really can't. I would even almost argue that there would be like a causal mechanism between them where you really can't have this flourishing without this particular culmination of virtues, right? So that's kind of what I would think about it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that sounds right to me. Like, I don't know that we have any disagreement on this. It seems to me that virtues are constitutive of a good life or a flourishing life, and they are also means to achieve a good life or a flourishing life. So I don't think they need to be chosen between, and you might want to emphasize one perspective or the other. And in some contexts, you might want to emphasize their instrumental aspects. In other contexts, maybe you want to emphasize their constitutive aspects. But you don't need to say it's one or the other and not both. Does that sound like, I mean, would you agree with that, or does that sound off in some way,
Yeah,
or
I
what?
think your explanation does sound fine. Like I had
Okay.
just more so kind of leaned the one way, but had wanted some other input or opinion on it because I think it is pretty complex, and I know that I'm certainly not the mind that somebody like Peikoff or Rand was, or somebody like Tara Smith. So I think what I conclude on it might might need some more thought, and trying to converge with some other people on what they think or what they would say about the matter.
Okay. All right. So sounds like we're at least roughly on the same page about that. And I guess maybe consult Greg's piece for more on this. I'm wondering now if he was proposing this constitutive view of virtue as a contrary way of thinking about virtue, as opposed to either thinking of them as instruments or as intrinsic values. I don't remember exactly how he put it. I was just wondering. But anyways, so you're leaning more towards the constitutive part, or at least you feel a little more comfortable with that, or it feels more intuitively right than you feel about the instrumental view of virtue, although you're not denying that they have an instrumental kind of role. It just doesn't, that's not as salient to you in the way you grasp virtue.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't really want to push back on that. Um, I don't really have a weighting like myself. Like I don't feel like more drawn to the instrumental view of virtue as compared to the constitutive view. They just seem um, totally harmonious to me. So
Well,
that's kind of how I see it. Yeah.
I
Go
will
ahead.
say one thing that I had recently thought of kind of more in support of maybe a constitutive reading or understanding of such is that so Ayn Rand had explicitly laid out, I believe it was the seven, right? And then she said that these weren't an exhaustive list of virtues and mind, body, right? These virtues all correspond to these particular values. But it seems like if a challenge to just a notion that they're only instrumental as either you could construe it in kind of both ways or a constitutive way. It seems like one of the biggest pushbacks I could conceive of for it not being totally instrumental is it doesn't seem like a collection of them, even in concert, even many, almost all of the virtues together, I don't think would constitute a flourishing life or a life achieved of like happiness because Peikoff, in I don't believe might have been his lecture series. I think it was in Opar too. Talks about how really when you betray one virtue, because they're all They're all, in the way at least Sinopari frames them is they're all recognitions of certain aspects of rationality, kind of applied to like different contexts, but they all come from the same thing. So it seems like that you can't be productive, honest, a man of integrity, but then leave out one of the virtues, right? It doesn't seem like if you had six that you could get to flourishing. So that makes me think that at least they're all co-instantiated to the point where they either come as a package deal, a man strives to hit this ideal and he flourishes, or if even one of those drops off, it seems like it presents a pretty hard time. I mean, I don't even think I could really properly conceive of the man who meets all virtues but isn't honest, right? Or isn't prideful. It seems like flourishing is still locked, or they have still not achieved the prerequisites, especially given the view that they are all I don't know how I want to say it. They're all found in such a way where they come together or they don't. At least in the way that Peikoff presents it, where, when you betray one, you betray all. So that's probably the only other thing I would say about the topic, because obviously, just the most honest man, but none of the others, he wouldn't be able to flourish, at least in my view. I don't think so.
Hmm. Yeah, that sounds right to me. There is what's called the unity of virtue. And I believe that idea actually goes back to Socrates, but it's definitely a part of the objectivist view that they are a package deal, not in a bad sense, like combining things that are essentially different, but there's a harmony among all the virtues. Fundamentally, there's just the virtue of rationality, but that can be broken down into the various aspects. So you get the six what you might call subsidiary virtues, which I have on my background. I'll just so I've got, where do I start? Oh yeah, independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, and pride. Those are the six subsidiary virtues to rationality. I have reason here, but rationality would be the fundamental virtue. And I think it's right what you said. You can't really have one or have all of them except for one because they're all harmonized. So that sounds right to me. Um, but I'm not sure where you were, if you had a certain direction. Like, did you think you disagreed with Rand or Peikoff in some respect by holding this view that they're a unity, or I'm
Um,
not sure where you were going with that.
no, I mean, so just kind of the basic question, because I've found that I've definitely heard my fair share of things that they've both said, even as someone who is obviously a believer, supporter in the movement, where I'm like, that sounds weird. That even almost sounds wrong. And then, when I think about it, I read more, I really press, I try to see what makes me take the position that I do as compared to, what Leonard Peikoff would say about a topic, right? It seems much more likely, given that I would commit an error. Not to say that he obviously is an infallible mouthpiece to Rand, right? But it just seems more likely if I was a betting man that I'm the one who probably, made some error along the way. Um, but no, it they so part of the thing, as someone who is really into philosophy and has studied it a lot, is that I understand why Randon Peikoff chose to write, excuse me, for like more everyday people, right, to grow the movement. I, much rather have a bunch of actual objectivists out there than a few who, are in the ivory tower and they write their essays back and forth. So it seems to me, as I'm studying, continuing to learn and grow more in this area, that it is a challenge in itself to try to apply a lot of these contemporary or academic terms, or like kind of lines of reasoning or question, to what they particularly did, because it was fundamentally suited for a different audience, right? The presentation. I'm sure if they had to speak to a room of of entirely philosophers, I'm sure that it probably would have been a little bit more conducive to get easier answers to these questions, because I firmly believe that they would have decisively had a viewpoint one way or the other about this. But it's not clear to me in their writing for everybody that they would convey such like a niche topic or point like this in detail, for what I'm trying to seek, right? And I want to make sure that I don't stray too far, because I really think they're correct. And they obviously, philosophers, right? Um, so yeah, that was kind of my line of thinking with regard to that.
Okay, so there's some question that you have that you would like an answer to that you're not sure they've answered, given the sort of audience that they address, or maybe that's the reason they don't offer an answer. But could you just state what is the question that you would like an answer to that you don't find an answer to in the objectivist literature? If that's what you were saying is the case, that there's something
I
you're not getting an answer to.
Yeah, so I just meant like this definitively as an example, but I'll give you a one that I've
The
talked with a lot of.
constitutive versus
Yes. I don't
instrumental.
think that at least either of them have presented a very clear cut and dry response. Not to say that I couldn't find one, with supporting evidence in the text to find the view one
Hmm.
way or the other or some of both. But to give another example of what I mean, um, I'm sure you're familiar with more of the academic and contemporary terms surrounding like the metaethical view of realism versus anti-realism. I've heard
Right.
some like objectivist, I think, hint that our view would be considered a realist view. But I take what Craig Biddle says to be pretty accurate when he talks about it. I conceive of us more as anti-realist because the typical conception that I'm thinking of when I imagine a realist versus an anti-realist is the question of kind of where is the good? So I think the typical realist answer is the good is out there, like it's an intrinsic part of reality in the way that entities are, right? In the world of particulars. And then there's the
Hmm.
anti-realist or more subjectivist kind of view that the good, for example, would be in you. It's what you think. It's what your culture thinks, what society thinks. And, obviously they introduce in the dichotomy, they introduce the trichotomy and they add in objectivity. But I think because that they break and they deviate so much from the academic view that although I definitely think that the strongest argument is that we're anti-realist, I could certainly be open to hearing an argument that no, the objectivist position is actually, a realist one. But it seems because they, like I said, introduced that trichotomy as opposed to the dichotomy, and they didn't use the language in the first place, it's not super obvious um, that my conclusion is the right one, even though I believe it to be true. So that would be like
Hmm.
another example, right?
Okay, good. Yeah, that's helpful. Okay, yeah, I have a better feel now for what you're getting at. So, yeah, I do think you're right that there are just certain issues that don't aren't addressed in the same terminology that you will find in academic literature. Like, what does objectivism have to say about instrumental values versus intrinsic values? Ayn Rand doesn't really talk in those terms. Or she certainly didn't talk about the realism versus anti-realism, at least in the ethics context. She does talk about realism in the context of the problem of universals, and she talks about how Plato is an extreme realist and Aristotle is a moderate realist. But in the ethical context, she doesn't use those terms. Um, I guess maybe there's something at least close on the issue of instrumental. Like she says, virtues are a means to attain values, which is in means is kind of like an instrument. That's maybe a synonym of instrument. So you might think there's at least something close to academic terminology. But yeah, there are some issues where the way she talks about it is going to be different, and there's not necessarily an obvious answer that you can get to what is her position if you had to put it in an academic terminology to some issue. So it's going to take some work by other people who are more engaged with academic audiences, people like Greg Salmieri. And I think this series of books, the Ayn Rand Studies series, a big part of that, the purpose, I think, is to build a kind of bridge between objectivists and the academic world and put in using a lot of their terminology and seeing how Rand maps on where she fits in or how she doesn't fit in. But those books are all about building bridges. Whereas previous to that, like Opar is just about presenting Ayn Rand's philosophy, and that was one stage. So I remember Greg talking about like three stages in the history of the objectivist movement. First, there was just the creation of the philosophy, which Ayn Rand did. Then there was the systematic presentation of it from the foundation, like existence exists all the way through all five branches of philosophy, metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, politics, aesthetics, all in one systematic work. And you get that with Opar by Leonard Peikoff. But then a third stage in the movement is now that we've got all that understanding in place, now that we've understood it ourselves, now we can sort of translate it, so to speak, for academic audiences and try to put it more in terms that they would be able to engage with. And so that third wave of the progress of the objectivist spirit, if we're going to imagine in like Hegelian terms, the progress of the spirit, the third wave of the objectivist zeitgeist is being engaged in these Ayn Rand philosophical studies books. And so for someone like you who sounds like you're interested in those sorts of topics, that sounds like a great series for you. Now, as far as the realism versus anti-realism, I had a debate with someone or a discussion on Discord, maybe a couple years or so ago, and these aren't really terms that I think of in terms of myself, like am I a realist or an anti-realist? But I said, okay, well, you can just describe to me. I'll just describe to you, I was telling this person, what my view is, and then I'll let you classify me as a realist or anti-realist. And so I just laid out my understanding, and he said, okay, you're an anti-realist. And I've since come to learn a little more about what it is. I didn't, this is not a topic I focused much on when I was in grad school, but the idea of realism is that there are these what they call stance independence views of something being good or bad. So whereas for objectivism, there's what Ayn Rand says values imply an answer to the questions to whom and for what. So something isn't just good, full stop. It's good for some agent in order to achieve some purpose. And I think that it sounds like that's enough to take it out of the category of realism, the way that term is understood in academic philosophy these days, because you're dependent on this. It's dependent on the stance someone has. That's going to determine whether something is good or bad, according to objectivism. It's not just
So
good or bad, period.
if I
Yeah,
can,
go
just to
ahead.
offer a slight bit of pushback, because I've definitely dealt with the specific discussion around the terminology. So what I had kind of explained of before in regard to the realist anti-realist thing. So typically those stance independent moral facts, right? They're going to, at least in contemporary like academic philosophy, conceive of that as the position of objectivity. I've taken the term now when I'm describing or talking to the people. When I say that, I mean metaphysically objective, because there's a line, I believe, in the opening section somewhere in Opar where he's talking about metaphysics, where he's like, you can say reality is like independent of us, right? Consciousness is subservient to existence, that's the rules and all that stuff, right? Um, so they mean that there are moral facts like that. And and then obviously, the anti-realist view, subjectivism being one of them, right? But the where it gets a little interesting, or like where, even though I think that we do advocate an anti-realist like metaethical position, I could see an argument where someone tries to say, oh, but there are, like, we do conceive of, in their terms, stance independent moral facts, because there are outside of your thoughts and feelings, right? If you were to drink a bunch of Drano right now, outside of anyone's thoughts, feelings, that is a stance independent fact that has a bearing on your life, that's going to be bad for you as the kind of entity to which you are, right? Some people would classify, just because we would believe there's a stance independent fact like that, try to put us in the realist camp. But again, it comes back to that relationship I talked about, where kind of like the intrinsic and the subjective, and then the dichotomy, or the objective and the subjective, and then we actually add in what I sometimes refer to as the epistemologically objective. I believe in Opar, Peikoff says that's the proper genus or proper origin for the concept of objectivity, is actually an epistemological concept. So it would seem like that if, like, there's a decent camp of people, I wouldn't say the majority, that would say, because we think it is stance independently bad for the kind of being you are, who's made the kind of choice that you've made to affirm to live, that it's bad for you to drink a bunch of Drano, that would be enough to conceive of us as realists. Whereas I think that is a little misrepresentative of what the terminology would exactly fit, but at least I can contend that there's a plausible sense, even if I don't believe it to be the case that we're realist. And then so when we're trying to map on our beliefs to these terms, because we can fight on terms, I think semantics are very important. I certainly advocate the Aristotelian method of definition, right? And this is very important, but to open up a dialogue and a conversation, I think it's of paramount importance that we are able to succinctly use these terms to explain our beliefs and that the other side understands, right? So I definitely think that stuff like the objective standard of value, right, could be again taken to mean good or bad or whatever outside of anyone's beliefs or thoughts about it. So that's probably the most plausible, like I said, realist conception that I've heard people try to defend.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't have a in-depth understanding of how these terms are used in academic philosophy. And maybe if I were in academic philosophy still and writing on these issues, I would have more of an incentive to get really clear on them so that I could um, converse with more fluidity and ease with my colleagues. But I'm an independent YouTuber right now. Um, Now I don't know what your context is or if you want to say, but I can understand like if you're in academic philosophy now, maybe you're an undergraduate major or you're in graduate school, whatever your position is, if you're engaging with those people, then I can see how you have more of an interest and incentive to sort all this kind of stuff out. Um,
Yeah, I would like to
and
pursue a graduate degree in philosophy and become part of the movement. My dream would be to work somewhere like ARI, um, do something in an official context. That would be a great job.
Okay, well, are you pursuing an undergrad now, if you want to say?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so you're a philosophy major.
hmm
So, okay. All right. Well, yeah, I guess you're on a track to you said you're in touch with ARI, so you've applied to their courses. That
Yep.
sounds like a good step given the direction it sounds like you're interested in going in. So I will be of limited ability to help on this particular technical issue of like realism versus anti-realism and exactly what do those terms mean. I'm trying to think now of someone who might be of particular help to you. Maybe Daryl Wright. I don't know if you know Daryl Wright. He's an objectivist philosopher who specialized in ethics. Um, uh, and he might be a good resource. Maybe you could contact him, or at least he could, or people at ARI, even if they themselves don't have experts on these sorts of issues, they might at least know someone who is, and they could point you in that direction, and you can get in touch with them. So.
I'm hoping to be
Um,
that expert one day. Um,
yeah, maybe you're going to be the guy who is the expert in objectivism on realism and anti-realism.
oh, I was able to find Daryl Wright. Took I think a basketball player popped up first, but
Uh,
now I've got the guy, I believe.
yeah, he's made some contributions to that Ayn Rand philosophical studies series. He has some essays in the politics volume. I think he's got an essay in the ethics volume, the first one. Um, but I don't recall if he discusses this issue of realism versus anti-realism, or even if he doesn't, there might be some discussion of that in these volumes, and maybe if you look it up in the index, that will provide some leads. There might be some literature referenced in the footnotes or the endnotes of the essays that have to do with these topics. Um,
I don't want to
Greg
take too much of your
Salmieri,
time, but
he
I've
might
got
also know.
one more thing I'd like to, even if you don't want to give a definitive comment on either way, maybe just something to chew on, or maybe somebody in the chat could give their opinion.
Sure.
From studying Aristotle, I think maybe the next step for a lot of people is getting into like the scholastics, right? With people like Aquinas, because Aquinas in a lot of ways represented, or at least he tried to be, a development of Aristotelian thought. Now it was merged with Christianity and later people after Aquinas, it ended up being a lot different, but it was at least trying to be Aristotelian in spirit. And one of the And I can't really come down either way on this. It's just, like I said, a new question. So one of the interesting documents that, or not documents, sorry, beliefs that Aristotle put forward, was like hylomorphism. Are you familiar with that?
At least in broad strokes, like the idea that form, like entities in the world are form matter compounds.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was listening to a Peikoff lecture on Aristotle a while ago, his great History of Philosophy YouTube
Hmm.
lecture series. If people haven't heard of it, it's like 50 lectures. They're all great. Um, but he had mentioned the objectivist, and I'm assuming because he endorsed it, that this would be, even if not like canon objectivism, a conclusion that is consonant with objectivism. He laid out what he called the proof for the law of causality. And in it, he had referenced the Aristotelian hylomorphic notion of like potentiality and actuality, right? Or like the actualization of potential. And so I always kind of like to try to, when I get these ideas, see if it's supported with the text. And I think roughly I've definitely found some stuff where they don't say it in scholastic or Aristotelian terms where, form matter, potential actualization. But like, for instance, I know a rough quote, like a paraphrase, would be like, the range of possibilities open to an entity is dictated by its nature. That sounds an awful lot like a reformulation of something that I think objectivism would, wholesale endorse, right? But so that got me on the to look at hylomorphism as this idea and this potential, right, and this actualization of said potential. And this is kind of important for some of the other like discussions of a rough like biocentric view of teleology that like Smith gets into in some of her work. It seems like that the big point of disagreement that Rand would have had, to where this wouldn't have been canon objectivism with like the hylomorphic doctrine, in my opinion, is so when they mean form, they obviously don't mean the shape of something in the direct realist sense, the way we perceive things. Aristotle meant the essence. Now Aquinas was a little bit different on this, and the scholastics largely too. But Aristotle, for the one and the many, the universal, he thought it was like metaphysical, right? And every car was a bit of carness, every man was a bit of madness, and that's where we get the universal. It seems like, and although I obviously never get to ask her, that she would be sympathetic or maybe endorse a view of hylomorphism where we have the matter, right, of these physical entities, and then rather than the form be metaphysically real, it's epistemologically real. So the essence, and this is, comes straight from like concept formation, right, within objectivism's epistemology, where the essence is actually epistemological rather than metaphysical. And although no contemporary accounts of hylomorphism really reject the metaphysical essence of these entities, right, their form, it seems like you could do a little bit of tweaking, and with a different understanding of what Rand thought in epistemology, you could, with very minimal tweaks, make something like hylomorphism work in a different sense, especially because Peikoff seemingly endorsed the one of the like consequences of the doctrine, right? The potential and the actual in a proof of for causality. And so I haven't come down obviously definitively. I've just found some texts that I think would maybe support my theory, but it's not like, I'll ever get to ask Miss Rander, Dr. Peikoff these questions. So I guess I'm really the next best in people who will listen to me to get their opinions on what they think. So
Hmm.
yeah.
Okay. I was just thinking Greg Salmieri might be a good person to talk to about this because he wrote his dissertation on Aristotle and more specifically on Aristotle's theory of concepts or the problem of universals. And I think you can read that. I think it's online for free on his website. At least last I checked it was. But he's an Aristotle scholar. I'm not. There's some other Aristotle scholars in the movement, like James Lennox, who's one of the editors of this series I've been mentioning. Um, as for I can give you my off the top of my head thoughts. Well, let me just see if I'm understanding. So, your idea is maybe form, or what Aristotle calls form, or hule, I guess that would be the Greek term, is if it's treated as something epistemological rather than metaphysical, then maybe it makes sense. That
Yeah.
that's the basic idea. Uh Maybe. I mean, I haven't really considered that, at least not in those terms before. So there is this. Well, I wonder if that's another way of saying the essence, treating essence as epistemological rather than metaphysical is the right viewpoint. And I think that that is what
Yes.
Ayn Rand says in Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, and that's how she contrasts her view with Aristotle's. Now, I think for Aristotle, I think form plays the role of essence. So maybe your idea there is just it's a reformulation of what Ayn Rand says. So instead of saying essences are epistemological, not metaphysical, what you're saying is form is epistemological, not metaphysical, and that's using the Aristotelian terminology. So I don't know if form is identical to essence. I don't know if Aristotle would say that, but it's somehow associated with essence. So maybe that's just a twist on what Ayn Rand says, and so therefore maybe she would agree with
Yeah.
that.
Now, obviously, I'm
But
not, you know,
just again, this is just off the top of my head. I'm not an Aristotle scholar, but that's what I'll say
yeah,
for now.
I'm not in the open objectivist camp. So even if I do think I'm right, I'm definitely not assigning, that belief to Rand. I think there's a difference, and something that those people get wrong is I think there's a difference between things that are consonant with the principles laid out in objectivist thought and then what is actually objectivism. Like, I think that if Rand uh, made a philosophical argument for cats being the superior species to dogs, for instance, I wouldn't conceive of that being objectivism. I think objectivism are the principles that she laid out and then the explicit connections that she made that were presented in OPAR. But I don't have a problem with saying, like, for instance, like there is definitely an opinion on AI that objectivism could have that is consonant with the principles Rand laid out, but that conclusion itself would not be part of objectivism proper or canon, if that
Mhm.
makes sense. Um, I just wanted to draw that distinction because I think that their project is pretty bad faith, all things considered. Um, yeah,
Yeah, I think I agree. If you come up with some new idea that Ayn Rand did not come up with, it might be true, it might not be true, but in either case, it's not part of objectivism. Um, in calling it objectivism, I think is sort of putting words in her mouth, and you might say bad faith. So I'm not very uh, I don't like that. I don't hang around with that crowd or engage with them. But anyways, that was I guess somehow what we were talking about led to that. I'm not sure what it was in our
I
discussion
just wanted to
of
ask you like one last thing, and that
oh yeah,
was
sure.
that was it. Just in kind of the questions I'm shooting up, but I actually something else came up. This is more of a technical thing. I don't know. Do you know of any place because it's I think locked in the NYU library. You have to be a student or know someone there to get a hold of Peikoff's dissertation by chance. Me and a few friends have been looking for it, and we've been on it. We've heard people like we've seen people talk about it, but as far as the actual like dissertation, we have not. And I wanted to know if you would be privy to any information about where I could find that.
I think I might have found it years ago by doing a search online in some dissertation database. I know there has been a database called ProQuest, and you can look up dissertations written by people. I don't know if it's all American universities or if it's worldwide, but um, that might be a place you could find it. Uh, if not there, maybe you could contact someone at the Ayn Rand Institute who would know how to find it for you. But I think I have laid eyes on it, and it might have been through the ProQuest dissertation database. And I don't even think I had to pay for it, at least. But I think sometimes you do have to pay for dissertations, and like you can get a free sample of maybe the first 20 or 40 pages of it, and if you want to see the whole thing, you have to pay for it. I don't know how it works now, but anyways, that's all I can remember right now about how you might be able to access it.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time having me on the show, even despite of my technical difficulties and lack of ability to comment. Um, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Okay, there goes Radical Capitalists. Glad he could call in. Yeah, I was in touch with him some number of months ago on X, and I finally am was able to have a call with him. That was good. One of the benefits, I guess, of doing a live show like this, a live stream show, sometimes people they'll just call in and you're not expecting it. But like I didn't have a planned call with Robert, but he just called in, and that was good. All right. So I see we got a new person in the chat. Janst Krunker. Hello to you. Okay. Let me quickly go to your channel. All right. Don't see any videos there. All right. It has been 7 hours and 12 minutes. I'm only about 18 minutes from breaking the record if I want to do the longest stream I've ever done. Today is probably a good day to try it since I had 3 callers to preserve my voice. This is a good day to try to beat the record because I don't feel like I need to stop yet. I'm looking to see exactly how long that stream was. Oh yeah, 7 hours, 31 minutes, 46 seconds. So if I go for another 19 minutes, I will surpass that. I'm going to try to do it. All right, I'm going to get some good watch time from this. All right, let me see what's going on in the chat. Which I will share. I want to see what John Strunker has to say. Krunker, because he's a new person. I think this is his first chat here. He says, does supporting Rand and capitalism mean we must reject something like more aggressive wealth taxes? Or from taking environmental concerns with greater soberness? Well, it certainly means rejecting all taxes, not just aggressive wealth taxes. Any taxes, if that means coercively taking people's money, are wrong according to objectivism, because objectivism opposes coercion or the initiation of force. Force should only be used in retaliation. It should not be initiated. And taxes initiate force. You have to give money to the government or else you will go to jail. It's not that you're choosing voluntarily to give the government your money. It's that you are giving them your money under threat of force. So that's definitely against Rand and capitalism. Now, the second part you ask about taking environmental concerns with greater soberness. Well, environmental concerns should be viewed from a self-interested perspective. So you shouldn't be concerned about the earth as an end in itself, or if by the environment you mean something other than well, what does environment mean? That term, if it implies something, I mean, humans have an environment. Um, Fish have an environment. Ants have an environment. Maybe an environment that's good for humans is bad for ants, or vice versa. Or maybe it's good for both. But anyways, Rand thinks you should take a pro-human perspective, or more importantly, a pro-egoistic perspective. But um, you shouldn't be concerned about the world apart from your own individual concerns. So there are groups like Earth First, an environmentalist group, which thinks that man is a blight on nature, and they're against human impact. And they have this slogan, "Back to the Pleistocene," which is an ice age, maybe not before humans existed, but at least before humans greatly impacted the planet. Um, and that's a wrong standard according to objectivism. It's fine to be concerned about like pollution or having clean air, clean water, but why? Because it's good for human life. It's egoistic, but we shouldn't um, act in a way that is destructive of our own lives, like sacrifice our own lives for the sake of salmon or the snail darter. I think these are some organisms whose well-being has been cited as grounds to stop some construction projects, dams, or um, hydroelectric power plants, or whatever. That's putting the interests of others, not even other humans, but other species, uh, above the interests of human beings. So if you have an egoistic view, which as Rand does, then you shouldn't sacrifice human life to non-human life, let alone no life at all, like sacrifice humans for the sake of mud. So it's fine to be concerned with environmental issues like pollution if the reason for being concerned is because you want to make some change that makes your life and the lives of humans you care about go better, but not as an end in itself. Robert says, it depends on why you support those things. It's hard to imagine integrating those views with objectivism, but the reasons matter. Yeah, the reasons matter. Is the reason you care about the environment because it impacts humans? Or do you just care about the environment for its own sake, irrespective of its impact on humans? There are cases in which it can be a challenge to imagine a fully free market solution to pollution in some public spaces. It can and has been done, but it's not always simple, says Robert. And then John Krunker says, when it comes to the highest priorities, one of them must be to minimize harm. I can't think someone would have a difficult time defending their pursuit of some form of the good life when it harms others. I think inequality is harmful because it tends towards disunity. I think destroying the environment harms others indirectly. And that was his last chat. Okay. And that was about half an hour ago. So I don't know if he's still here. So ideally, you live in harmony with others and You can live in harmony with others, at least if you're not in an emergency situation. If you are on an island, just you and one other person, you can live in harmony with that person. Uh, You can each work together to make your each other's lives go better, so that you're better off than you would be if you were alone. Like one person might focus on catching food, catching fish. The other person might focus on building shelter. And then you can trade with each other. You can trade value for value. And then instead of having to produce everything yourself, you can engage in the division of labor and be more productive as a team than you could be individually, because you specialize in one thing and you develop special skill. So if you tried to do everything yourself, maybe you wouldn't be as good as catching fish as you would be if you did it full time. So specialization leads to increased productivity. But of course, if that's people who decide to cooperate, if one person tries to make a slave out of the other people, then you'd be better off alone than having someone who's trying to make you his slave. So depending on the nature of the people you're interacting with, they could make your life better or worse. But it's not necessary that you harm someone else who you interact with. But I don't think I would put that as the highest priority, you say. I think happiness, achieving happiness is the highest priority. And you might think the way to do that is by to aim at life rather than using happiness as a standard, use life as a standard. Rand says that happiness can properly be the purpose, but not the standard of morality. Because life is more objective to use as the standard. I won't try to explain that at great length right now, because I am starting to feel my voice go. So I do think I need to wrap up soon. But just for the sake of setting a new record, I'm going to try to hang on for at least 9 more minutes. Here's a question. Should I do that? Is that a rational choice? Would that contribute to my happiness to try to break the record? Or would I be better off would I be more happy not breaking the record and stopping now, since since my vocal cords are starting to feel uncomfortable? And should I use happiness as my standard for deciding what to do there, or should I use life as my standard? Is it more objective if I use life than if I use happiness? Or maybe in some cases, it's equally clear to me, or sufficiently clear to me, what would lead to my happiness, that I could use happiness as a standard. And maybe in other cases, it's not clear. Like maybe if the question on the table is, should I eat dirt? I don't know why that would be a question on the table. Maybe because I'm stranded on a desert island and there's nothing else to eat, but I think maybe I could get some nutrients possibly from eating dirt. Maybe now, how should I decide the answer to that question? Should I say, well, it's subjective to use happiness as a standard? That would make me a hedonist. But if I use life as my standard, happiness is properly the purpose of morality, but it's not the standard. So I'm going to use life as my standard. I might say in that case, there's not much of a difference. Like if there's nothing else to eat and eating dirt is my only shot at possibly staying alive, then it doesn't matter whether I use happiness or life. Both are going to say, eat the dirt. Or maybe they're both going to say, don't eat the dirt, because maybe it's not a life worth living if the only way to live it is to eat dirt. Maybe it's just too disgusting and painful. It would cause a stomach ache. But maybe either way, whether I use life or happiness as a standard for deciding what to do, I don't see that they would come apart and give me different answers. Like, whereas if I use happiness as a standard, it's going to tell me to eat dirt. And if I use life as a standard, it's going to tell me not to eat dirt. it seems like they would both be aligned. At least I don't see right now off the top of my head why they would not be aligned. But maybe there are cases where it's not so clear what you should do if you're using happiness as a standard, but it is more clear what you should do if you use life as a standard. And for that reason, Ayn Rand says that life is properly thought of as the standard of morality rather than the purpose. Although she does sometimes say life is the purpose of morality. So maybe it's not life is the standard rather than the purpose. It could be both. But at least when it comes to happiness, happiness cannot be both. At least this is what Ayn Rand says. She says happiness is properly the purpose, but not the standard of morality. Okay, see a bunch more chats here from Jason. Let me see what he has to say. Talking about a wealth tax. Do it. I think he might mean I should try to break the record. FYI, I went to a community theater 20 miles and back for a 2-hour, 15-minute matinee of Little Shop of Horrors and Chipotle. And you made it this long. Okay. I remember I didn't survive through your trip to Seattle when you were taking a bus to Seattle on one show, and I guess there was a question as to whether my live stream would last for your entire bus trip. And I don't think it did. I think I fell about an hour short of that. But I made it through your matinee. All right. Okay, so maybe this is a good time to start wrapping up. I'll have the 4-minute wrap up, and by the end of that, I will have broken my record. So I guess I'll do another stream in about 5 days. That will be Friday. But if you're subscribed, you'll get and have the notifications turned on. You'll know exactly when it is. So you can do that, and that's a way to help support the show. Help me get up to 1,000 subscribers. What else? Oh, yes. So in many of virtually all of my past live streams, there's too much time that elapses at the end after I say bye. Then there's like another 15 seconds. And I think I might have figured out the reason for that. Maybe it's because there's about a 15-second delay between the what I say and then when it appears on YouTube. So maybe even if I stop talking and I hit the button that says to end the stream, there's still another 15 seconds of content. But anyways, I think I know how to time it better so that there's not a huge lapse. Like if I hit the end stream button before I stop talking, then there's hopefully only gonna be 1 or 2 seconds before the actual end of the stream. I'll test it out today. Another thing, I mean, I think one way I could ensure that I don't have a big uh, section of dead air at the end of the stream is to turn on what's called auto end. I don't know if maybe I can show that on my screen. Oh, you find auto. Oh no, it's not showing up. Anyways, there's a way I can set up what's called auto end in YouTube, and when I have that turned on, and then I end the Zoom stream, it automatically ends the stream on YouTube. And I think that might be a way to get rid of the dead air at the end. However, if I have that turned on, then I think that means if I have a power outage like I did last time, then I won't be able to rejoin the stream. So there's a risk to doing that. If I ever do have a power outage, I don't want to have to create a new link for people to go to and make it more difficult to continue my stream. So for now, I think I'm going to leave that option turned off. All right, let me take a quick look at my list of topics, see if there's any other last things I want to mention before I sign off. I think I can save it all for another day. All right, well, I think I have set the record, especially if you factor in the break time, because I think I probably took more breaks the last time I did a stream roughly this length. So thanks to all of you for being here today. I do appreciate it. And thanks for the likes, thanks for the subscribes, and I hope to see you again in a future stream. Thanks also, special thanks to the people who called in today. Holden, Robert Nasir, and Radical Capitalists. That was good. And I don't think I would have gone this long, maybe not nearly this long, if I didn't have them to call in for a substantial part of it to help save my voice. If you look at my streams, here, I'll show you. I'm going to do one more Zoom screen or one more screen share. See the times on these? See, here's my longest stream ever. 7 minutes, 7 hours, 31 minutes. And they start to get shorter after that. 5 hours, 3 hours, 50 minutes. So this one is pretty long. The only reason that ended is because I had a power outage. Otherwise, I might have broken the record on that day. But anyways, yeah, if you like these long streams, then I would encourage you to consider calling in, because that helps me to be able to do them physically. Um, or if you know other people who you might want to encourage to call in, um, that's also a way to help there be long streams. Okay, I'm signing off now. So have a good rest of your evening, and I'll see you in several days. Oh, I got to time this right so I don't have a bunch of dead air at the end. Here, let me cue it up so that hopefully there's only going to be 1 or 2 seconds after I stop talking. And I'm going to try to time it. All right, thanks everyone again. And now here's my official goodbye. Adios, amigos.